Welcome, everybody, to the final of the Queensland High School League of Legends Regional Rift competition. Of course, my name is Mitchell Replays, and it's joined every single week by the effervescent Max Fummel von Neumann. How are you this afternoon?
I'm impressed with your use of a thesaurus in between last week and this week. Never been called evanescent before. That's a new one. But yeah, I am keen for this grand final as we get ready for Hillbrook. They're going to be my pick. They're coming from the north, taking on Mansfield from the south. It's going to be a showdown that we've been pretty much building towards this entire season. As you can see right here, Mansfield will be in blue. Hillbrook will be in red. And these 10 players are about to compete in a best of 5 in this north versus south final, although that's the wrong way around. It should say south versus north right now.
It should at the moment. I mean, I myself have picked Mansfield here, which is kind of fitting since you live on the north side of the river, I live on the south side of the river. Yeah. So there we go. North versus south. Casters on either side. I mean, this is going to be very interesting, especially because in the Queensland High School League of Legends Championship to decide who's technically the best in our state to go and represent ourselves at nationals, Mansfield and Hillbrook met back in the quarterfinals. Yeah. Because we expected Mansfield to sweep because Mansfield were the best team in regular season. And they got beaten by Hillbrook 2-1 there. So maybe this could be their chance back for redemption. But in a 5-game series, things are completely different. And we'll have to see how Mansfield go. I mean, I think Mansfield are going to take it. I think 3-0 Mansfield. I'm predicting a swift victory here, but for you, the opposite is the case.
Yeah, I'm actually leaning towards Hillbrook, and I think it's going to be a lot closer than people expect because, while yes, during our first season this year, Mansfield probably did look like that stronger team, Hillbrook has been consistent throughout in terms of their performance and results around this event. They've been more consistent in terms of how they approach the game. Yes, they sometimes have issue closing things out, but they always seem to rise to whatever challenge comes at them, and they do always seem to come up on top. I'm pretty sure you've picked them to lose in the quarters now and in the semis. Here they are in the finals. I have to say I believe in this side right now. I think they take this one either 3-1 or very strong chance we go to that game 5.
It could be a big 5. Of course, yeah, it's the best of 5, so 5 games potentially we could be here until, what's the time now, about 4:30. Probably be here till 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight, if worst case scenario.
Worst or best case scenario.
If it takes us three times to get in, three Champions Leagues to get into every match like it did last week, we could be here we could be here till midnight.
Yeah, that is...
until Yuki kicks us out.
Yeah, that could be hopefully not on the table. Look, I want to see 5 games. I think that would be a very exciting end to what has been a very exciting tournament, actually. A lot of very close games throughout. Sometimes they've gone a little longer than we've expected. I think the team that actually sort of picks up on their opponent's traits, picks up on their weaknesses, and then starts to capitalize them earlier in the series is probably going to be the team that takes it. Yeah. So I'm looking for the first team to get a victory in under 30 minutes as going to be my true favorite to actually win this entire thing.
Well, I think the biggest thing that needs to happen in this game, especially for Mansfield, I'm thinking in particular, looking at their side, Kipkangaroo in the top lane, Major in the jungle, Arventus in mid, Happy Game in AD carry, and Jinxs Fishbonez in the support. They had last week a very similar kind of playstyle. If Kipkangaroo is not on the carry, if he's not playing Fiora or Camille, he looks really weak. Yes. So I think Mansfield need to make sure they're getting a carry topside every game. I think Arventus needs to be playing safe carries in the mid lane. He played Zoe in the first game and got stomped, and then played Galio the 2 games after that. So I think, he needs to play safer in that mid lane. But the funny thing for both these sides is mid lane's actually their biggest weakness. Arventus and Ryan Overpower are the 2 worst players on their sides, which is funny considering mid is probably the most important role. And if you want your best player to be in a role, it wants to be mid, which is interesting considering Orianna Destroy Nubs, who was their mid laner during the High School League of Legends Championship, has actually swapped to jungle, which is, again, I find it quite odd since he's actually a big Azir player, and Azir is probably the strongest mid laner at the moment. Obviously, it's their decision. Ryan Overpower had been playing jungle, through that entire split. And I would like to see, I just want a game of Iron Destroy Nubs Azir. It was such a strong pick as we see the Hillbrook lineup on screen now.
Yeah, that's WarningThump in the top lane. RNL Destroy Nubs in jungle. Ryan Overpower in mid. DoomGoat in bot. And Suki on support. And I like how you were highlighting Destroy Nubs, though, because he's the one who I was going to lean towards because, well, yes, this mid versus mid matchup, I think is probably the most volatile because of consistency in the individual players' performances. Destroy Nubs, probably the more consistent jungler of the 2, and if any side is going to exploit that sort of weaker mid lane, I think it will be Hillbrook. I think there's a good chance that they will actually still try to play through Ryan Overpower, more so playing through Destroy Nubs. And if he can get the bot half going for Hillbrook consistently in these opening games, there's a good chance they can play through that and actually take these games over. Because so many of these games have been going late, there's been a lot of emphasis as well on bot laners and getting these AD carries activated and then keeping them alive. I think if the game does go late and gets in those situations, I do tend towards Hillbrook a bit more than the split push of Mansfield.
Yeah, that is the case. I think Hillbrook have had that trend, that dominance in the team fights. I mean, again, I think Mansfield, even though they draft quote unquote split push comps, they play it like a team fight comp. And Kipkangaroo is just so comfortable on the Fiora and the Camille that he's generally the carry for their team. I think Happy Game and Jinxs Fishbonez down this bot lane are very important too. Obviously, both of them are 80 carry mains, so Jinxs not as comfortable on those support champions, but they both have that same knowledge of, I kind of find, if I ever play jungle, I know what my mid laner needs and wants since I'm a mid lane main. So it's kind of that he knows what the 80 carry wants. It may not be the best thing for support, so they might, lack a lot of vision score, lack a lot of ability to move around the map. He can't work with his jungle correctly, but at least in lane, he's going to be setting up for Happy Game to have the best game possible. And I think Happy Game's champion pick as well is really going to matter. And given the fact that Suki and DoomGoat have more of a preference for stuff like Vayne, Xayah, I think there's a big advantage to Happy Game who plays Ashe, Caitlyn, Jhin, these more meta 80 carries. And there is actually a big difference between the likes of Caitlyn and Jhin when you compare it to playing something like Vayne or Xayah into those champions.
That said, too, we still have 3.5 minutes to go. So before we get too deep into this matchup, I think it's our time to talk about one of our major sponsors for this event.
Of course. Legion by Lenovo, the classic advertisements you see it come up featuring that Intel 10th core generation. Of course, a premier gaming brand in Legion is perfect for work and play. Comfortable on the board ground, comfortable when you're jamming out some games in between classes if you're at university or high school. And such good technology. See how sleek the designs are now. These ultrabook gaming laptops coming out, making it premium performance at any level. That Intel Core i 10th gen in the middle there, always going to be powered by that nice H series processor. Incredible for intense gaming, it says there on screen, and that is the case. Nivea inside as well. I mean, we say it every week, Legion by Lenovo, providing just some of the best tech in gaming. It's so handy, and it has that ability to both be used as a normal laptop and of course as your gaming machine. Yeah,
absolutely. So a big thank you to them for their support, not only in our high school program, but again, high school programs pretty much across the country and a sense globally as well, actually. I keep seeing Legion by Lenovo popping up everywhere, so it's good to see them investing in this upcoming esports scene. And the big thing that they invest in, and the big thing they're always looking out for, of course, are those Savage Plays of the Week. Now, this will be the last one for this play. We have one more keyboard to give away, so let's take a look at our nominations this week, our final week for that Savage Play of the Week.
Right here in the jungle.
Yeah, 9God should be able to escape over the wall, as you can see, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Jinx's Fishbonez not going to connect, and here comes the re-engage. Happy Game gets caught up by Just Dance, and Crystal Arrow connects all the way down onto MAJØR. That's going to open the door for Somerset to go straight through the jungle. Members of Mansfield falling left, right, and center. Kipkangaroo came way too late. Give the triple to Just Dance. Give them to Cloud Drake as well. They just blew this game wide open. Even with that Baron Power Kennen, it looks like they just might have to give it up while being around, although the flank is still coming through. 9God as well as Just Dance are going to go for it. That's a big Hemo play, getting a lot of members, forcing Mansfield to re-engage. Kipkangaroo still a long way out, but the damage from Somerset is not going to be enough to break this front line. 9God can do nothing on the back end. This fight is going to be a wash as Kipkangaroo finally does arrive. That's going to be an ace. That should be even more. It should be the beginning of the end of the game. Impressing me, so step to me, cause I got all my weaponry. I'm a living legend. You ain't heard yet, you not get the message. From the moment that I'm stepping in, I get a couple weapons, yeah, I turn to a beast when I'm repping. I'm a living legend. You ain't heard yet, you not get the message. From the moment that I'm stepping in, I get a couple weapons, yeah, I turn to a beast when I'm repping. All right, so those are our nominees, all taken from that semifinals. Obviously, two of our finals, they each kind of submitted some clips, but it doesn't go to our two finalists. No, it actually goes back to the team that unfortunately got eliminated back in Somerset as we take a look at our official. Yes, the official one. This is that Savage Play of the Week, and it's going to go to Just Dance on the Rex side with this triple kill right here.
It was a very well pulled triple kill by the Rex side.
Here comes the re-engage. Happy Game gets caught up by Just Dance, and Triple Arrow connects all the way down onto MAJØR. That's going to open the door for Somerset to go straight through the jungle. Members of Mansfield falling left, right, and center. Kipkangaroo came way too late. Give the triple to Just Dance. Give them to Cloud Drake as well. They just blew this game wide.
We don't want to see Zoe, we don't want to see...
Even with that Baron Power Kennen, it looks like they just might have to give it up while being around, although the flank is still coming through. 9God as well. Just Dance are going to go for it. That's
this is when they kind of swap back to the champions.
To re-engage. Kipkangaroo still a long way out,
yeah,
but the damage is not going to be enough to break this front line.
The winner of the Player of the Week was I'll Just Dance on that Rek'Sai. Very happy to take that. I mean, Somerset really walked away with a lot of keyboards, I feel like, at the end of this event, but I do have some news. There still might be one more this week. So for our 10 finalists, hey, when you come back and watch this, clip some of your big plays, send them to us. We might be giving away one more Legion by Lenovo Player of the Week, and be sure to follow UQU Esports, because if it gets announced, well, that's where it's going to be.
That's the one, exactly. So make sure you guys are staying tuned and sticking around. Of course, being active in that Discord as well. Don't just leave it when you get eliminated. If you lose, because you're not going to be able to get your keyboard pinged at you from there. So make sure we stick around, as we should be jumping into Champions League very quickly. We had some Champions League issues last week. Hopefully this week won't be the case. It might be nice and smooth, because now we're matching.
Yeah,
first time.
I think that's what it is. We're finally wearing our UQU Esports jersey. Now, there also is still that third place match between Somerset and MFAC, so some clicks could be coming from there as well. They will be having their showdown again for that third place prize. Real quick, though, prediction on that one, I'm thinking that is the Somerset 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, right? We don't know. They could go Darius top again and Int. We don't know. They could put Darius top.
Yeah, I am still a believer of Darius top.
Is 0% win rate for that team, which is funny, because they have the two most individually talented players in the whole competition.
And they're the only team that can't play Darius top, because everyone else can do Darius top.
Everyone can do it, but Somerset cannot.
Yeah, Somerset just struggles with the Darius top. I don't know. It's the UQU special, right? It's what we've seen so far in this Rift Royale be used so frequently and so efficiently. Same thing with Semester 1, as we do get ready. I believe any moment now we will be in those picks and bans. So last chance realistically to make our predictions before we really hold them to them. Are you still sticking with that 3-0?
I'm still sticking with 3-0 Mansfield. I mean, look, there's just such a big rank discrepancy, and I think if they draft, if they don't get Kipkangaroo on Camille or Fiora, which I think should be the two insta bans from Hillbrook, then I think they have a good chance. But then again, it leaves up the Caitlyn for Happy Game down the bot lane. I mean, I think also Hillbrook having 5 bans is going to help. Somerset, of course, could only ban out 2 champions in that first round, and I think against Mansfield, your first 3 bans have to be the Camille, the Fiora, and then the Caitlyn. I think you can't leave anything else up, I think they should have first picked Caitlyn if it's up and available. I think Happy Game showed a really good game 4 on that. Caitlyn obviously got a quadra kill, which highlighted that in those Savage Plays of the Week, but I think that bot lane just gives him so much control, and especially against DoomGoat, who is technically Hillbrook's best player. I think he's Plat 2 or something, but plays Vayne and Xayah, who really aren't great AD carries if you outrange him in lane. So that's going to be the big area where Mansfield need to attack. They're going to win through bot and top, and make sure Arventus plays something safe like a Galio, and doesn't die too much in the early game to iron or destroy nubs in that.
There's also always the option, though, that Hillbrook, if they are going to play champions like the Vayne, like the Xayah, I have been seeing more and more Xayah comps actually run effectively in higher level gameplays. If Hillbrook is able to draft something that actually plays to DoomGoat's strength in that regard, I'm not going to hate the Xayah pick as much. I have seen a lot of it. It's pretty much, put all the eggs in the Xayah basket and go hard commit. All right, we are just going to protect this champion. We're going to go for a bit of a dive, but with a lot of protection and shields. It is possible to pull it off, but those compositions are very difficult to pull off. So even when I have been seeing them, it's kind of been on that knife's edge, but then they were able to successfully play through it. Hillbrook, if they can do that, I'm going to be more than impressed. But all of this is speculation. We are now into our picks and bans. Opening ban, who do we not want to see in our grand final?
I mean, if there is something I can say for Hillbrook, we do know that, of course, their players can play other roles. And I really think they should be able to adapt through the middle of the draft, and if they're focusing all their bans towards one of these mid laners slash junglers like main picks, then they can swap around and put Ryan overpower back in that jungle, put Iron Illustrator back in that mid lane role. As we see Rek'Sai, Morgana, and Camille all join the ban list. Big champions from our last series. Actually, not seen too much here, but something different for a change.
I like seeing that Ashe banned away as well. Mansfield can play that Ashe very successfully, so not going to be available for Happy Game. It also, though, could put an interesting situation, because now I feel like Hillbrook almost has to ban the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, if they leave the Caitlyn up and ban out the Ashe, the only other answer to it is Jhin, right? As we see, the Caitlyn is banned, but that means Fiora is up and available, which I think is definitely more taken advantage of. I think we saw these two play each other back in the last, or not these two teams, but we saw WarningThump take on a much better top laner, and he played Shen straight away every game, and the Shen instantly rushed the Thornmails' Leona first pick. I actually don't mind it. This I don't like. I don't like Rakan's first pick.
Okay, well, tough, because we're getting a Rakan priority pick, and that catches me very off guard, to be quite frank. Not sure, was expecting Rakan to be prioritized, especially with such strong top laners available in terms of Mansfield, like things like the Fiora as well. Not to mention, if you're going to go for that engage roaming support, there were still things like Bard, Nautilus available that you could have gone for. Rakan's not really in that strongest place right now. Malphite also being locked in blind is a bit of a head scratcher.
I mean, Malphite has been seeing a reasonable amount of play in LPL LCK as a top tier pick, but I mean, it's kind of been that Malphite Sion. It's kind of funny because the top lane meta has been these super hyper carry, like you see Shannon and like hard carry tops like Fiora or Camille's been quite high prioritized. Mordekaiser is still up there, and then you have like champs like Malphite and Sion who are quietly like kind of OP, but top lane is like, yeah, look. When Fiora and Malphite on the same levels of strength, I'd much rather play Fiora, as we see. Maybe a Lovers duo return, and it will be the case, which, I mean, Xayah has not been strong for a very long time, and they're still not strong, dependent on matchup, and into something like a Vayne or Kai'Sa. I mean, it was Kai'Sa versus Xayah meta, as the Fiora will be now locked in for Kipkangaroo up in the top side. Kha'Zix in the jungle is an interesting pick, and it looks like Hillbrook aren't going to do no fancy drafting. They're just going to pick top to bot. And so I'm expecting something like a Vel'Koz here to come in from Ryan Overpower. That's pretty much the only mid lane he plays.
I feel I'm going to come to hate this Kha'Zix pick. Not yet. At the moment, I'm still okay with it. But I have a feeling as this draft continues, I might start to dislike this Kha'Zix pick more and more. I do like the Nautilus. And the only reason why I'm worried about this Kha'Zix pick is because we were talking before about sort of the eggs in the basket comp, right? You know, if they're going to go for the Vayne, if they're going to go for the Kai'Sa. Kha'Zix is not who you want in that jungle. You want something with a bit more crowd control, a bit more appeal. Kha'Zix is kind of one of these all-in, get the kill or everything goes terrible type junglers.
Yeah.
And I already feel like that could be a synergistic issue. Malphite also goes with that all the eggs in the one basket type composition because it's some of that hard engage that a Kai'Sa can then follow through. I'm really worried that this Kha'Zix, if he doesn't get an early start and Hillbrook is trying to play for that late game, is going to get very useless very quickly and almost be a detriment to these late game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, and Kha'Zix is a champion that's so hard to pilot in the early game as well if you want to play it successfully. I think you need so much more a master of this champion to get the early kills. And against a Fiora, against a Xayah Rakan, you're not going to find these early kills. So, I mean, if Arventus picks something like Zoe, I could see it working out because you're going to get a bunch of kills. Or a champion that is a little bit less sit back and farm. I could see a lot of kills going towards the mid laner there. However, if that's not the case, it's going to be much more difficult for Kha'Zix to really do anything, and he's not going to find those kills if it's something like a Galio in the mid lane and make the pick kind of redundant as you see the Kai'Sa locked in.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, they were kind of setting up for it.
Yeah, they were setting up for it. Nautilus Kai'Sa, not too surprising. Actually, it's the Ezreal ban that kind of caught me off guard there before. I thought this was pretty telegraphed from Hillbrook that they were going to be playing for the Kai'Sa. I guess Mansfield, you know, saying, all right, bring it on. We're just going to make sure you get that. Graves going to be hovered, and that is a good answer to the Kha'Zix. You're able to throw that damage right back around.
Gets plenty of armor too with the passive there on the, what's it called? Scrap armor, I think, is the ability of, scrap armor, being able to stack up that armor in the duel versus the Kha'Zix, and again, the Galio. I like this comp coming out of Mansfield. I mean, I think the bot lane with Caitlyn, not Caitlyn, but with Jin still available, with better support options available, I think you could have gone for something else in that bot lane, but against a Kai'Sa, this is the classic old school meta of Kai'Sa Rakan versus, Kai'Sa Rakan. Xayah Rakan versus Kai'Sa Nautilus. So it was Worlds 2019, basically.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very Worlds 2019 comp coming out of Mansfield altogether.
Yeah, I mean, the Fiora is the only one that you go,
yeah, but,
I mean, but in saying that, I guess the Shy did pick Fiora.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, this is Incel. This is,
IG.
The other IG.
What? He said.
Well, okay. I've been casting a lot of the amateur scene, okay? There's a very good team out there that also has the initials IG. Freudian slip. I've been calling them Invictus as a joke sometimes. Oh boy, someone clip that and send it to Top Rift. Anyways, we have a game coming up right now. It's going to be, again, Mansfield versus Hillbrook coming at you. We do see our team compositions right now. Again, I don't
like Hillbrook's comp at all. But
they're disjointed. They're disjointed.
The one thing is this Hillbrook comp reminds me of a comp that McGregor would pull out. We were our last season champions.
Yep.
And it is something where it's not necessarily meta, but it's their own style and it's what they like to play. I don't know. it's not a terrible comp, and I think the Sylas pick here kind of redeems it a little bit as well, because it gives you the ability to take away some of those more diving ultimates, take away the Fiora ultimate, take away the Galio ultimate to help assist RNL destroying nubs. I mean, I think this jungle matchup is heavily favoured in Mage's favour. However, last week he did play the Graves in again another favoured matchup, and didn't come out on top, didn't play too well in that 1v1 in the jungle. So, his Graves might not be his strongest champion, as we saw, 3 other bans being thrown towards him there in that pick ban phase, but weren't this Graves, which is what probably he wants to lean towards. But we'll have to see how effective it goes. It's a decent 2v2 with Galio Graves in the mid lane. I think Mansfield have a really strong teamfight comp, and they have a really good split comp as well, because Graves, Galio can really help support that Fiora in the side lane. Their 4-1's pretty decent. They've got a Xayah, of course, very safe AD carry. Rakan, with that extra range he gets when he's playing with Xayah, allows him to play a lot more forward and still be able to get back quite quickly. So I think Mansfield's 4-man squad is really strong, and not sure if Hillbrook's teamfight is going to be strong enough to break it apart, as there is so much CC available, counter engage available for Mansfield through this Galio and through this Rakan.
Yeah, and it's really going to be a tough one for Hillbrook. They essentially have to find their picks. Yeah. If they're going to get any semblance in that mid game, and in late game, their best chance is to essentially beat Mansfield down with their wallets, where it doesn't matter if Mansfield can re-engage you. You're so far ahead, you'll win that fight anyways. Which puts pressure back on Destroy Nubs and Ryan Overpower in this situation. And I did say at the start, these are the two that I feel like if Hillbrook can play through their mid lane, there is a chance that they can control the sort of situation. And Silas Kha'Zix can do that. I don't like their transition into the late game right now, but if you can sort of avoid that, if you can look to finish early, again, pre-30 minutes, Hillbrook will have that chance. The issue is Hillbrook traditionally has not been a team that's finished before 30 minutes. A lot of their games have been going quite late, and I feel like if this one kind of follows in that same trend, Hillbrook could find themselves very, very behind.
Well, here's the thing, right? Hillbrook picked Kha'Zix and Silas, who are two mid-game spiking champions. Yes. Right? But who's the best mid-game teamfight AD carry in the game? It's Xayah, right there. That comp there is we hit 2 items and we go and we fight. Right, Kai'Sa's really strong on 2 items because she goes IE, Essence Reaver as the first 2 items, because she doesn't need any attack speed, because her W gives you a ridiculous amount of attack speed with just what's it called? Grievous Boots. No, not Grievous Boots.
Berserker Greaves?
Berserker Greaves, that's the one. Berserker Greaves. So she has so much attack speed and so much damage in that mid game that she just shreds with her feathers. And Galio starts spiking at 2 items. Grey spikes when he gets his Jungle Enchant plus Death Stance plus Black Cleaver. Rakan's great at 2 items. Fiora obviously scales later into the game, but that 4-man team fight will be able to 4v5 when they have 2 items on all their mid lane jungle and AD carry. They will 4v5, and Hillbrooks have consistently again shown that they cannot play macro in the mid game at all. No, but they even got into this final, into the regional final with an FF. They didn't even win the game. They couldn't close the game out. They didn't know how to close the game out, despite having a Veigar that was like 25 stacks.
Yeah, like that was it was a tough situation right there for Hillbrook.
I'm predicting a 33-minute win to Mansfield, as I think it would be a 27-minute win, but I'm putting a 6-minute buffer on it because these teams take a little bit longer to end the game.
So what you say is 30 minutes plus minus 3.
Yeah, 30 minutes plus minus 3. It should be 30 minus 3, but it could be 30 plus 3 because variance. Yeah,
I'm kind of tending to agree with you, unless we see something absolutely crazy in the first 10 minutes of this game.
The only caveat is the way Hillbrook win this game is Kha'Zix goes 5-0 before 15
Exactly.
minutes. That's the only way they have a chance in this game.
Which is why I'm looking forward to some more erratic playstyles out of Hillbrook. I want them to sort of throw convention to the wind, test Mansfield. Can you still play a regular game of League of Legends if we're throwing something at you you've never seen?
And I think that's the beauty of best of 5s, right? It gives Hillbrook the opportunity to go, hey, look, we have 4 more games. If we, screw this first game up, we have 4 games to kind of take it. They're going to go, right, this first game, we're going to run it. We're just going to throw everything we can at you and see how you respond. And then we're going to adjust and go from there. So I actually like this best of 5 strategy from Hillbrook, because in a best of 3, you don't have that ability to, that first game, if you throw it away like this, the other team's on match point. It's so doomed.
Yeah, as we do get ready to get into this one, I am keen. This is our grand final of the Rift Royale. One last time, game number 1. Mansfield will be in blue. Hillbrook will be in red. What did I call it? Did I say Rift Royale?
You called Rift Royale, yeah, not.
Oh, it's a regional rift. Regional rift.
Regional rift off.
Yes, regional Rift Royale. RRR. Throw some more letters in there as well, as it is not that level 1 invade I was hoping to see out of Hillbrook. I think they should have gone for it. They have that Nautilus.
Hillbrook
they need
to level 1 so hard. Galio, Taunt, Rakan, knock up, Graves, level 1. They just don't win.
Yeah, but if they get a pick though, like with a spread out team, they do have the ability to rush
I don't
someone
like
down.
I'm not a fan of this Dark Harvest Kha'Zix. I feel like Conquer Kha'Zix or Electrocute Kha'Zix the way to go.
I would have liked Electrocute.
Especially because you're going to be dueling this Graves so much in the game, because Graves is going to invade you over and over again. Because Kha'Zix is a power farmer, despite the fact that he's an assassin and people want to try make kills level 3. If you're playing Kha'Zix at home, which unfortunately a lot of you are who probably shouldn't be, but if you are playing this champion, he's not an early game go for kills. You power farm to level 6, and then after you get level 6, you use your ultimate to assassinate people. You don't just run in level 3 and jump in and try to kill somebody and then die because you're a squishy bug.
I just wanted to add a quick caveat real quick for all of you at home. For some of the things Mitch is saying right now might be sounding a little negative. It's because he did play a solo queue game before coming into here, and things didn't exactly go the way he was hoping for.
Yeah, my Pike and Lee Sin didn't do very well. They should be playing different champions.
Right, anyways, on to the match at hand on the Rift right now. We do get to see Destroy Nubs going head power farm. Look, all I'm going to say is play who you want to play, have fun with the game. It does not matter as we continue with this one. I'm speaking as someone who has failed multiple times trying to play Kha'Zix, as we see what is happening in this bot lane. It looks to be pretty standard right now. I do like the positioning for Mansfield, staying behind their caster minions, making sure not to get hit by a dredge line. Up top, it's going to be hard for Kipkangaroo to do too much early in this game, especially if WarningThump can get some early grievous wounds. And I really hope it's not AP Malphite.
It's Arcane Comment.
Oh, I really hope.
Malphite.
I really
he
hope
started
it's
with
not.
Corrupting Pot.
Oh no.
It's AP Malphite top.
They picked into the counter matchup. Why would you not go Bramble Vest Rush?
No. They blinded Malphite.
Exactly, and then Mansfield picked into the counter pick. And
I mean, maybe the whole idea is Fiora's going to shred armor anyway, so might as well
no, it's either fake
and blow her up before you blow me up.
It's all a fake, Mitch. He's pretending to go AP Malphite, so Fiora gets the false sense of security, and then you hit them with the armor. Please hit them with that front line armor.
You're just gonna throw the arcane comment in there just to handicap your mid game. I see it.
They're gonna lose mid game anyways. That's what we were talking about, right?
But Aftershock makes such a difference.
Yeah.
Xayah ultimate's down. She's dead if you hit her with a Malphite ulti. But now she just kills you before you kill her as you see a gank coming in the mid.
Yeah, this is actually looking very good for Hillbrook. That isolation damage from Destroy Nubs, able to quickly get that first kill, and Destroy Nubs doing exactly what he needs to do for Hillbrook and getting that first blood.
Yeah, and then we go the first blood over to that Kha'Zix. We said Arventus needs to play safe as he is their biggest weakness, in quotation, air quotes. Weakness is not that bad, but is the area you want to attack if you're playing against this Mansfield lineup. Kipkangaroo, we saw Somerset try to take them in Game 3 and that did not work for them at all. Even Game 2 when Arventus was playing something a little bit safer, they tried to go for that same mid lane dominate strategy and they picked that Zed and did not work out for them at all, as we now see them farming up slowly here. Is Kipkangaroo up in this top lane, just keeping this Malphite as base. Actually up in CS over the Fiora with a minion advantage in lane 2.
Yeah, no corrupting pops swallowed yet. Unfortunately, Destroy Nub's not going to find any camps on that top side of the map, so he's not going to stick around for any sort of tower dive. Should be worth noting, first Drake of this game is an Infernal Drake, and if Hillbrook is going to find a way to sort of catapult themselves through that early game and get that lead, I do feel that Infernal Drake would be monumental, and it's going to be very critical that Hillbrook picks this one up. Giving over to Infernal Drake to a team that spikes at mid game typically is a bad sign for things to come.
Bad sign. Not very good at all if you're doing that. I mean, the one thing I will have to say, if you are I mean, Hillbrook are the team that wants to stack these Drakes early, but I mean, both these sides have that fall off late game. I mean, I don't know. Hillbrook have the late game AD carry. Mansfield would have the late game split pusher. But I would say Mansfield comps better late game than Hillbrook. But it's also better early and mid game, so it's one of those like you just kind of got outdrafted completely.
Yeah, that's
the only factor is Kha'Zix getting 5 kills, so 4 to go really for this Kha'Zix before the 15-minute mark. As we have to wonder why. There we go. We had a pause coming through, of course, because you see the Xayah internet has disconnected. As we see both AD carries actually picking up a cull on their first backs, which is peculiar. But
both of them.
Both of them, yeah. So hopefully both of them can farm and stack it up, because it's pretty embarrassing. I love it in Silver when you see your AD carry start with cull and then it's 40 minutes and they've got 82 farm and it's like, well, good thing you got that cull.
The Cole has been an interesting one for me. I don't really typically see a Cole second buy. That's actually got me surprised, but each of them sort of rushed back to get that cull. I think, again, it's sort of that acceleration to that mid game. Each of them are thinking by the time this cull is finished, I'll be able to pop into my second item, and we should be looking for a fight right then and there.
Yeah.
So I think both these teams are really kind of banking on that, you know, mid-game fight at this stage. As we are back into this, it looks like the pause has been resolved. Hopefully those internet issues that have been plaguing Mansfield have been settled, and we should have a clear game throughout, although it looks like...
issues plaguing us.
Yeah, okay, good. I was a little bit worried that was on the pause, but no, we're just trudging right along. I think it was just syncing back up, as we do see that early dragon pressure actually being exerted initially by the Mansfield side, but Destroy Nubs is the faster jungler to the scene.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what you want to see out of this. Kha'Zix, of course, has a faster clear than the Graves. Graves already has a big tempo advantage by going in and actually invaded a few camps against the Kha'Zix when he was looking for the same thing on Graves' top side. So Graves is ahead in tempo here. Unfortunately, Kha'Zix as well had to buy the team out there. That's really going to delay his build.
This is a good trade initially, going for Arventus, but Ryan Overpower actually takes it back. I always forget how deceptive the lifesteal out of Silas actually is.
Kingslayer is busted. Kingslayer needs to be nerfed ASAP already.
As we do see the Dragon has been started, Drudge Line does connect onto Happy Gang, but it's just a trap for Mansfield to go barreling after DoomGoat. Flash already used, teleport coming in as well. Bot lane escapes, and now they're looking to re-engage, as that is Ryan Overpower who has actually joined the fight. WarningThump still waiting in the fountain to see if his teleport will be needed. Won't be the case, as I do expect Hillbrook to now start this Dragon.
Thornmail on the Malphite, yay.
Good. That was what we were hoping to see.
Why have you got comments?
That's what we were hoping to see. This is, I told you, it was debate. It was
why comment?
People
why?
like you. Smart move by WarningThump.
But why comment? You're just so squishy. You just ult and you get one shot, even with full armor.
Ah, no, he'll be fine.
He'll be fine, hey? Well, that's the way it goes, as we see. Interesting enough, there's actually a big CS lead in the mid lane for Arventus, even though Ryan Overpower did get that early kill in lane, or, I mean, got ganked in that early kill, but the first dragon goes over to Hillbrook as well, which is big for them. That's great for their side, picking up that early dragon. Want to start stacking towards them, as the next one coming along is that Mountain Drake, so it's going to be a Cloud or Ocean Soul. Cloud Soul would be very beneficial if you're this Hillbrook side. You're going to be loving that ultimate. Not so much on the Mansfield side. I mean, it's definitely useful when you have an ultimate like Graves who puts you back. The extra movement speed isn't really going to help
The quickening as well from the Rakan would also be nice to be used in every single team fight as well. But I think going back to that mid lane that you were touching on briefly before about the CS lead actually in favor of Arventus, yes, he did give up first blood, but he didn't burn flash in that occasion, and Galio's early game laning is so bullying and so much harass that with that flash it is forcing Ryan Overpower to play a bit safer, play a bit more conservative, even getting that initial assist. I think now, and also if you're sort of watching the backs and recalls and the wave management, Arventus has been doing a very good job in sort of keeping even with that Silas and always keeping him at the back foot. So really, big credit to Arventus on this Galio. This is the third game in a row we've seen him on it actually do a phenomenal job, as we do keep looking on right now. A bit of pressure looking to be established up on the top side of the map.
And honestly, if I'm Hillbrook, I'm actually would consider banning the Galio on the next thing, because Arventus is, I mean, his Galio play is good because it kind of, it's very hard to overstep on Galio. But when he was playing the Zoe, I just remember this Zoe game, he was just playing so overly aggressive and ulting in situations where you shouldn't have getting caught out. On a squishier character, on something like the Zoe and Vel'Koz he plays more often, he's just not as safe, I suppose, on them. He's not playing as safely, and he gets punished a lot more regularly. Obviously, Ryan Overpower is quite similar in rank, so the punishment level is not the same as playing against a challenger player as he did last week, but it's in that same situation where this Galio pick it keeps him safe and allows him to, even if he's 0 and 10, the Galio ultimate is still so beneficial in a team fight that'll always be relevant.
As Kipkangaroo just being harassed with that comment coming out from WarningThump. Hey, you know, it's paying dividends right now. Again, Hillbrook, by taking that comment, really were doubling down for that early game, I feel, on that top side of the map. And this is what they were looking for. They wanted to get the poke, want to get the harass, because right now, Destroy Nubs is going to come in for the game, and that's going to be an easy kill. Flash used to escape, just to be sure. And wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That's another kill on the Kha'Zix. He's got 7 minutes, I suppose, left to stack up those kills. And, I mean, going team out is really delayed, but Suki Lol is here on Arventus, and he should be going down.
Yeah, this should be another pick as well for Hillbrook. But you do have Jinxs Fishbonez right here. Gets one knockup, but that's not going to be enough. Quickening used to try and escape, and it does sort of save Hillbrook for the time being. DoomGoat could be caught out, and take a look at Kipkangaroo going after Ryan Overpower. Does use the ultimate right away, and the turnaround underneath the tower. Mansfield, a little bit of panic as they're falling behind. Unnecessary risks being taken.
Yeah, and that was a terrible teleport there from Kipkangaroo. Obviously, he wanted to get a play back from after getting killed up at that top side. I went straight for the play on the mid lane and just kind of missed everything, and then Silas just went, oh, well, I guess I could send you into tower and pick up a kill with Suki. Suki lol is now caught out here, and MAJØR picks up that kill onto that Nautilus. So more gold going into the junglers' pockets. Both of these junglers looking like those key members for both sides, as Kha'Zix building now towards his warrior enchantment. The team mat, I mean, the team mat's really thinking he built on Rengar. Kha'Zix doesn't need it for the clear. He has a decent W and has the AoE, and he should evolve that W first if he's playing that 90% slow Kha'Zix.
Yeah, as we do see again, more invades coming out from Mansfield. They're really trying to sort of flex their mechanical prowess now that they're behind and saying, like, you know what, you got a couple early kills, but let's keep you honest. Let's invade. Let's be that proactive team. And it is going to force the teleport out of WarningThump. And Suki Low is back in this fight. There's a few ultimates now available for this Mansfield side, though, so it could be a risky fight for Hillbrook. Arventus, though, will be the target as the Void Seeker does not connect. That does mean Hillbrook will back off.
Kha'Zix got a cheeky Dark Harvest stack too on the Galio, but popping his Void Spikes over the walls. Arventus has been pretty much invaded, and his jungle's been taken over the last, the first 10 minutes of this game, which is kind of the case in that Graves versus Kha'Zix matchup, but there's still things looking up for him. Of course, 2 kills on that Kha'Zix, but it's actually been quite a conservative start from both these sides, who have been known as, I mean, Hillbrook especially known as quite a scrappy team.
Yeah.
But have been playing a lot safer, playing a lot more towards this mid game and playing more towards the win conditions. Kipkangaroo is getting a nice bit of gold off on this top side.
Yeah, but down below, Destroy Nubs was caught out on a ward, so Mansfield knows where he is, and they're starting to fall back to try and find him. You can see all the pings. Hillbrook trying to mount a bit of a rescue mission, maybe even try to turn things around, but as they buy time, you do have MAJØR making his way up, and it does look as if Destroy Nubs is going to back away. He doesn't get the Krugs that he was looking for and kind of just wasted a lot of time, but the bigger objective is on the map right now, and it is that Mountain Drake.
Yeah, that Mountain Drake up and available. Rift Herald as well has spawned up on the top side, because maybe look for an early Herald to start snowballing one of these lanes, and I think that would be a decent decision. I know the Strobes can maybe get caught out in the jungle here, but wouldn't it be the case? Maybe it's Fishbonez that's caught out.
The all-heroic entrance is going to bring Arventus to the fray, and Jinxs' Fishbonez can't quite get another with that quickening. DoomGoat, though, has to be careful. I want to see a body block, but instead he just walks right in to his death. Normally it's the other way around. The support gives their life for the AD carry, but not this time around, as DoomGoat kind of is that self-sacrificing goat, I suppose, and that's going to be a dragon for Mansfield.
Yeah, and burn the heal as well, which is not good. I mean, he didn't know they were there. They were in Fog of War, and the Galio flashed into that brush as well, and got a good taunt off to kind of secure that kill, so no flash available for the mid lane, as you see up on the top side of WarningThump. Still doing very well into Kipkangaroo, of course, with that Thornmail means it's really hard for Fiora to do much against it. I mean, I think this is the second series in a row we've seen the top laner just pick a tank, go Tabai, and Thornmail rush versus a Fiora and just pretty much negate her completely.
Yep, I mean, that's what you do against Fiora, and again, it kind of makes me question, why did Kipkangaroo pick the Fiora into the Malphite? Yes, I understand you're confident on that champion, but
because it's the only 2 champs you can play. You can play Camille and Fiora, and that's it.
Well, I feel like we could be seeing a lot of Malphite then in the future of this series.
Malphite and Shen, the Kipkangaroo counter picks.
Yeah. And both of them are relatively simple to play, and WarningThump right now is actually executing quite well on this champion. Still, it is a Mansfield gold lead, although it is a very, very small one. A very even game thus far. Both teams sort of trying to pick those high percentage plays as opposed to really forcing a lot of situations. Again, it is a grand final, so you sometimes have to add that added pressure. It could be why these teams perhaps aren't playing as they normally do. But in a best of 5, I imagine as we get later into this evening, we're going to see more aggressive plays and more aggressive starts.
Yeah, and that's going to be the way. It's going to be these more aggressive against a game one where they just want to make sure the nerves aren't actually impacting their players. You say it all the time, you know, nerves can either make you play over aggressive or under aggressive, and I think you're seeing a case of under aggressive in this game. I mean, actually, not really. They're playing pretty reasonably. There's a couple of things, you know, you could play a little bit harder. I go for more aggressive dragons. Kha'Zix could look for a little bit more aggressive kills. I think Kha'Zix needs to play around this top side. I think Kipkangaroo and WarningThump could definitely put some kills onto this Fiora. Malphite has amazing gank setup, especially for that Kha'Zix offering the big CC chunk as well as these slows to constantly keep Fiora poked away. Of course, Kha'Zix has no CC as well for the Fiora to parry. So, you know, plenty of opportunities to take kills onto Kipkangaroo on the top side.
The issue, though, is just take a look at that vision on the top side of the map right now for Mansfield. They are completely aware of how easy it is and how much Destroy Nubs would probably be wanting to make those plays. So 2 control wards on their own jungle just to make sure more of those tower dives that we saw before
but
do
I feel
not
like
happen
even with
again.
vision, if Kha'Zix just walks his dead as we see it, Kha'Zix can something in the mid lane here.
Yeah, actually this looks pretty good right now for the Hillbrook side. They are going to be able to chunk Arventus out, who looks for that re-engage. Gotta be careful you don't get taunted under the tower. Destroy Nubs is able to escape. So a good chunk of damage is going to force a reset out of Arventus, who does have teleport available, but but probably won't want to use it for another 3 minutes, as Cloud Drake is going to be a pretty important objective for each of these teams.
Yeah, Cloud Drake is going to be that deciding factor. Of course, Cloud Soul is something that, I mean, both these sides want, but Hillbrook probably wanted a little bit more than Mansfield do. I could definitely see Rakan taking use of it, as well as Fiora as well could use that to kind of chase someone down. As Suki will again fighting against MAJØR there in the jungle, but will not be the case. MAJÖR's been quite quiet, even though it accrued quite a decent CS lead, but Arventus has done very well to actually keep up in farm and kind of catch up, as we see him up on the top side now doing the Rift Herald and can maybe look for a play towards his top side.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do. Jungler reveals himself bot, you go ahead and take the objective up top, especially with mid lane kind of in that equalized state. It would be a long path for this Graves to go. So Graves will have to settle for sailing away a blue buff instead. Bot lane able to roam up and provide assistance for that. I think that means it's time to escape right now if you're Hillbrook. DoomGoat taking his time and getting out of there right now. Could be in a bit of trouble. Will fall back to the tower and should be able to get out fine.
It doesn't get punished for that bit of greed. It's Iron destroyed. Go for an equal invade on the other side. Takes out those controls, so Kipkangaroo will know. I mean, he is nice and healthy. Did go back to base, in fact, and looked to heal up. And actually rushed a Manamune on Fiora. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but must be a newish build that's come up as he puts some wards, more wards down in the jungle here. And I don't know if he should be going for this. I think Kha'Zix could almost 1v1 it.
Yeah, Kha'Zix can definitely 1v1 this. The parry is not going to get a stun. Destroy Nubs should be able to get that leap from underneath the tower. Kipkangaroo has time to escape, but now will come Rift Herald, although the MAJÖR is here to do some major damage. Back to Destroy Nubs. Unstoppable force over the wall. Heroic entrance follow-up as well. Gets the knock-up on the WarningThump, but that was Ryan's overpower. Also arriving. A kill has already fallen. Destroy Nubs did go down to Arventus, who now should be looking for a bit more. Had to take that long way around despite Jinxs' Fishbonez holding the rest of Hillbrook in place. Ryan overpower should make it to the tower, but is it safe? I'm not too sure. No minions means any dive is going to have to be face tanked, and not by the Rakan or the Fiora. That means Arventus is a bit out of position, but no one's there to punish.
Yeah, no one there to punish just yet as Arventus goes down, and that for me kind of spells the end of Hillbrook's chance in this game. Mansfield have always been the better macro team, the better team at playing around each other's strengths and playing together, and they always reflect that in their drafts. Oh, I just noticed mobility boots in Rakan, and I'm upset. Mobility boots are bad. They nerfed them, and Swifty is almost 100% better. Yeah. There's any situation where you take Mobies anymore.
The only reason why I would sort of disagree with that, though, is like, when is Rakan going to be farming in a situation where the Moby boots won't be like proactively used?
You get more movement speed of Swifties anyway. Swifties actually give you higher amount of movement speed even when Mobies are activated. It's the same. I think it's like 10 more movement speed, but it's so insignificant. Because they nerfed the max of Mobies, and they maxed Moby. They nerfed the slow you get too.
As we see right now, it's still going to be a bit of posturing over this next Cloud Drake, as Hillbrook looking to go ahead and engage on this dragon, although Arventus needs to be a bit careful now the rest of Mansfield has arrived, and they're going to be looking for that pick on the Ryan overpower. Arventus not liking looks, and it does lead to a counter engage. Jinxs' Fishbonez from the dragon pit might be caught way out of position in Hillbrook. They're hungry for that one. Killer Instinct helps secure the kill for DoomGoat. No support available for Mansfield. They might have to concede this dragon. It looks like Kipkangaroo is already committing to the top side, and Mansfield will have to back away.
I mean, there was a lot of flashes blown there, though. Sila's flash blown, and Suki Lol's flash was burnt as well to chase down that kill onto Jinxs' Fishbonez. And I mean, it was definitely, they got a good kill, but I'm not sure if it was worth the amount of investment. They threw 2 ultimates at him as well. And I think DoomGoat's, you can see the Halo Blades Xayah really paying off, has completed her Manamune. In fact, when that gets stacked up to a Mirror Mana, it's going to be very, very strong on that AD carry. And I mean, that is kind of their key core carry in this comp. It is the Xayah. I mean, they do have the Kha'Zix, which is kind of the other secondary carry, I suppose. But I guess the job of this Kha'Zix is to look for flanks, look for picks in these team fights while Xayah goes in and pretty much tries to 1v5 with the dive assistance from the Galio ultimate that will be stolen away, or the Rakan ultimate, whatever Ryan overpower so chooses. So they have got very nice dive assist. Malphite as well help support this Xayah, and they've kind of got one of those protect the carry by killing the enemy team. Kind of, it's not a proper protect the carry combo. It's not a, but it is all around what Xayah goes for. It's to set up her ultimate, to set up that killer instinct to get her into the backline and get some mad damage down on these carries from Mansfield.
Yeah, and I do expect to see that coming into play relatively soon. Hillbrook does have to be careful though, because items are starting to get completed on that Mansfield side as we get closer and closer to about that 25-minute mark where this team composition really is going to come online. Moving forward, though, I mean, credit where credit's due. Hillbrook, yeah, they have a kill lead. They're a little bit behind in gold, but they've been staying very competitive thus far.
Xayah going for a Zeal item second. not happy. IE second, you don't need the attack speed. Berserker Greaves gives you enough with your W to get the attack speed cap with lethal tempo. But that's alright. It's not terrible, it just makes it just, you know, optimal. You're not pumping out maximum mid-game damage, but maybe when Xayah is not meta, you do need that bit of extra attack speed, but extra survivability maybe if you're going for a PD second. Helps survive that initial burst that's going to come out of this Kha'Zix and Malphite combo, which is going to be very devastating in these team fights.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a defensive build, and I think Mansfield might be falling back on it just because that early game didn't necessarily go as well as they would have liked. I think if they were playing with a little bit more of a lead, you probably would have seen them go for that eye edge, but instead they might be looking to get a little bit more reserved, maybe play for a little bit later, really allow Kipkangaroo to finally establish a split push if it's going to be possible. WarningThump, though, has done such a good job in sort of shutting down Kipkangaroo that Mansfield coming up with a backup strategy to almost win this game. I feel like they're going to have to start trying to almost force some fights.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the case. I mean, I still think Mansfield are in the driver's seat. They're up 500 gold, despite being down on objectives and well, I mean, yeah, down on objectives and kills. So they are still doing quite well to stay in this game. And I mean, their mid-game team fights is going to be the big difference maker. When they can look for these big Rakan engagements, when you can look for the big Xayah ultimate with Arventus behind you and Kipkangaroo on a flank, that is where they're going to be at most powerful. And they've played a very safe control game where they know, look, once we get ahead, we're going to really take over this here, gank in the bottle.
Yeah, this is just a hard engage. They're going for the 2v2 as we see the Featherstorm come through. That does bring out a teleport. Mansfield already arriving onto the scene, and it should have been a 3v3, but Hillbrook, they were uncommitted to that fight. The collateral damage gets the kill on Orianna overpowered just as Arventus calmly walks to the scene. Heroic entrance still available, but it's not even going to be bothered to be used. That should be a tower unless Hillbrook do something absolutely crazy. They will not, but we're not done yet. Another nice knock-up, and the follow-up engage is there. Taunt Suki and take down this Nautilus. Happy game just going straight through that bot lane, and now you have Destroy Nub sort of watching in the wings. Has to be careful he doesn't get caught out. This fight has already been lost.
Yeah, and that Galio there, you see, completed the proto belt, has got that bit of extra damage available as well. Looks like he's going for either a Zhonya's or a MR1 second, but we'll have to see. But that's the power of this Mansfield team fight. Once this Rakan gets, or once the Xayah really gets that first item, she has so much critical strike in her kit already, plus the massive attack damage she has bulk from these items. She just does so much damage. Galio's down there as well, helps with the counter engage. The Silas TP'd straight into a Blade Caller and got instantly rooted and shredded from the entire Xayah ultimate. That Blade Caller there helped to really pull through everything. The Featherstorm just lays out so many feathers in those. They do armor shred, and the feathers, when you pull it back, it does 25% armor shred, I think. So instantly delete Ryan Overpower's health bar there, and couldn't stack up that Conqueror, couldn't get anything going for him on that Silas in the mid lane, and just went instantly down. And Arventus actually picking up those kills means he's going to be nice and strong coming into this mid game. And up on this top side, Kipkangaroo continuing to farm away, and you see the power of the 4-man squad that Mansfield have. If even in a 4v5, they would still win those team fights if they won that so convincingly. I remember just looking for something on MAJØR. Wait, what?
Oh no, I think he was invisible. MAJØR may have missed him because the ultimate was used. No, the ultimate wasn't even used by Destroy. No, yes, okay, it was used.
It was used after he saw him. He ordered into the. I think it didn't mean to. I think he was ordering the wolf, but the shotgun came off and hit the Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Like the spray and revealed him.
That was bizarre.
That was odd. That was real odd.
All right, then.
And I think Arventus was just. I mean, for one, he has red smite instead of blue smite. That's on Kha'Zix. You need blue smite if you're not going to upgrade your W first. Because your W gives, if you don't know, the upgraded W on Kha'Zix is 90% slow, which is basically a stun. Like 90% slow is ridiculous for 3 seconds.
As we do see Arventus going ahead, clearing some vision, as now the rest of Mansfield will be moving up, and they're going after Ryan's overpower, and that's where the Cloud Drake kind of comes back against you. Quickening actually gets 2, as DoomGoat gets caught in it as well, but the damage won't be able to follow through for that second kill. Either way, Hillbrook, they are scattered in their own jungle, and they don't know if they want this or not. They might not have a choice, as Arventus still looking for picks, went after WarningThump, not going to be able to take him down. As this is happening, Cloud Drake will be secured. Split push is established up on the top side. Mansfield have taken this game over pretty much exactly when we thought they would.
Yeah, and this is the famous Mansfield macro that we know them so well for. Able to just sit around the map and just slowly take down the rest of the game. Kipkangaroo over on his side lane, initiating that 4-1 play, getting those kills in. That kind of Cloud Soul, I've never ever seen Cloud Soul map actually make a difference. Like, I've seen Ocean Soul make a difference, I've seen Mountain and, of course, Infernal make a difference because they just changed the terrain of the map or the bushes, but the Cloud Draw with their little movement speed things really doesn't do anything I find. But right then it gave that just huge boost in movement speed because, of course, movement speed scales off each other. It's multiplicative. So if you've got a 10% buff and then you've got a 10% buff on top of the 10% buff, it considers it, makes it a 12% buff. So that quickness there, pop over kind of just meant that engage was so much faster and quicker, and something you know, almost to come if that Cloud Soul is completed. We see
Ryan overpower going deep after it. Will instead just grab himself some Fishbonez and have to be a lot. What was funny about that was that wasn't even his target. He was going after Happy Game right there, but you know, you'll settle for what you can get.
He'll settle for the support skill and the flash as well from Rakan has gone, as well as Arventus Shrinub's kind of starting to fall off. I mean, even for that assassination play on the Graves already had his true grit stacking up a bit of armor, so not much happened. You see that slow. Yeah, he has got upgraded W first. Oh, maybe he did it second because he's
I think it's second.
Now. Should have done it first, but it doesn't matter.
Well, the only reason why I would argue it's okay to take it second in this situation is just because, again, they really needed to get those early kills, and just going for the Q first does give that extra damage, which can't help you in that early game.
Is it Q? I thought you do WEQ. Sorry, WER or R. I think you go RWE. I upgrade. I haven't played Kha'Zix in a long time. I haven't looked into Kha'Zix. It hasn't been there for one time. Looks like he's done the Q upgrade though.
Yeah.
Looks like his claws are a bit longer. But I usually thought you wanted the 3 Rs because you'd go Nimbus Cloak.
For me, this depends on the early game. It's determinant on that early game. Like if you're looking for that strong early game, I tend to go Q first. If I'm kind of struggling more early game, actually sometimes I will go R first.
Yeah.
W is typically what I would take second, and then third would be the.
Because Kha'Zix was OP ages ago with Conqueror because you would go Nimbus Cloak plus R upgrade. So you would get 3 Rs, which proc your Nimbus Cloak 3 different times.
And it was ridiculous.
With Dustblade, with going unseen every time, and your damage output was just nuts.
Yeah, that was those were the Kha'Zix glory days, which are unfortunately a bit behind us. It's still destroying nubs on the Kha'Zix. 3-1-0, I think, has had an impact on this game. Probably the best show we've seen from Hillbrook, I should say, at this stage of the game. The kills have been coming from the Kha'Zix, although again with Hillbrook right now, I think they're going to be waiting to get a little bit later before they might have a chance to fight back into this. They need a bit more damage still on to DoomGoat, who needs to kind of stop getting caught out in these awkward situations. Those 2 deaths each could have been preventable, I feel like, on DoomGoat, and have been holding Hillbrook back. Mansfield, though, they're going to make it tougher and tougher as this game progresses. This is one of the best teams with a lead in terms of, again, slowly taking you down, getting objectives, and really just forcing you on your own side of the map and always playing reactively. And Suki might be getting punished. We'll be able to walk away. This still, though, is Mansfield trying to bait that fight around the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit too early, I think, to pull out of that brush. I think could have potentially waited for him to walk up a little bit further. Suki lol, that is, to pick up a kill. And Mansfield, again, showing this supreme display of macro talent. But here's the thing. They just start the Baron. There's no wards on it here from the Hillbrook side, and I don't think they'll expect him to do an early Baron. But if they walk straight to it now, Kipkangaroo has that teleport available to come and join. You can see Arventus Shrinub's now on the bot side. Go and do the Baron, Mansfield. It's so free right now, but they're all over here trying to catch out this Kha'Zix and
they're going to catch the Kha'Zix, and this could be a catalyst for a Baron perhaps, although Destroy Nubs is going to be barely able to escape. I believe this will probably lead to a Mansfield reset, and the game will be extended a little bit longer. As this is happening, though, a bit of a siege happening up top, as it does look like Arventus is winning that solo matchup pretty easily at this stage against Ryan Overpower. Kipkangaroo starting to come back more and more against WarningThump as well, despite being down a couple deaths, realistically. If you take a look at the items, I mean, you have that Trinity Force already finished on Kipkangaroo, so should be able to handle the Malphite a little bit better. Hillbrook, not in the best position.
No, they're definitely not in that best position. But it's kind of their draft has really put them behind in this game. We kind of alluded to, they tend to pick Xayah, which isn't that great. Ryan Overpower and Arventus Shrinubs, of course, role swapped, and RNL has really only been in the jungle to play with Hecarim. I really want to see him swap out. I want to see his Xayah, man. I think if he played Xayah, especially into Arventus, who has been known to not be super solid in lane, and Xayah is fantastic into Galio because you can just constantly poke him down. Xayah and Lucian are probably the 2 best picks you can play into the Galio. And I really think if they swap that up, I think Ryan Overpower's jungle is quite good. He can play the Sejuani, he can play the Fiddlesticks, you can support his laners correctly, and I really think that's probably the best lineup that Hillbrook will have and their best chance of winning this game. However, Mansfield here, I mean, they are just so far ahead. They need to start the Baron. Like, just go and do Baron. There's no need to look for picks and fights, which is technically the right thing to do is look for picks. But if you're just going to do and start the Baron up straight away, that's going to be the way they go. But it looks like they're going to focus more towards getting this Cloud Soul point locked in for themselves, and there's nothing Hillbrook can really do to contest. And
they're still going to, though, I feel like. I mean, it's the nature of high school esports. We're going to have a fight right now. Watch WarningThump. That's going to be the key. Engager. No, it's actually going to come for Arventus. Only gets 2 on the taunt, but straight to the backline goes Jinxs. It's Fishbonez with the heroic entrance follow-up. Gets the big knock-up on the DoomGoat, who is zoned out of this fight. Yet still, the peel comes back to protect him, but it's going to be too little too late as MAJØR has already secured that double kill. Front line of Hillbrook is gone. Backline running for their life, but should get run down by the MAJØR eventually. No! The slow actually does enough to help the rest of Hillbrook escape, or does it? Meanwhile, up above, another showdown happening as Ryan Overpower is going to try to get that solo kill onto Kipkangaroo. That's going to be a mistake as Kipkangaroo picks up another 3 deaths on the side of Hillbrook, and they are going to lose that dragon as well.
Almost the aces, Ryan and DoomGoat limp away with very low health bars intact. They will pick up the soul point, and I want to keep the Baron. I think if that was a Baron instead, that's the game right there. They pick up that Baron buff, they walk straight to top side after a reset, and they just end the game.
Well, I think they're going to be walking to Baron right now, so they will be getting that.
But they shouldn't do it now, because now they've got gold in their pockets and they're low on resources and ultimates, and now this is where you lose a team fight on the other side, because the team gets to refresh with fresh gold and fresh cooldowns and fresh health bars, and you're sitting here on half health doing a Baron that's going to take too long to do, and you're going to die.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, a lot of those big ultimates have been used, although Killer Instinct still available. So DoomGoat could go for something crazy, actually. Destroy Nubs does have that smite available. Vision is on that Baron. It's low. Steal attempt's not going to be successful, and it will be secured by Mansfield, who pick up Destroy Nubs as well. They get away with the risky Baron play, and they should be able to reset and now start to look to crack the base of Hillbrook.
Yeah, I mean, that's well played there from Mansfield to secure it. Arnold straight I think if they all went for a big engager, I think honestly, if Silas stole off the Galio ultimate, went in instantly with Arnold Destroy Nubs and DoomGoat ulted in as well, I think that would have been their play to go for. Suki flashes over the wall, exhausts the Xayah. Big team fight win to Hillbrook. They turn this game right around with potentially sealing that Baron back. But now that Mansfield have it, I think that 33-minute win, I think that prediction is still on track. I think they should be able to, if they stick together, if they put 4 of them in one lane, put Kip in the other, the 4-man unit way too strong, i.e. now completed on the Xayah. She's going to look towards PD as that final item before going into something a bit different, like maybe QSS or Bloodthirster. I don't know what Xayah builds these days, but that Baron empowered minion is going to be so hard for Hillbrook to stop. The team fight is going to be so good here from Mansfield, all cashed up, and of course reset up as well. This Baron buff so huge, and if this play doesn't work, they still have that Cloud Soul spawning in 3 minutes, and they're going to have lane priority because of the Baron, so they will grab that Cloud Soul, which will help them close out this game. So Hillbrook are really going to start looking towards game 2, and they had a very exciting strategy in game 1. They wanted to come out with this Kha'Zix and do something, but hasn't been the case. As maybe never mind, one auto from Kipkangaroo just half-health.
Yeah, well, an attempt was made right there. It would have been a pretty stellar kill had Destroy Nubs been able to sort of shut down that split push. It could have been a way back into it, but right now, the power of Baron-empowered cannons. Hillbrook too scared to step forward to sort of stop this siege, as up above Kipkangaroo absolutely destroying the base. Eventually, that's going to fall down, and now top lane is going to be exposed. Kipkangaroo looking for that flank. It's going to go straight after DoomGoat. The peel is there, but that just opens the door for everyone waiting in Mansfield down the middle. Heroic entrance going to come. A couple heroic entrances, actually, as everyone's getting knocked up and thrown around. Still, it is Arventus who gets that rampage. Hillbrook's front line is already retreating. No one's getting out of this alive. The double kill for the Galio, and at 32.5 minutes, here comes Mansfield trying to hit that 33-minute mark.
I mean, it's good for once to finally have a prediction reign true. I think it's been a long time since I predicted a high school end correctly.
Well, there you go.
32 minutes, 42 seconds. So I think I can take a W here on the.
I think you do. I think
I'll put this back on.
That is the W. Oh wow! See, you're getting so back.
I've lost the privilege of it, but now I've got a correct prediction. I think I'm allowed to put my suit jacket back on. And
awesome.
As we go into the end of game 1 with Mansfield up 1-0, which are closing closer and closer to winning the Regional Rift playoffs. So we will be back in that 5-minute timing you see at the top of our screen. So make sure you guys stick around for the next potentially 4 games of High School League Legends coming at you. Well, everybody, welcome back to game 2 of this high school. Well, I don't know what it's called, Regional Rift.
It is
I'm not
the
sure
Regional
what,
Rift.
like how we incorporate the Queensland High School into it. We haven't worked out the name yet, and it's the grand final. So
Queensland High School. It's the Queensland High School League.
Regional Rift. Presented by Legion by Lenovo.
Exactly.
Presented with Legion by Lenovo, because the double buy in there just sounds a bit.
I mean,
anyways,
we can always just read what it says on the screen, right? Legion by Lenovo High School League of Legends Regional Rift Queensland, aka LLHSLRRQ.
You put the LOL.
No, it's LOL. Sorry. So it's LLHSLOLRRQLD.
Or we're including the B, so it's LBLHSLOLRRQLD.
Where's the B?
By Legion by Lenovo.
Oh, okay.
LBLHSLOLRRQLD.
Perfect.
Look at that.
Rolls off the tongue. Anyways, we're getting ready to go into game number 2 between Mansfield and Hillbrook. Game number 1 did go Mansfield way at your correctly predicted time of 33 minutes. It was a mid-game comp. They took it over at the middle of the game, and then they won the game. Hillbrook, their draft left a little bit to be desired. There were some weaknesses which Mansfield were able to exploit. Let's see as we get into game 2 if they're going to be able to adjust their draft and put up a more competitive front.
That's the one. I definitely want to see Iron Destroy Nubs play mid. I want to see him play mid at least one time, because I've seen his play similar to the Legion by Lenovo Savage Play of the Week many times on his Xayah, and he's some really nice Xayah plays, and I just want to see it in game one time. Because I myself have been, Xayah's one of the champions where I go, like, he's actually one of my favorite champions in terms of his lore and thematics and stuff like that, but I just can't play him. He's just too clicky for me.
I love
But
Xayah.
I mean, I've been meaning to put time into him, but he's just so hard to play, and I just don't have time to learn him. As we are in Champions League once again in the Camille, taken straight away from Mansfield. Of course, Hillbrook now on the blue side, and Mansfield one game off that match point. If they can go up to 2-0, man, Hillbrook's going to be looking in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Hillbrook pretty much needs to approach this one like a must-win game. Obviously, they'll still have another chance. And interesting that they are hard focusing Kipkangaroo. I did feel as if that Malphite was the correct answer to the play before. And banning the Fiora before that Malphite gets taken away actually has me a little bit surprised. I think
they should be on the Galio, to be honest. I think get Arventus off the Galio and take advantage of his mid lane. I think, you know, he even died once in lane on a Galio, which is something you don't see very often. But when it does happen, you go, right, if you don't get him on Galio, what's he going to play next in mid? Like Fiora, as you see, the Galio ban is taken away. I like that a lot. Again, I'm not too sure about leaving Caitlyn up, though. That's the biggest thing. I think Caitlyn is something you need to take away. I think leave up the Fiora, because the Fiora wasn't really a problem. I mean, he started to scale, but I think if you play the Shen actually into the Fiora rather than the Malphite, you're going to be doing much better overall. But maybe their idea is they're going to first pick the Caitlyn because they are on blue side. That's kind of been the case you see in pro meta. So I could see that being a viable pick. And I think if they take that Caitlyn away, Happy Game will be looking for something else, is that Hecarim is locked in and the Ashe is actually going to be their answer, which I don't mind. Ashe into Caitlyn is still a good matchup if they give that over.
I like the Ashe being prioritized as well over the Caitlyn for the Hillbrook side. I think it's a bit easier of a champion to pilot, just because that ultimate, you can still have a major effect on a team fight, even if this early game doesn't necessarily go your way. The Leona taken, I like this Leona pick as well. Ashe doesn't have a lot of mobility, easy to get into her face.
I don't like Leona pick because Leona Caitlyn is garbage.
Yes.
Leona Caitlyn is so bad because the range that Leona wants to play is complete opposite to Caitlyn, and every time Leona goes in, Kate is going to be either out of range for put the traps down to counter the CC because it's not quick enough, or Caitlyn is going to be too close, or he's going to be able to put the traps down, but she's too close and she's going to get counter engaged on by the Ashe. So I think if they pick a Nautilus up here for that support, I think this 2v2 actually goes quite heavily in favor of Happy Game. In DoomGoat, I think Happy Game is not going to die. Happy Game Caitlyn is going to pop mid game, but the Leona early game is going to die over and over.
My issue, though, is actually not with the Leona. It's with the Caitlyn pick. I would have liked to see something like Ezreal taken here. I think Ezreal Leona is low-key one of the strongest lanes available. It's one of those lanes that can punish an Ashe quite heavily because you have that ability to get on it. And the Leona pick is as much a defensive pick as it is an offensive pick, because by going for that Leona Ezreal, you get rid of the Ashe Leona, which would have been coming, especially with that Morgana ban.
I would have liked Jhin Nautilus. Because Jhin Nautilus counters Leona. Nautilus does really want to Leona. I'm surprised they did not pick up Nautilus in that third spot there. I'm not sure why they haven't played Ashe Nautilus. I think if you play Ashe Nautilus, that really sets up that bot lane 2v2 to go heavily in Hillbrook's favor. Again, you can see Mansfield putting together another quite cohesive composition. They've got Arventus on Orianna this game, so another similar supportive kind of mid laner. Obviously Galio taken away, so able to just not play. I like the Silas again from Ryan over Power. It's not terrible. The new Will Up is something new out of RNL Destroy Nubs, and I think it's better than the Kha'Zix and has definitely early game potential. There's a lot of frostiness happening on the Hillbrook side, especially if they go for the Frail Yord Silas skin. I think that could be interesting here, and I think this mid lane is going to be a big area here for this Silas Nunu to really take over. But the problem I find with Hillbrook's comp is they actually don't have a lot of damage, and you don't want to play a carry into Kipkangaroo because we saw how that went last week for Somerset, who are two of the best players, and when you're WarningThump, who's probably not better than Kipkangaroo in lane, it's a bit hard to really play one of those damage style top laners into him.
So, while there isn't a lot of damage initially, I still think getting like a bruiser jungle. Look, I actually want to go full Frail right now. I think if Hillbrook can finish up their comp, and this might sound crazy, Olaf Volibear, you've got your damage there.
Wait, Olaf.
And you Olaf jungle, Volibear top. Oh wait, Nunu.
Actually, the one pick I wouldn't mind is Braum. I wouldn't mind seeing Braum in a support role, because Braum Ashe has really good synergy, of course.
It does.
Has the ability to, I mean, with the slow that Ashe applies, you're able to stack up that passive as Ekko is going to be the jungler for MAJØR here, which I like. That's a really, really strong jungle champion, and that gives them something to come back. And I think Ekko jungle is the most OP thing in the game. I hate Ekko. He's like my Ekko and Fizz are like my two most hated champions to play against in mid lane, or Ekko jungle is just so broken. Like,
I love how everyone always has that one champion that no matter what, no matter the meta, no matter the situation, they are going to hate. It's good to know for you that's Ekko. For me, by the way, it's Talon.
I mean, Ekko, it's just because Ekko jungle is OP. I've been banning him heaps. I don't actually mind Ekko in lane.
Oh, they did go to Volibear.
I play a fair bit of Echoes. Volibear will be locked in as a top laner. I don't mind that. And I don't mind center support either. I mean,
I like Senna more than Pike.
I don't like this. Don't go Pike, please. I had to play this in solo queue. I don't
like Senna
want to see
more
it
than
again.
Pike. I like Senna more than Pike. They are going to go for the Senna, and I think that is the right choice in this situation.
Even Ashe TK would have been a really nice lane too, actually. But Senna has popped up as the kind of counter to Caitlyn, as she kind of tends to outrange Caitlyn, has that bit of utility as well. I don't like the double range into Leona. I think that gives you a lot of opportunity to take it down, but I suppose it depends if you're confident in that lane or not. And Singed for Kipkangaroo. Interesting pick up there is that will be the Kennen instead, which is something a little bit more in his wheelhouse. But I mean, I don't know how that Kennen Volibear matchup goes. What I kind of find funny is they've Mansfield has picked in reverse order.
They have.
They picks up the top. Which is actually not a bad way to actually pick, to be honest. Is you pick your bot lane 1-2, you pick your mid laner, you ban out 2 counters to your mid laner, and then you pick your jungle and then counter pick top. It's not terrible way to draft the game, but it's just funny when you see it back to front.
I going back though to sort of this team composition and going back to the bot lane, which is definitely looking like the most interesting one so far. You did comment before that Hillbrook might have been lacking some of that damage later. I do think the Senna actually does still do a good job of sort of making up for it because both of those bot laners are going to hit like a truck. Ashe more during that mid game, and I think we'll see more Senna late game. I almost feel like Senna is almost in position to be the primary carry if we do get late, which is kind of funny. I'm also a little bit sad that there's no real tanks that Ashe is going to be able to shred except for that Leona. Once the Blade of the Ruined King does get completed for the Ashe, though, I feel Hillbrook is just going to run right through the bot lane of Mansfield.
Yeah, I mean, once that is up and available, it's going to be quite difficult. The one thing I do like about Hillbrook's comp is they actually have, although none of their champions individually are heavily damaged, they're all utility champs that have half utility, half damage. So overall, they actually do have quite a bit of damage in their team. And if I'm looking at those two team comps, I like Hillbrook's comp a lot more. I still think Mansfield are going to take this game because they kind of have more options, I suppose. I think MAJØR is going to be the biggest factor in this game, depending if it's going to win or lose. If he pops up on this Ekko jungle, I could definitely see them taking this game quite quickly. But I think this is going to be a lot more of a 50-50 coin flip kind of game. I don't like the bot game. I think they could have picked a better bot lane or picked a better counterpart for that. Caitlyn there, I think Caitlyn Lux even probably would have been a decent answer to, and I'm not a fan of this Leona lane. Although, I can see it working out as well. It just depends how well you can execute together. And NComms is a bit better. I just know every time I've played Caitlyn with an engaged support, even like a Blitzcrank or anything like that, it's just so annoying to play with. And I think something like a Jhin would pair much better with that aggressive support.
I still feel it would have been a good game for Ezreal as well, especially with some of the shutdown that you're seeing from the Hillbrook side. Having that extra mobility, able to dodge something that Jhin doesn't necessarily have unless he's getting crit after crit after crit. I've seen that fast build. It's actually pretty amazing. Either way, though, I do like Mansfield team composition a little bit more, knowing these teams' play styles.
Yeah.
I feel Mansfield, they are going to be that proactive team. I think MAJØR on this Ekko, he's going to play it kind of similar to that Graves, and he's going to accelerate some key lanes, I feel, early in mid-game. The big one going to be that top side. I wouldn't be too shocked if Kipkangaroo actually kind of does one of those AD Kennen builds and looks to be a harasser and that split pusher in that regard. Keep WarningThump down and behind, and then they'll sort of play, again, that sort of split push style. Kennen can do that.
It definitely can, but I don't think that's Kennen's best build and ability. The one thing I will have to say with this Kennen top is they've got a lot of AP top side.
Yes.
And WarningThump, if he builds any armor early game, I'm going to be really upset.
Yes.
I think you need to build, or if he doesn't build MR early on, I'm going to be upset, because if you build even just the MR boots, like that's going to pretty much negate everything MAJØR and Kipkangaroo want to try and do in that 2v2 up on the top side and in the mid lane as well. I think that full AP top side of the map makes it a little difficult, and I think you really need AD laners when you pair it with an AP jungler or vice versa. You know, having that damage difference, I suppose, in the early game is such a big thing you really need if you're going to attack a lane early on. And I do think Mansfield team fight is much better. I think they've got the dive there to help with the Orianna ball. You know, you put a ball on you're going to put it on the Leona, probably Leona's going to be your ball carrier. Yeah. Maybe Ekko too, but Ekko has that support dive. You have that front line, back line with Kipkangaroo looking for a flank, and you have Arventus and Happy Game able to sit back. Orianna use the slows in the queue to kind of zone out and protect. And it's kind of funny because Orianna is kind of going to be the support for the Caitlyn and going to be peeling Happy Game and keeping her alive. That mid lane is going to be so important in doing that. But because you have two mid laners in this jungle and mid lane duo, one more supportive, one more aggressive, more assassin, they kind of balance each other well, and you've got a very nice, well-rounded team fight comp. Just in laning is where this Mansfield bot lane doesn't work. In the team fight phase, if you've got something to look after Happy Game, if Arventus is looking after Happy Game, you've got a very good comp from Mansfield.
And that's why I'm going to be looking at RNL Destroy Nubs. I want to see a big level 3 gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, and
Nunu is so good at that.
I want to see Silas here take over this game. I think. I mean, he doesn't have many good ultimates to steal this game. I think this is now more Ryan Overpower's kind of comfort pick. He likes playing this Silas, but he hasn't got much to steal away except maybe the Kennen.
Kennen and Leona.
But again, it hasn't got those ultimates where he's able to go into a team fight and make a huge impact. And even though the Orianna ball is a good ultimate to steal, I suppose a very powerful one, you have to be in there with your body to get the shockwave off.
Slicing Maelstrom is one of the best ultimates in the game on a silence.
No. I mean, but as long as he can get in the middle of the team fight. If he can't get in the middle, if he's unable to hit his E, there's no real way for him to actually get in to that 5-man squad. And given the fact that Mansfield's comp is going to be so spread out too, if he's going to try and land that slicing Maelstrom, it's either going to have to be his counter engage, because there's going to be Leona, Ekko, and Kennen all on your carries, and Arventus and Happy are going to be spread out enough, in theory, that they're going to be able to kite you out if you're able to come in. You're going to have to hit that E on the Orianna to maybe hit the Caitlyn with a slicing Maelstrom, but even then, flashes, QSSs, etc. are available. I think it's just too hard for Silas to get a big impactful ultimate this game.
We will see. I actually believe in the slicing Maelstrom, especially if it's follow-up with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but this is sort of one of those dream teamfight situations. Again, though, the point I was trying to get at before was Destroy Nubs on this Nunu level 3. That's actually going to be very critical. I think people underestimate the sheer amount of crowd control Nunu has at level 3, and you just need one other piece of CC sometimes to pretty much all but secure a kill. And mid lane is going to be, I think, that best option for it. You even see the Ignite taken by Ryan Overpower as opposed to the Teleport. I think that's going to be the avenue that Hillbrook is going to have to play through. Again, I wanted to see more of that in game number 1, the Ryan Overpower Destroy Nub synergy. We got hints of it, but it never really fully materialized, I feel like. This is the game where it's going to have to, because Ryan Overpower, as you said, probably going to be the one who has to take over this game during the early and mid stage for Hillbrook. They got to play through that mid lane.
Yeah, and I think that is where it's going to be. Arventus, of course, has been pretty much playing exclusively Galio. Whenever he's been on anything ranged and a bit more squishy like this Orianna, super susceptible to ganks. That's Orianna. You really need to be a good player, is managing your ball correctly in lane and constantly just playing for that mid game and farming. And you need to actually be quite a good micro player to control Orianna, worry about where your ball is, and be able to use that to get over from the jungle. The one thing she does have is phase rush, which I do like. It gives that ability to maybe get out if she's under pump in this mid lane. But again, it's kind of very hard to execute. And I think if the Nunu ever gets to top of her, the slow is going to be way too much, so that phase rush isn't even going to make a difference.
Speaking of phase rushes, take a look at Kipkangaroo and that Cole build up top with the phase rush. I think this is going to be that AD Kennen.
I mean, what do you go in normal? No, I'm pretty sure on AD Kennen you go press attack. I think you're supposed to go in, and then on normal AP Kennen you go...
Possibly.
I don't even know what you go on Kennen, like really. I haven't... He has so many different runes that, or keystones, sorry, that work well with these kit. You know, you can even go Glacial if you wanted to, Electrocute, Conqueror, Fleet, PTA, Comet, Airy for lane bully, especially Airy could be good too. So many. It's a bit like Gnar. I find Kennen and Gnar, they just have so much different styles they can go for in terms of builds, runes, etc. And I think
Cole is probably one of the least telling ones.
Yeah, actually. Especially Cole.
Well, it just means that he wants to farm faster, right? It's actually, you know, just showing how confident he feels in this matchup, though, opting for that Cole opening against a Volibear. And I think he's able to do that because of the phase rush. He knows he'll be able to kite even if WarningThump does try to engage on him, so he should be playing relatively safe, and it should be a pretty easy Cole go. Nice little root right there coming out of Suki. It's not going to accomplish too much. Mansfield bot lane has to be careful because it does look like Destroy Nub's first play could be happening on that bot side. It's not where I typically would have wanted to see it because I think there's more crowd control. Like the follow-up right there.
Yeah.
If there had been a Nunu coming through, Arventus is dead.
I mean,
that was
Arventus
that level
might
3
still be
play
dead regardless if we see Nunu.
Oh, don't get his blade in. That's just giving up your life, Fishbonez. But instead, it looks like a bit of a mix-up in terms of focus, and that means Mansfield can almost turn it around. The Ignite comes down, and it will secure Force Blood for Mansfield.
Yeah, the exhaust drop as well after the fact onto that onto the Caitlyn there, level 2 to level 2. I mean, I don't think the Zenith spell was intentional. I think like the snowball came out of Fog of War and he was trying to engage onto DoomGoat, but wasn't the case. Actually taking cleanse here on the Ashe, interestingly enough, so no heal available for this bot lane, but that's it. Even though they did go down in that, you know, obviously Iron Stripes fell, but they do now have summoner advantage. All 4 summoners were burnt for Mansfield, and only 1 was burnt on the Hillbrook side, which, you know, probably didn't even need to be burnt in that case at all. Arventus here in this mid lane really struggling against Ryan over.
I still think this is a big blow though for Destroy Nubs.
Yeah.
If you're going to go for that level 3 gank, that is the most frustrating thing to have happen when you have all your crowd control, pretty much a secure kill, even if it's on the support, but your bot lane is focusing on a different target. And because of that missed focus, Hillbrook, they give up first blood, and that's very, very bad. You also have to remember, like, that just means MAJØR, who's going to want to kind of farm himself up a little bit, maybe get himself ready for a possible level 4, level 5 play with those first items, now has time to sort of accelerate that jungle, although he didn't take full advantage of it. I don't know. That Hillbrook bot lane is now, I think, in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, especially the fact that you have Caitlyn, the world's biggest lane bully ever, with red buff as well. I think at level 6, they're going to look for a big dive bot lane. That's Ekko's biggest strength.
Well, he's going to come in at level 4 right now and almost gets DoomGoat. Follow through from Happy Game is there, and oh, this is going from bad for worse right now for this Hillbrook bot side.
Yeah, and it's because you have those 2 carries. Ashe is such a strong duelist in the early game. You want something that can make plays happen. That's why Ashe Leona is such a strong lane. Level 6 has that big all-in potential, and Suki lol still under tower will go down here.
Yeah, this should be a very easily secured kill. Jinx Fishbone, though, might go down to the tower on the tail end.
That's poor juggling off that tower aggro, but the red buffs on both of those carries means going to make light work of those tower plates up at the top. We see the Kennen and the Volibear just acknowledging each other, just like, yeah, we're not going to hurt each other, we're just going to farm up at this game so far. And you see the early game lane bully.
It was a trap, though. Never trust a bear, Mitch. Never trust a bear, because they're going to help out the other bear-type creature, as here comes Destroy Nubs, and they nearly get that kill on Kipkangaroo, who's able to flash out to safety.
And that phase rush saving him there too, so going for that bit of extra thing is maybe we could see a dive coming through here in the mid lane. Of Volibear doesn't have ultimate available, so can't shut down that tower, but didn't execute it quick enough, and Kipkangaroo luckily gets out and gets back to lane. We'll have to use that teleport to get back to the lane, as we see there.
Never trust a bear.
Never trust a bear, that's what you reckon?
Yeah, no.
Especially the polar bear. As you said, last week you elaborated the viciousness of the polar bears, in fact.
Yeah. I mean, you saw it right there. You said, oh, look, they're all good. They're all buddy-buddy. No, it was all buying time for the other bear. And, like, let's be honest here. Nunu is just a...
Well, Nunu's the kid, right? Nunu's a child.
Sorry, so
Nunu's a little baby.
Willump is a, you know... a deformed polar bear.
Deformed polar bear.
So,
it's a polar bear that looks like it's if a polar bear and a human came together and fused and made one.
Yeah. So the point is, don't trust bears. They're giant rats that smell bad. Anyways, a bit of a siege happening in the mid lane right now as Mansfield continues to sort of hold back in this one. Infernal Drake will be on the rift, and that will be our first thing we're contented for. As it's Mansfield who will get in that area first. You doing okay there?
I'm just starting to brag.
All right, that's all good. Mansfield will give you some time as they go ahead and take that Infernal Drake at 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Don't see any contest right here, although it's nearly actually taken with a cheeky play by Suki. Won't be the case at Mansfield. They're continuing to snowball through this bot lane.
I mean, it's a good pick up there from Mansfield to pick up that first Infernal Dragon. Means that will not be the soul available. And we'll have a different soul this game as Cloud is up next. And I think Mountain Ocean Dragon, two of those win more kind of dragons as well. And Overpower maybe in trouble in this mid lane, but not the case. The gank not or spotted out too quickly, too aware this Stars was as the Ignite must have been dropped very early there by Arventus.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ignite teleport. What am I doing?
That's all good. Yeah, Arventus did teleport
with that bear. That's so. I've never heard anyone call a bear a big scare, a big rat. What do you got? A big vicious rat?
No, I said it was a giant rat that smells bad.
Giant. That's right.
As Fishbonez does get caught, will be rooted in place, but no follow through just yet. There is really not much this Hillbrook bot lane can do until level 6, and even then, I don't think they're going to want to force any fight. Cole tends to lose out to the likes of a BF sword in terms of just pure damage output.
Yeah, that's generally the case. A big CS deficit. I think it's down to that support pit. Suki low going.
Oh, Arventus, yeah, nearly gets the solo kill. Shockwave no longer available, but that's okay. No real neutral objective to fight over except for Rift Herald, and I don't really see a world right now where Hillbrook is going to be making a play on that, especially with MAJØR currently invading on the top side.
Yeah, it is a big loss to Hillbrook because of that bot lane. And like, I mean, they opted for the Ashe. They had the opportunity to go for any AD carry they wanted. They first picked this Ashe, but they just paired it with a really poor support, honestly. They honestly, you know, probably should have gone for Leona first pick, honestly. Because I don't think Happy Game was going to pick the Ashe. He hasn't picked it yet, and I don't think he would play. I think he'd prefer to play the Caitlyn either way into Ashe. And I just, the support, you need something that can help Ashe duel. To take advantage of an Ashe lane, she is the strongest level 1 champion in the game. Oh, I don't know, one of the strongest champions early game. Hands down, because of that intended crystal, because of that Q, as we see Arventus going down.
It's always a sad day when Nunu is being invaded. He does get the blue buff, but is he just holding it in place? Not quite. Nice shockwave by Ryan Overpower, actually, to almost turn things around. Ignite was dropped on the MAJØR, who should be able to escape with help at that scuttle crab, but it could be Arventus paying the price. Nice flash. Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to connect, but it does not matter. Arventus will go down. Ryan Overpower picks up a kill.
I mean, that's a very, I mean, that right there is why you don't invade a Nunu. Nunu invades you. It's like the Soviet Russian meme from back in the days. He just chomps away on that blue buff, goes, look, I know I'm down to 10% health. I understand you've done a good work to really poke me down low and you try to force me off this objective, but you forget I have this one button called Q. I press it and my health bar comes back magically. It's kind of like Ekko Ultimate, except it's on the 20-second or 5-second cooldown.
It's a bit longer than that.
Anyways, the point is he gets his health back, follows up good rotations from both the mid and the top lane. The big smelly bear coming down, big smelly rat coming down to help out in that jungle river fight play thing to get the kills, and I'm going to be quiet.
Yeah, as we do see Kipkangaroo about to get jumped upon again, as here comes Nunu. Snowball is going to connect, but it's right into a slicing Maelstrom. Two-man stun, not going to save him this time, as WarningThump kind of thumps right on the head of Kipkangaroo there. Ultimate burned, but it's okay. Kill is secured for Hillbrook.
Yeah, that's the one. Is this tower. It will almost be secured as nice.
Oh my gosh, the damage out of Happy Game. A little bit surprised we didn't see the ace in the hole. I reckon that and the Solar Flare almost could have secured the kill.
Almost, but not just. I think they want to keep him in lane, keep this pressure out. If they force it back, they get a tower. If they get a kill, same thing. But
they're going to get a tower.
One's a little bit higher risk.
I think they get the tower either way at this stage. That tower cannot be defended. DoomGoat has already backed off, so bot side tower will go down. Unfortunately, there's no dragon to take on the tail end, but they still could be looking to, they don't really want to lane swap yet either. It's actually a little bit awkward how quickly that tower has fallen, but you know what? You take it, because that's also 5 plates, so it's going straight to that bot lane.
I think they should go top lane, right? And bot lane rotate straight to top lane. You know, they've already taken the dragon. The next dragon's up, I mean, in a minute, so maybe they could look to stick around for that play. But I think they're better off just going top, getting up the plates, getting the Rift Herald, giving up this first dragon, because they do outscale anyways. They already have the first dragon. Hillbrook later in this game don't do as well as Mansfield will. So they can obviously wait for that later stage of the game and not really worry about that. So taking this Rift Herald play, accelerating their lead even further, and really taking control of this map, and Hillbrook needs to make some fights happen.
Actually, this is the correct play, and I didn't think of it, and this is why I am not always the biggest brain. You send them mid. You send Orianna down to that bot lane, and that way they can rotate down to the dragon.
I think this really handicaps Arventus here, as you know, Orianna is really bad in side lanes, and right now with that tower up and available for him, he's going to really get caught out, and I think you're going to see him die a few times if Nunu's on his game, and I think that's, I mean, it's probably theoretically what you should do. I mean, I would still put him top lane if I'm macro coach here. because it allows Kennen to start accelerating the split push. You see Ryan over
Oh, here we go. Solar Flare is going to connect onto Happy Game and force the flash out. Jinx's Fishbonez just going to stay in the middle of everything. Flash engaging chance. Crystal Arrow is sidestepped by an auto as Happy Game does use it to take down Destroy Nubs. It's a 1-for-1 as support for jungler at this stage. I think the support is a little bit okay to die. The jungle is probably what you want as Dragon now has spawned onto the map. Ace in the hole. It is a successful kill as Ryan Overpower over flashes and gets sniped in the head.
They both flashed opposite directions. Suki long flash and Ryan Overpower was a flash were burnt there in that plane that Caitlyn taking over in this mid lane. And I was going to say, generally you don't want to swap your AD carry to mid lane when they're ahead because the mid lane is going to be higher in level and it's generally a good case, especially if your mid lane's losing, like in this situation.
Oh, that shockwave!
Was very nice, but still will lead to his death.
So we knew Arventus was probably going to die in this situation.
Overextending again. That's taken by jungle. I mean, I said it was going to happen. But the reason why you don't want to put your mid lane, your AD carry mid lane is because when the enemy mid laner is ahead, he's going to be up level 9 to level 7 and can generally 2v1 like he just did. I mean, didn't do it correctly, didn't execute flawlessly, but if it was flawless execution, you could have seen a double kill gone straight over to Ryan Overpower. So it's a little bit risky to put your AD carry in the mid lane while the enemy mid laner is ahead.
Yes, and well, now is when I want to see them actually do the more traditional rotation. Now is when I want to send that mid lane to, or well, I guess the bot lane to top. The top laner should now go to bot, and Orianna should be going back to her own mid lane. That would be ideal right now, and you can see already Happy Game and Fishbonez, they're already making their way up there. They were only staying mid lane for that dragon. The dragon was taken, as now they should be rotating top.
Back. I mean, they could definitely
they make the play.
WarningThump.
They make the play.
The slicing maelstrom is up and available, but they are spotted out and will walk back away.
Yeah, but you still take this lane over, right? I don't know.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think WarningThump is necessarily out of danger just yet. He needs to hold on for a little bit longer, I think, for his support to arrive. As good play by Fishbone to go ahead and get those deep wards. I think that one mistake by Arventus overextending in the bot lane has really been the only critical macro mistake Mansfield has made within the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd say that too. And you see Caitlyn already got that IE and Storm Razor completed there. So she is looking nice and strong, and those headshots are going to be deleting champions for the next few minutes. Once he gets a rapid fire cannon, it's going to be quite difficult for them to do much. And Mansfield, I mean, honestly, the rest of the map for Hillbrook has been winning. They've won topside, they've won. I mean, Jungle's not won or lost. Both of them are doing okay. If anything, Arventus looks a little bit worse because he's tried to help out his bot lane, which has lost horrendously. But I think Mansfield have done quite good in mid and top. But Hillbrook's bottom lane has really, Mansfield's bottom lane has really just snowballed this game and is kind of pretty much attributing to the entire 3,000 gold leagues we see head-to-head versus MAJØR.
Yeah, and
a level up for the Nunu, but the bot lane is here and available.
That said, yeah, and this is a bad side. Look at the damage from Fishbonez and Happy Game just completely deleting one poor Ryan Overpower. It's a little bit unfortunate, actually, that MAJØR got the kill. I would have liked to see Happy Game continue to snowball. Already 2 items completed on this Caitlyn, the Eye Edge as well as the Storm Razor means no one is going to be able to challenge this Caitlyn for a very long time. MAJØR still sticking around, trying to get that parallel convergence bait. Not going to fall through. The one to watch in these fights is going to be Happy Game. He is going to need to stay alive, and you know what? This might sound crazy, this far ahead, if Happy Game invests in the QSS tax at this stage, I don't think there's anything Hillbrook can do to stop him.
But here's the thing, we all know Caitlyn falls off at 3 and 4 items, right? I call this a Renekton theory, right? Renekton always falls off once you buy the 3rd item. So why don't you just never buy a 3rd item? Why don't you just stay to 2 when you're still nice and strong and you never ever fall off, right?
I mean, QSS is a component. It's not an item.
It's a component. This is true. As you see, the Rift Herald taken by Hillbrook.
Snowball gets a 3-man knockup, and the follow-through damage is there. MAJØR tries to get to the flank, but it's too little, too late. Big shutdown goes over to DoomGoat as Fishbone will fall next. Kipkangaroo trying to kite, trying to stay alive. That engage from Destroy Nubs was huge. They get 3 kills off the tail end, and Hillbrook, they may have just taken the lead in this game.
Yeah, and Hillbrook, they're taking over in that big fight. That's huge for them. There's a big snowball there from Destroy Nubs, really contributing to that big fight. Ashe now picking up a bit of gold in her pocket as well and starting to come back. I mean, still hasn't even completed the bulk, though, is the worst thing. The Cull not even kind of close, 7 CS left on that one. There's up on the top side. They're still fighting, and one tower has been grabbed. Maybe the second will be the case too. Arventus is up and available, but I'm not sure against his 4-man score. There's nothing he can do. The shockwave whiffs completely.
Was not what you wanted to see at all from Arventus right there. No shockwave available means it's going to be really hard for Mansfield to find a re-engage in this fight. Mansfield was looking so good until they let themselves just get like clumped together. And you said at the start of this game, Mansfield, they want to be spread apart in these fights. Well, that right there was exactly why.
Yeah, exactly. You can have, I mean, it's just, Hillbrook's comp is so fight us in our little bubble. We're going to group up as 5 members. I mean, Senna's going to be behind just pop, pew, 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 pew. But everyone else is going to be in this front line nice and tight. We've got a Silas who does big AoE autos with the AoE teamfight element. He's going to steal away. Of course, the absolute zero from Nunu is huge. And of course, Volibear, the big ball of smelly rat that he is going to be the one that's going to take you down as this big snowball rolls down mid lane again, but will not find a target.
Woo.
Those arrows have been hitting nothing but air, man. They've been every time.
That was faith in the team that snowball was going to hit. That's what that arrow was. DoomGoat going for the big snipe, not going to find it. It looks like an awkward time to reset actually from Hillbrook because Mansfield is here to siege, and Ryan Overpower I don't think is going to stop the 3 members of Mansfield from taking down this mid tower. So another objective secured. Mansfield are going to look to rotate for that dragon, but Hillbrook might set themselves up to contest.
The one thing I will say though that I didn't actually notice until now is Mansfield's side actually does a really good job of countering Ashe in center. Because Ashe is a very, very squishy AD carry. That's her biggest weakness, is that she doesn't have that mobility. She has very good kiting, and especially with Bork as well, has the ability to just kind of take away the movement speed. As this Mountain Dragon will be the focus hit for Mansfield. Yeah. The big fight that's going to come in.
Teleport coming through. WarningThump looking to get to that front line. Snowball's coming from behind right now, and Happy Game is too far forward. Has to flash out, but Jinxs Fishbonez caught in a hard place, diving to that back line. They want this Jinx, but Happy Game's able to escape. Meanwhile, the front line from Mansfield is already gone. They're going to try to turn it around. There's that slicing maelstrom. He turns it around actually as the backline from Hillbrook was caught up in that stun. Only destroying Nubs left alive, and even he will only just escape. Blue buff to be secured by Mansfield. They'll get the dragon next. They take the game right back.
I mean, could Nunu maybe look for a steal here?
No.
You don't think so? I mean, no flash is available, but he has Smite Consume.
He does.
No, he's not going to go. He's not going to go.
He dies before he gets in there.
Yeah, I think so too. His Jinx Fishbonez is very, very low as well. And you can see that's the fight that Mansfield want to have. They were able to stay spaced out. Happy Game was able to be sit over a wall away from everyone else. MAJØR got some nice CC coming through that choke point. We were able to set up that parallel convergence. That is probably the hardest thing to do on Ekko, aim that ability. And now being able to do that with that choke point around really didn't allow Hillbrook to set up their kind of counter engage death ball, because that's what their comp is. It counters the dive from Mansfield, even though the dive kind of counters the DoomGoat and Suki lol. But when you're in that situation where they can't kind of sit with the 2 AD carries in the backline and say kind of come through our beefy bruiser tanky front line where you have to fight close quarters with us, Mansfield went, no, we're going to put our Caitlyn over the wall and she's just going to order you to death with her 2-item power spike. Now got the rapid fire cannon completed, and boom, Kipkangaroo gets deleted by Suki lol's ultimate. The first Ashe arrow hits and the first kill from it comes like the Hillbrook, who are up in kills but down 3,000 gold on 3 dragons.
Yeah, this is Hillbrook. I mean, they're staying competitive in this one, that is for sure. That fight, very unfortunate that didn't go their way. I feel like if Hillbrook wins that fight, they actually take complete control of this game. It could be looking to end it, but just being unable to shut down this Caitlyn long enough, who has already gotten the rapid fire cannon. It should be worth noting, 3 completed items before completed boots right now for Caitlyn.
I mean, she doesn't need the Berserker's Greaves, to be fair. You know, the Caitlyn damage comes from those headshots where you can sit in a trap, and with that double, i.e. Stormrazor build, you just, you know, one-shot people, basically. And now you got that extra range in the rapid fire cannon, the Energizer, Synergizer with Fleet Footwork, and that Stormrazor 2, so you got all Energizer abilities. I think you go, I mean, honestly, Static Shiv for wave clear, or you go, of course, PD to staying alive for dive, but I think Static Shiv should be the way to help increase that fleet passive, but QSS is a viable option here as well. But if you get, Mountain Soul means that you don't need life steal as badly on the Caitlyn. I'm not sure what else you'd go on Caitlyn. I suppose maybe you'd go anti-healing for the Silas, anti-healing for the Volibear, anti-healing for the Nunu. So go Mortal Reminder up next. Maybe could be the potential buy there for her. It still has a health put, but she hasn't had to use the entire game as we see them going around here. Nunu will onto the trap.
Oh my gosh, and that's Jinxs Fishbonez going all the way for the Solar Flare. Only holds him in place for that Q to get some health right back. Meanwhile, the shutdown is actually going the other way. This fight a bit chaotic, but it's again in the gap where Hillbrook does not want to fight. Or sorry, where Mansfield doesn't want to fight, so Hillbrook is just going to run straight through it. That's that's going to be a near ace. 3 deaths on the side of Mansfield.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good pick set up by Mansfield, but the rest, they didn't realize the entirety of Hillbrook was there and ready to fight, and they just jumped through, fought that again, those are those team fights that Hillbrook win, the impromptu ones where it's death bally kind of, well, bruisery, damagey AP frontline's going to run at you and smack you, and Mansfield are like, oh god, we need to kite, but Kate can't kite very well. Leona's a classic one-way only champion, but down on the other side of the map, Kipkangaroo, loving his split push champions as always, kind of plays away from his team in that 1v4 kind of scenarios down on the Kennen has been the way to go as we see these teams now moving through. Suki Lol has picked up that bit of lethality she needs to kind of help clear out these waves, and Hillbrook are looking not too bad in this game. I mean, Mansfield definitely still the favourites, and I think that Mount Soul is going to go a huge way to that initial big burst that Hillbrook can put out. I think they probably would have rathered Ocean Soul, as they like playing longer, kind of drawn out fights, but again, that Mountain Soul is going to help protect them against any big engage coming from Hillbrook. But the only side that's really been initiating any of these fights has been Mansfield, but they've been losing some of the fights they've been initiating like that. So that was more counter-engage, I guess.
That was more counter-engage, and it was counter-engage in that perfect spot for Hillbrook. Like, they wanted to fight in that narrow gap, and the absolute zero from Destroy Nubs, I think, was able to pop off that full strength and hit a couple members, and that's a fight over. Like, Mansfield has to avoid those situations. That's. I
mean, and Ryan got a fantastic flank under Caitlyn in the backline and shut her down right at the start of the fight. So that was your pretty much only damage. Well, not your only damage, but your main carry that's super far ahead doing that. As you see, the massive amounts of AP that are secured there for the top side of Mansfield. You got, all 3, the top jungle and mid lane are all building quite similar.
Oh, pick attempt
coming down bot, but
it's not going to hit Kipkangaroo, but Kipkangaroo still should go down. Snowball wide enough, and the follow-up damage is there. Slicing Maelstrom, and the stopwatch used just to buy as much time as possible. A bit unfortunate as, it looks like they are going to try to take use of this time. Everyone's down bot. You know what that means. Baron.
I mean, not a very fast Baron considering you've got the Caitlyn there, doesn't have that attack.
But they don't know.
But Mansfield is, sorry, not Mansfield, Hillbrook is none the wiser, and I think they're happy to trade Kipkangaroo for the Baron, but the problem is Baron, the only member you want Baron on is Kipkangaroo, so maybe they're going to hold it and wait, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They're going to take it down and stop that. Hillbrook pushes that Baron is secured, but Kipkangaroo is really the only one you want Baron on. The rest of the members, it doesn't really matter if they have it or not, but it will be that top laner missing out on that buff.
I mean, they'll be giving up 2 towers and the top laner for it, so I think Mansfield, if they're going to make this one pay off, they've got to do something kind of special with this Baron right now. I almost feel that was more to take it away from Hillbrook, who seems to have momentum in this game right now. However, they don't really have a choice to use it to set up a dragon because the dragon's already going to be gone, and that means another 5 minutes before that Mountain Soul point. Mansfield, when behind, sometimes do make sort of questionable decisions, and at this stage of the game, they're falling further and further behind.
They're not behind, they're 2k up.
I guess, but they're playing like
they are behind, but that's because, again, Caitlyn's fallen off, man. Caitlyn, 2 items, more than 2 items, falls off until she gets to 5. So all I'm saying is, should never have bought rapid fire cannon. Should have stayed on her. You still Razor, and then still be popping off.
I still wanted to see the QSS before the rapid fire cannon.
I mean, not that I think there's a lot of CC from Hillbrook either that's going to hit her. I mean, like obviously Ashe arrow, right? But outside of that, Caitlyn shouldn't. Well, again, Caitlyn shouldn't be hit by any CC. She should be playing far enough back and have Arventus to protect her with both the shockwave and to body block for a happy game that she shouldn't really get hit by anything. Obviously not the case, and obviously Caitlyn has gone down a few times. That's the nature of high school esports. It's not played at the highest level. It's not played to where min-maxes matter. But, it always contributes to increasing your chances of winning a game if you're playing properly, I suppose, as you see Fishbonez here going in and getting this ward up. And this Baron buff will definitely make a difference. You see down the bot side, the Ekko is kind of shadowing to help apply that Baron buff to the Kipkangaroo's minions, but a lot of fighting in the jungle where you should not be fighting when Baron buff is up and available, as this tower could maybe be their first target, but wink.
Oh no, Enchanted Crystal Arrow again just misses Kipkangaroo, but still, Hillbrook trying to force the issue. What was that crit from Happy Game? Whoa. Okay, Suki's already gone. Ryan overpower looking for that re-engage. It's a nice shockwave that hits too, but it doesn't do enough damage in Mansfield. It doesn't matter that they didn't get Baron. It doesn't matter that they're behind in kills. They're still going to win these fights. Zenith's Blade max range does connect onto the Warning Thump, and Happy Game is here to pop away a quadra kill. Give him the penta. Ace in the hole secures this one, and that is Mansfield taking this game right back.
And those are those fights that Mansfield want to fight, the extended long range fight where Kate gets to pump up that DPS. You saw her instantly delete Suki lol in that first fight. The Baron's up and available. They're storming into the base. This could be a 27 min to the way of Mansfield. I don't think Hillbrook, even when they respawn, are going to do enough to survive, and Happy Game looks way too happy there with that red buff on his Caitlyn.
And you have the Baron empowered minions too. They're going to look to end this game. A couple people have spawned up. It's going to be 3 members versus the world. Solar Flare goes down, but the Nexus is completely exposed. Fishbonez so low. Might be that first target. Right overpower. Gets to the back line. Nexus getting whittled away. It does fall down, and Mansfield takes game number 2.
Yeah, that's 2-0 for Mansfield. And honestly, if we're going for this series, it actually kind of reminds me of the last best of 5 we had on stream between McGregor and Injuripilli, where the first game was a bit of a stomp. The second game got a bit closer. You could see those glimpses of hope. The third game is when Injuripilli took it, but it was too little too late. Maybe Hillbrook can turn it around, as they have beaten him in a best of series before. Hillbrook does have the best of advantage against Mansfield, but we will have to see in a game's time if that reigns true or not. If it's going to be a 3-0 to Mansfield or a 2-1 heading into game 4, but make sure you stick around. That's been 2 games going down, both of them in favor of Mansfield. Definitely a favourite to take off the regional Rift competition here in the Queensland high school, I suppose, affiliate.
The LBL HSLRR QLD. Anyways, we'll have more of that when we return, so don't go too far. We'll be right back.
everybody, welcome back to Game 3 of this best of 5 of the LBL HSLRR QLD Finals.
That's right, it's our Legion by Lenovo High School League of Legends Regional Rift here in Queensland. So far, Mansfield has been that team that has been putting forth a dominant performance over Hillbrook, but hey, reverse sweeps, are they not the most exciting things in League of Legends?
If you're a C9 fan, they are. If you're a TSM fan, they definitely are not. As we go into our final game, it's been heating up. It's actually been quite similar to that last best of 5 we've had here on Twitch.tv, UQ Esports / Twitch.tv. With between Indrapilli and McGregor in the last final of Queensland high school competition. And Hillbrook in prime position to take this game. They're on red side. You know, they could mix up their bands. They've adjusted from the first few games. They could maybe look for something spicier in this game. But Mansfield look like very, very strong contenders to take home this game 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die right now for Hillbrook. They've got to win 3 in a row. Mansfield have themselves a nice cushion. And sometimes teams tend to relax a little bit. Game 3, things can get a little weird.
They put their feet back, they go, oh, this cushion's nice and comfortable. It's like that memory foam, you know, a nice memory foam cushion as they sit on it and get relaxed, and then all of a sudden they go, oh no, the cushion's gone. We're sitting back on these hard wooden stools. They've got the roll on, we've got no roll on, we got to stretch again. The lactic acid set in. It's not going well at all. As we focus more towards these bands. Have been very similar all series. Rek'Sai, Morgana, Hecarim have not changed for Mansfield as they haven't needed them to, and Caitlyn joins that band as that pentakill was picked up by Happy Game.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be Penta Keyboard once again.
Yeah, I mean, you have to ban the Caitlyn after that last game's performance, although I still think things went downhill for Hillbrook in that bot lane after the miscommunication on that very first gank. If they had just prioritized taking down the likes of Jinxs' Fishbonez as opposed to Happy Game, they would have gotten that kill. Destroy Nubs would not have died, and we wouldn't have seen the Caitlyn snowball. Still, though, Mansfield, if they're not going to get their Caitlyn, it looks like they're going to be falling back to the Lovers duo.
I mean, if the Rakan is allowed to go through, they could maybe be taken it away, but I don't know why you'd want to. Rakan is just not. I mean, Rakan's been played a lot by TSM and Bifrost, but that's just because he can't play another champion. He's only good at one champion, so that's kind of why they've been drafting that, because I don't think Rakan's very strong in the meta at all. I mean, has good engage, but the champions that work with Rakan aren't really powerful. We saw the comp in game 1 from Mansfield, which does work really well, but isn't that strong as WarningThump going back to the Volibear, like that from game 2. I didn't mind it as well. I mean, I think the Shen is just so OP, and I know WarningThump plays quite a decent Shen. Played it in the competition versus arguably the strongest top lane in Queensland for McGregor against his Fiora, and then played that. That was WarningThump that played that Shen.
I think WarningThump might be a fan of SOAS.
Maybe.
As we do continue on with this one, Rakan will be picked away by Hillbrook to break up the Lovers duo, and I really do not like that decision. Leona is going to be left up. Jinxs' Fishbonez. I know Leona isn't your favorite champion, but actually did connect on a few plays. Granted, it was run by, I believe, it was run by Jinxs' Fishbonez last game, and was quite successful in that regard. So that's going to be the bot lane. It's going to be the Xayah Leona being run by Mansfield. It's an
interesting bot lane. I think one we've seen for a very long time as Arventus back on that Galio has not been banned away and will be given over to Mansfield. I mean, the other thing, I mean, it's going to be hard to pair Rakan with a good AD carry. There aren't many AD carries that really work for Rakan. Ryan Overpower has gone back to his Vel'Koz, or has picked up that Vel'Koz. I think that's probably a good decision. I mean, I want to see Ryan just run up to mid, to be honest. I want to see Ryan Overpower back in the jungle, but it's definitely not going to happen. The AD carry they pair with this Rakan is going to be very interesting, because Rakan can work if you're playing it with the Ashe or maybe with even the Jhin. It doesn't work terribly with. It's not great with Jhin, but it's not terrible. You see the Ashe will get banned away, and I reckon it'll be Ashe and Kai'Sa banned away, and the DoomGoat will go to his Vayne, because it's back against the wall. It's his best champion, the one he likes to play the most. It'll be Vayne locked in here, and that'll be the end of the series, as Xayah, Leona are going to dumpster that Vayne in lane.
Well, I still think we could see something like the Jhin come through, or even possibly a Varus.
Ezreal could be an option too. Ezreal. I mean, Varus has not been meta. I mean, not that they've been following meta AD carries this series at all.
I'm seeing a Vel'Koz right now, and you're talking about metas. So.
Vel'Koz is playable. Vel'Koz is actually playable mid. Just Vel'Koz is like one of those champions. You can play it mid, but no one plays Vel'Koz. So like.
I played Vel'Koz.
Yeah, but not pro players. Pro players don't play Vel'Koz. Jarvan comes in that jungle, firing or destroy nubs. They've got a lot of dive, they've got a lot of popping off, but they haven't got much synergy. I mean, the Jarvan Vel'Koz synergy could be high, you know,
yes.
Put them in the Cataclysm, get that lifeform disintegration rate in through all, and Olaf is finally let through for Major and will be picked up by him. Very strong to gain this singed hover, potentially for Kipkangaroo. We'll have to see what he pulls out. There are still options available.
We might see the Singed, and I know you're going to say, but this doesn't work with the team composition. You've got a 2-game cushion. I think it's obvious that Kipkangaroo really likes the Singe. If he's going to play it in a game in the grand final, why not while you're up 2-0?
Some proxy Singe maybe, hey?
Well, timer's ticking down. I'm not seeing a switch. That's much less interesting.
See, this puts the entire game on Happy Game and Major's shoulders. It's going to be Olaf, Xayah show. Major's going to really make sure he gets ahead in that vein. Is going to be the lock in there for DoomGoat, as predicted.
Synergizes well with J4.
It does it? Vayne, I suppose you can...
Condemn Cataclysm. It's a very strong combo. Like, the thing is, as well as the Cataclysm also either brings everyone towards the Vayne or pushes everyone away.
Is going 80 carry. And DoomGoat, who's actually a Jarvan main, is going to play Jarvan in the jungle. This is that flexibility in roles I talked about from Hillbrook. I mean, I would have much preferred to see them go a different way, but I mean, Arventus can play that Vayne, has played it before. I think he would have started out as a 80 carry, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be...
DoomGoat started as a jungle, and then Orianna went to... Basically, Ryan Overpower can only play mid-jungle, so they're unable. Otherwise, their best lineup will probably be Orianna mid, DoomGoat jungle, and then another 80 carry, but that's not an option for them, so will not be the case as we learn to this final game, and I think this is prime for Mansfield 3-0 in, again, another 33-minute victory.
Yeah, and because there's a few reasons why I'm also leaning towards Mansfield looking at this draft, and it's pretty much the middle of this lineup right here. Major on the Olaf is going to be horrifying. Happy Game already proved last game that if you put the weight of the game on his shoulders, he'll get pentakills and win it for you. But the big thing, and something that we kind of looked over, Arventus on Galio, good things happen. Arventus on other mid laners struggles a bit. Arventus on Galio, the good things happen, and they let that Galio through. So I feel like Mansfield, yes, they let Hillbrook get some of their comfort picks, but the Mansfield comfort picks just synergize a lot more. There's so many good targets for Arventus to drop that heroic entrance on. Should be able to bully and Ryan Overpower in that mid lane as well, if played correctly. This is a good game to play through that mid lane into the late game where Happy Game can then take over. Really, the only lane that might be kind of wishy-washy is the top side, but guess what? You have a Sion. Who cares if Sion loses lane? It's a Sion.
Exactly. I mean, and that is the biggest weakness for Mansfield. Whenever Kipkangaroo hasn't been on a solo carry or a carry top laner, he has looked quite weak. The one game they lost last series was when he played Ornn. Sion, very similar to Ornn, quite a very similar champion, and WarningThump did fare quite well into him in the 1v1. Throughout this series, it actually hasn't been a big top gap, which is unusual. I would expect to see that, but generally, players playing to Kip, they know he's going to play Camille, Fiora, etc., and as long as they don't let him have his Camille, Camille, I think, is the pick you can't let him have, especially because Camille is really strong right now. I think back last series, Fiora was the stronger one, so you couldn't let him have the Fiora, but you could let him have the Camille. But again, they generally are good at neutralizing a top lane with picks like Volibear, Shen, Ornn, etc., etc., etc. However, I think, for Hillbrook here, it's going to be a big focus around this mid lane. DoomGoat, Ryan Overpower are going to be huge. Vayne is going to have to get ahead and pop off, but I think Olaf is going to be way too strong with the Galio be able to support him. Galio ultimate is Galio is one of the best champions to pair with a strong invading jungler, because once that Galio hits level 6, if you're in that jungle and you're a bit over, you're like, whoa guys, I need help, I'm a bit overextended. Galio comes, boom, smashes in, gives you a big AoE area where anyone in that area is going to be CC'd and gives you enough time to escape if you're overextended or to re-engage with that support. And Olaf, one of the best champions on low health in the jungle, of course, has so much life still early on. The W just smacking away, getting those heals back up. Happy Game's going to take over in this mid game with a really strong engaged team fight from the Leona. The only thing that doesn't synergize with a normal Mansfield comp is Kipkangaroo in the top lane, not on a carry.
Yep, that's the only thing, but I guess, backup front line in case things do tend to go wrong, having that for that late game, not putting all your eggs in the snowball basket. Probably the smarter decision or the more calculated decision, although I actually think you should have gone all eggs in the let's win early, let's go winning lanes, let's just try to snowball. I'm still not entirely convinced that Kipkangaroo isn't going to win this lane on the top side. Yes, Volibear wins at the matchup, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see something like a Renekton or maybe Set got banned away, but like Renekton or...
Set would have been the right pick. Set would have actually been
Set was banned. Major's been playing Set jungle.
Mordekaiser almost would have been strong
Mordekaiser would have been good too, because that damage would have... Yeah, anything really.
Mordekaiser would have been super good as well, because you push R on that Vayne, and guess what? Hillbrook has nothing.
yeah, exactly. That's their comp gone.
Yeah.
Without their Vayne, they are nothing. And I think Vayne's just way too close range to deal with the Galio. Honestly, Galio and Leona are just... You can't really play Vayne into that much engage. You just can't. Like, this looks like a solo queue comp. I mean, both teams look like solo queue comps, but like a solo queue comp where one team has like a 60% chance of winning, 70% chance of winning.
What solo queue games are you playing that has a Galio in mid? And I want in on those.
My solo queue game.
Oh, are you playing the Galio?
I play Galio.
Okay, well, there you go. All right, yeah, that makes sense. Because when I play solo queue, you got your Talons, your Zeds, your Yasuos, your Yones.
Yasuo is actually really good right now.
That's fine. My point is it's all AD assassins mid.
Yeah.
That's all anyone plays. Like
Akali, sometimes a bit of Silas if you want to spice it up. Someone's feeling real saucy, they'll go for like an Azir and go like 0 and 20 because they can't play anything that requires some mechanical skill.
I have not seen Azir. Well, actually, to be honest, I don't.
I've seen
play
one game of Azir, and
so
it was
that
Azir one trick that just got dumpstered. But
there was a beautiful tweet by Juves, I think, last night, where he ran into a Heimerdinger top 1 trick. And it just was not a good match history. And I question how players like that get into Diamond. Anyways.
Hey, ask Heisendong.
Well, yeah.
Heisendong's like challenger in NA.
True.
Only Heimerdinger.
This was not Heisendong. We are getting onto the Rift right now. It is time for game number 3. Mansfield, if they blow up that Nexus you just saw, guess what? They will be our regional Rift champions. Hillbrook, they've got to defend it with their lives. It's do or die for this red side as we are on that Rift and we are underway.
Be careful, because Hillbrook are one of those teams that take that a little bit too literally, as MAJØR and DoomGoat. Oh, this is not good for DoomGoat. If he lands these axes, there's not going to be much opportunity to get away from.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where, yeah, you can try and poke and scare MAJØR away, but guess what? Now he's going to do even more damage. Another axe connects as DoomGoat gets flashed on right now. That's going to be first blood, and the train isn't stopping. Nearly gets that knock up onto WarningThump. Hillbrook has to back away for now, but Mansfield, first blood on the Olaf MAJØR. He's feeling major good right now.
All I'm saying is I think they took that, defend that with their lives a little bit too literally straight off the bat, as DoomGoat does go down and minions are now spawning onto the Rift, and this is already a big advantage for Mansfield.
Yeah, this is huge. Although it will mean a later start to the clear, already has those 2 sort of jungle item components.
He doesn't even need a leash. Olaf usually doesn't leash. He likes to be low health when he clears.
Exactly.
That's where you can take advantage of an Olaf, which is why I don't know if the Jarvan was the best pick into the Olaf. I mean, they picked it first, right? But into an Olaf, it makes it really hard for anyone who's not hard, like against Olaf really struggles in stuff like Kha'Zix Graves, because they can invade Olaf and really take advantage of his low HP pool. And if he's not able, especially stuff like Kha'Zix, who can kite him out and go into stealth and pretty much blow him up before his opportunity, Graves as well has the ability to kite away and attack the Olaf from range, so he can't again heal back up. So that is the biggest strength that he has. That those champions have into the Olaf, but J4 will never do enough damage, especially with Conqueror, to burst down MAJØR before we can start healing back up. So no real advantage to take an advantage because of that mistake.
I really like that Rakan skin.
Which skin is that? Is it the Celestial one or the Star Guardian one?
Yeah, I think it's the white Star Guardian one. It looks really nice.
That's IG. It's IG Rakan.
Oh, that's the IG Rakan. That is a nice looking skin.
The IG skins are actually quite good.
Yeah,
skins.
they are.
Even though you can't tell the difference between LeBlanc, Camille, and Kai'Sa. Hey, but you know,
white's just a good color for skins. Like it just works out.
I mean, I see. I guess probably my favorite white skin would be Star Guardian Ezreal. That's a nice skin.
As we do continue on with this one, 242 into this game. DoomGoat already looking for that game. Flag and drag. Oh, the flash timing was absolutely perfect, and DoomGoat will go down. Great re-engage out of Mansfield. And they want a little bit more. They're not going to find it this time, but that was beautiful.
That was an instant react. That was so good. That was Captain Jack reaction, right? That's Captain Jack flash.
Yeah.
Coming straight out of Happy Game. Beautiful reaction speed. Just sees that flag get dropped down and goes, oh no, Jarvan's coming. Let me get out of here. And instantly does so. A fantastic reaction and turns around that kill deservedly. I mean, unfortunately, he did go over to the support, but again, that's a huge advantage to Mansfield bot lane early on.
Yeah, because it's another failed gank on this bot lane, and we all remember what happened last game when that started to happen. And poor DoomGoat, 2 games in a row, trying to put this bot lane from Mansfield down. 2 games in a row, it backfires in his face. And for Hillbrook, I mean, once again, they're going to have to now play through that mid and that top. And mid lane, it's against Arventus and the Galio. That's going to be a struggle. You got to play through the top lane. Volibear, hey, it might work.
It might be the case. It's pretty much one of your only options. Could maybe see the Hextech Gunblade Volibear come out this game from WarningThump, but I mean, the only other, I mean, you could play through Ryan Overpower in this mid lane here with this, the Vel'Koz doing a lot of, you know, if he stacks up that passive into the true damage, you see a gank here from DoomGoat, but won't be able to get much into Arventus.
I was still going to commit for it. That's a bit of a over-eager play, and Arventus should be able to kill DoomGoat on his own, but the axe will connect just to give the assist over to MAJØR. Hillbrook, they're pushing the panic mechanics, I think, a little bit too early and trying to force these plays.
Yeah, as we see Ryan Overpower, gain chase down, but misses the axe from MAJØR, and so he will survive. No mana available on this Vel'Koz, and his wave's in a very bad position, so he's going to have to greed and die.
Oh, flash for it? No flash available, but it doesn't matter. The taunt still connects. No one's going to dive this tower just yet, even though Ryan without any power. I actually think MAJØR could have gotten that kill.
Oh, they could have definitely dived, especially with the healing Olaf has, but early on those tower damage do too much, and it's not worth the risk of Mansfield, who are sitting, again, 3 kills up, all 3 of them on DoomGoat, the jungler, who has roll top from AD carry, tried to make something happen on his Jarvan, he's kind of main champion, but just could not get anything going as Kipkangaroo beating WarningThump quite heavily. Sion so strong in WarningThump, almost going down to just that consistent minion damage, the wave way too big, and has to be very careful.
There is nothing worse than being a jungler who is behind with 3 losing lanes. That is the worst feel in League of Legends for jungle mains out there, and I think DoomGoat is just going to have to try to farm what he can, apply CC in like available moments, but for the most part, this J4 is going to be relatively out of this game, and this is fantastic for Mansfield, who again, win this, they win it all. Well, they're going to look to try to turn it around against the Sion DoomGoat. These ganks are just so desperate at this stage. He's just trying to get any sort of forward momentum going for Hillbrook, but each time they're either sussed out or turned against him.
And that's exactly what's happening. They just can't make anything happen. Jarvan has not been meta for a while, and you can see why. It's just so hard to make ganks happen as he does. Back again.
This one will work.
Upside, but
will it work? Unstoppable force. They have to flash to stop it, but even then, Kipkangaroo is looking to walk away. They get the kill, but here comes the teleports, and that's going to be a lot of return damage potentially onto WarningThump because Arventus is here, and Arventus is angry. Down should go WarningThump eventually, but DoomGoat might get one back. Another teleport's coming through. Arventus actually does fall, and the late teleport from Kipkangaroo is not going to be enough to turn around, yet he's still looking for it, trying to get to this Volibear. DoomGoat doing what he can, and Hillbrook somehow get 2 kills out of that.
Yeah, Hillbrook lucky to get 2 kills out of that. Arventus looking for that play to help his top laner, but didn't have the case in point. A little bit of over-aggressiveness coming back from Mansfield, and that's what Hillbrook need to get back into this game. These scrappy fights where Mansfield aren't making the correct decisions, they're making those greedy ones. You see the bot lane here getting further and further ahead. Happy game, of course, trying to stay ahead of this vein, as you know, that is their real way back into this game. Are not destroying ups on this vein is their main as MAJØR runs straight to run over tower.
Pops the Ragnarok, avoids the knock-up. Heroic entrance means Arventus will be just kind of using that actually to get back into mid lane. I don't see a kill happening there, but the kill can happen up top. WarningThump was that other way back in for Hillbrook, and after 1 kill and 1 assist, well, he's feeling like I can take these 1v1s. Kipkangaroo is going to have to try to get away. Could have flashed over the wall, but instead will take the long walk around.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, you can see instantly, Kipkangaroo not on one of those lane bully, or not lane bully, but a carry, solo carry, split push top laner, really struggles on anything that's not, you know, the Kennen or the Camille or the Fiora there, you know, needs to play something that's a little bit less, you know, when he's posing something that's not really a duelist, he kind of really struggles up in this top lane, and Hillbrook have finally now got that locked in, have kind of forced him off those picks, and they are kind of slowly getting back to this game. I think MAJØR is going to be the biggest difficulty in this. This Olaf is so huge, they're already farming so aggressively, and not much a Mansfield can really do. I'm sorry, Hillbrook can really do.
Yeah, I mean, nearly 20, well, exactly 30 CS?
Yeah, 30 CS, yeah. That's a huge lead. He's up like half a jungle. He's up a full clear of jungle.
Yeah.
Basically, he's 1 clear ahead of Hillbrook because DoomGoat has been going for so many ganks and failing. as Arventus here looking for something to run overpower, but needs to play a little bit safer in that mid lane. But the poke from Galio doing really well, doing work against this Vel'Koz, who once he actually gets caught out by this Galio ever is going to be going down immediately, is really going to be weak if that Galio can land onto him. Is down in the bot lane, the dominating force of course is that Xayah Leona lane, as Vayne really struggles to step up versus those two champions there. And this game is one of those games where Hillbrook, potentially can win, but again, it's that solo queue of winning. If Arventus run up gets ahead, who is doing quite well and is up in farm on this bot lane, but they need to put a little bit more focus in towards making Vayne the strong carry she's going to be. And I don't think she has the right amount of protection in these mid-game fights, because there is just too much CC and too much close range abilities to come out of Mansfield that are really going to handicap this Vayne, who has to get up close and personal to get her DPS off.
The thing too is, even if we do get a more chaotic solo queue-esque game out of this one, Mansfield, they're okay to play that style until like the 20-25 minute mark, and then all of a sudden they kind of switch on the team fight mode, and that's when Hillbrook has fallen in both our first and second game. So Hillbrook, not only do they need that solo queue style, but they need to excel at it so much that when Mansfield sort of switches on team fight mode, they're far enough ahead that it doesn't matter, and I just don't see that out of this game thus far. Nice solar flare is going to connect. A good contempt though will keep Jinxs' Fishbone away from that fight, and a good thing too, because MAJØR was there looking for a play.
MAJÖR's still sitting there in that bot lane, completely out of vision as well. It's going to be really hard for him to do anything, but not much they can do is now in the bot lane. A number of members are coming down for Hillbrook, and they can maybe look to try something around. MAJÖR finally gets spotted out, and looks like both sides with all 4 members, the mid laners, junglers, bot laners, and supports down here, the 4v4 not going to come to fruition.
Yeah, I feel this is a little bit too early for both these teams to really want this fight. Infernal Drake's not for another minute. We can relax a little bit. Although, in about a minute's time, I do expect to actually see this 4v4 go down. Neither team wants to give up this upcoming Infernal Drake. As you can see, they're even scrapping a bit over vision over it. This is clearly a priority for both sides, and this could be our first major turning point of the game.
The funniest thing is actually all 3 games of the series, we've had different dragons throughout.
Yeah.
We've had different dragons every single game in different order too. I mean, the first game, the first 2 drakes were Infernal and Cloud, but they were the opposite way around, as we see Kipkangaroo.
I'm not sure about this one. Why was Kipkangaroo proxy farming? Why is DoomGoat the one roaming up to deal with? I feel like that's a jungler exposed. You could be looking to set up that dragon. Either way, Mansfield does go blow for blow as a result, and they kill the jungler again. You would think this would be Infernal Dragon. Everyone was wanting to fight over it before, but instead, yeah, they kind of gave up on it.
They gave up on that idea, and again, it will be spawning very soon. And it looks like Mansfield are in the key position to take that buff. And I mean, that was an interesting fight up there on the top, like Kipkangaroo. I mean, maybe he thought he picked a Singe for once. So he's like, is this Singe? Oh wait, no, sorry, wrong champion. Let me die and get this kill back as DoomGoat, who's honestly, I feel for him. He had a really tough game. He's like, all right, I've been playing AD carry. I want to play my main role. I want to play my jungle. J4, the one trick I play to get to Platinum 2. I'm actually not that good at it, or not that good. Not my favorite ride, but I like playing Jarvan jungle, but has not been the case for him this game, and just trying to make stuff happen, trying to get his team across the line. He said, put me in jungle, please coach, put me in, and just has not had that same impact he wants to have down that bot lane. And this dragon, interestingly enough, going over to Hillbrook despite bot lane having priority so much, but instead using it for reset as Xayah is up on the top side. Yep,
and I mean, they will trade that for the Rift Herald, which was taken by Mansfield, so it was a bit of a blow for blow, and I do expect to see that Rift Herald actually be used. Probably, I would like to see it used in the bot side, but just by the positioning right now of where everyone is, I wouldn't be too shocked if it gets used up top right now. Gonna hold on to it, so that is the smarter choice. When I say not surprised, that doesn't necessarily mean I agree with it, although this I disagree with. Why is Kipkangaroo trying to proxy farm again? I get MAJÖR is there, and so this is a bit of bait, but WarningThump, I think, has sussed it out and isn't even moving towards it.
He's got T-Map on the Sion too, which is interesting considering that Sion has fantastic wave clear and AoE abilities anyways. I'm not sure what the build is.
This is a split push. This is going to be, I think, a split push AD Sion. A Tiamat, Sunfire Cape, like that's the start of the split push.
It is, but Sion's just not a champion play like that. But I suppose that is Kipkangaroo style, and he's staying true to that as DoomGoat down his bot lane is not good
that was unfortunate timing for Fishbonez, but Happy Game is still able to escape with the Feather Storm. Fishbonez should go down after the stopwatch wears off. Hey, all things considered, I think Mansfield should be very happy Happy Game got out alive.
That was, Happy Game has been surviving these ganks exceptionally well, even now, staying around the tower in touch enough to know what he can and can't do it.
He's buying time.
That's how it goes down. And yeah, buying time, forcing Hillbrook to kind of back off, and worried that Arventus is now roamed down MAJØR as well, down in this area too. And Ocean Soul, this game could be a big turning point for either side, as Ryan Overpower has the team.
Oh, that's a big knockup.
By Arventus.
Bouncy council for Arventus, who's pretty tanky and actually survives a lot of this, but too many members of Hillbrook are in the area, so they pick up the kill on Arventus, and for the first time in this game, Hillbrook, they have the kill lead, but they do not have the gold lead.
No gold lead on their side. That's a classic example of Mansfield, who have been behind in kills objectives, but always ahead on that gold score, the ability to farm up. And I think Kipkangaroo on the top side, and of course, there's a massive jungle lead for MAJØR here on the Olaf.
Yeah, but if you like a look at, I think, blow for blow, gold for gold right now, a big one that could be critical later, it is Destroy Nubs over the likes of Happy Game, with the 2 kills kind of picked up just there, and was able to finish that Blade of the Ruin King. And that is a major power spike, actually, for this bot side, because it does mean Jinx's Fishbone has to be a lot more careful when looking to engage, and it could give a bit more space back. Meanwhile, another pick onto Jinx's Fishbone, who, not entirely sure why he was looking to get the wards on their own at this stage of the game. That's a pretty grievous misstep.
Yeah, it's pretty poor to see that Leona go down. And of course, good catch though by Hillbrook to recognize the opportunity, know that Leona is all alone, and that Herald gets dropped mid for not much available. Pretty frivolous pursuit there down. And Suka is going to start clearing out some games. And again, this game is looking a lot more even. This is looking like a game that Hillbrook can take, and it's fun and funny. Every best of 5 series, we've had this same kind of progression evolution. Game 1 is a very heavy stomp to one of the teams. The second game, you can see, oh, this is how they could potentially take it back. But I feel like the 2-0, if they slip up in one more game, they make one more crucial mistake, Mansfield will take the series, potentially even this game as well. As Kipkangaroo, again, just proxy farming, looking to take over. Is a kind of inting sign without the inting. But,
yeah,
I mean, he's 1 and 2, so there's maybe some.
Honestly, I think it's more fishing Sion, because every time he does this, there are members of Mansfield there waiting, looking for a fight. He is just this bait at this stage, saying, come on, try and fight me, come at me, but it hasn't really worked yet, unfortunately, and it's come at the expense of the Mansfield bot lane. Yeah. Because of all the attention up top, it actually has let Destroy Nubs really in this game when probably shouldn't have been able to. Sort of odd to see Mansfield prioritize the top side of the map, where the Sion is, more so than the bot side, where the Xayah, who's playing amazing. Interesting play, though. They actually do find one kill eventually. Arventus into the wall, flashes to secure it, but he also will secure his own death, or will he? That was a big miss from WarningThump. Galio trying to run for his life, gets a bit of the knockup, but it also puts him in range of WarningThump, who will auto down the Galio.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things about the Galio. Actually, if you E in a direction, you actually go back. So one of a cheeky trick is to E away from a target once you've gone on tournament to actually hit them much quicker. It's a little tip for Galio players out there. DoomGoat.
Oh, Happy Game though. Hill might stay alive. The Solar Throw did hit Hillbrook's follow-up, but it's not going to be enough. Happy Game will go down despite the use of the Feather Storm, and Hillbrook are taking this game over in relatively dominant fashion. You can see Destroy Nubs not done yet. They should be able to chase Fishbones down. 5-0 on this vein.
Yeah, and Arventus, this is what you need to be on that Kha'Zix game, and now he's swapped down to the AD carry role, let DoomGoat go into the jungle, and he's looking very strong in his vein. 5-0, already got that Blade of the Ruin King completed, and if he picks up that Rage Blade second, it's going to be very hard for them to do much against that monstrous AD carry of the vein.
And that will be an Ocean Drake as well, going to be taken by Hillbrook on the tail end of it all. And I just go back to that point I made previously. Mansfield prioritizing the top lane, trying to use this Sion on bait as opposed to accelerating what really should be their late game win con, which is this Xayah coming back to hurt them right now, because now this Vayne is going to be so far ahead, and they're not done yet. They're trying to find yet another gauge. This time it's going to be on Arventus, who again takes a ride on the bouncy castle, barely escapes with his life. You do have the split push of Kipkangaroo. It is taking down towers, but it's not really winning them this game.
No, it's not the case, and I think, honestly, it's going to be one of those games you say, Mansfield need to get into teamfight mode at 20 minutes, and I think that's going to be the core difference in this game. And the fact that Arventus is actually kind of really far ahead on this vein is going to be very interesting, because generally, Mansfield have always had the AD carry lead when they go to this teamfight mode. But now, Happy Game, who kind of is Mansfield's big carry, I mean, Kipkangaroo kind of seems to be warps their playstyle a little bit. He kind of seems to be like one of those top laners that's a bit like, you play my style, or you guys can do what you're doing, and I'm going to play by myself anyway, so it's kind of better to play around his style. But again, when he's not on the champions that he likes, he cannot play him to that same degree. Will barely escape it. Actually, no, he won't, because that minion auto is going to chase him down. Ooh, the stacks of corrupting keeping him alive.
Oh no, the hunt down
the bear's
is here.
coming.
Yeah, angry bear. Kill secured. Very unfortunate he hit the wall right there. That was a bit unlucky. Nice dodge of the solar flare, but that Zenith Blade did not hit. That missed low.
Lollipop, man. Lollipop. It's alright. Lollipop effect. Just chill. Don't get upset. It's alright. Hey, it's alright.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy, Mitch. Not happy. But either way, though, Hillbrook, they're very happy as they did secure yet another kill in this one. As 18 minutes into this game, this is the best Hillbrook has looked thus far. Now, it should be worth noting, they're still not in the lead gold-wise. Mansfield still power farming. Most of this is through that jungle. Eventually, we need to see MAJØR get involved, because until he does, this gold lead actually doesn't mean anything. Hillbrook, they control the map. They are controlling a lot of this game.
Yeah, that is the case, but I mean, they are still behind in gold. That's the thing. Mansfield are still ahead in gold, and I think, I mean, MAJØR is going to be there. I want to see him make a big team fight, because I think MAJØR plus happpy are going to be huge. I'm just trying to go through this is not good.
That was not the engage you're looking for. Still, though, MAJØR is here, and that damage is going straight after destroying Nubs, and there is the shutdown Mansfield wanted to see. So, they have destroyed Nubs off of the Rift, and that really is where all Hillbrook's gold is, but the counter engage arrives from the mid lane, and they're not going to settle for one. They're going to get 2 kills as MAJØR should fall. Suki barely gets out alive, and MAJØR actually still going at it. This Olaf buys enough time for heroic entrance, but Arventus too little too late. Might find DoomGoat, but it also might come at the cost of his own life. Mansfield, they're going in on this. A teleport comes through as well, as it looks like Kipkangaroo doesn't want anyone to escape. Doesn't really hit anyone with that unstoppable force. DoomGoat stuck in the back end of everything, should eventually die. They want to give the kill over to happpy game, and one more auto should do it. Messy fight, yet hey, Mansfield, I think they're okay with how that one went.
Yeah, I mean, that was very back and forth. I'm not sure who came out on top in that fight. It was a good play there from Hillbrook to sit in that bush and know that someone's going to come out of it. But WarningThump getting some free time up on this top side. This big scary bear is definitely something that has worked in their favor in both games. And WarningThump probably one of the strongest. But all these solo lanes from Hillbrook are super strong. And you kind of said it, you know, it sucks to be a jungle when all your lanes are losing. But it turns out all your lanes are winning. They've come out on top of this. And as though Kipkangaroo's been dominating, is massively ahead in CS, just does not look comfortable at all on this line. Like, doesn't look like he wants to be playing this champion in this game, and it's kind of reflecting that he's still playing that same playstyle where he has to be a role player for his team, and that's where Mansfield have really struggled. When Kipkangaroo was on the Ornn in their first game versus Somerset, they really struggled. They did not look good when they were playing against, when he wasn't playing the champions he wanted to play. Yeah, it seems to be a very top laner trade, actually.
Yeah, this is a very interesting situation too, because like, yeah, Mansfield, I really think they should have just, you know, almost said, I'm sorry, Kipkangaroo, you're on Sion duty. We don't need to come up and support you. The cost of that has now a 5-in-1 Vayne, so they did find a pick on the Vayne. Arventus actually in a bit of trouble right now. I'm curious how hungry DoomGoat is, and the answer is, well, not as hungry as Arventus was to escape. Flash does get burned out of this Galio. As this is happening, though, Mansfield playing the macro game. This mid tower actually might go down, and that is a bit of a misstep for Hillbrook.
Yeah, of course, popped the Rift Herald there, got its second charge off in that second tower, which is why it was solo and able to take it down. Arventus here in this bot lane entertaining this Vayne, and it's the rotations that Hillbrook just have not been able to match. That's Mansfield's been their biggest thing throughout the entire series, or since their entire history, and every time we've seen one stream, they've always had reasonably decent macro. Even this iteration of Mansfield, which I'd say is probably the least macro-focused iteration of Mansfield I've seen, which is a bit of actually a match. This team's a bit of a combination of their two teams from last year. They kind of got the 5 best players and put them on one team instead of having 2 relatively even teams. Of course, the Mansfield Megaphones did bow out in the regional stage and didn't get to the finals, but in the previous competition where it was open to anyone from any region to get into the finals, they did quite well, and both Mansfield schools were able to make the finals. But again, this season, I suppose, of Queensland High School League of Legends, it hasn't happened for them as well. But of course, in this grand final, 2-0 up, it looks like the school will still find silver if it's not both its sides finding success.
As we do see Hillbrook now making their way towards that Ocean Drake. I mean, if Hillbrook is going to find a way back into this, and Ocean Soul will definitely help. And I say back into this because, again, they are falling further behind despite that kill lead. So they are the team that kind of is on that back foot. We are getting to that stage where Mansfield tends to take games over. We've passed that 20-minute mark, so Hillbrook has to be careful. They're going to try and drag the dragon out of the pit. probably the smart choice because Mansfield looking to get in over from that other side. Happy Game clearing some vision from over the wall, but Dragon's already low. If the fight's going to happen, it's going to happen right now. They're going to try and jump onto Olaf. He can just push Ragnarok. Jinx's Fishbonez is going to come from that other side, but the Solar Flare comes too little too late. It doesn't matter. The heroic entrance completely turns the fight around, and here comes Happy Game from below. A lot of damage being thrown on that Hillbrook side, yet it is MAJØR who goes down first. 1-for-1 at the moment, but with no destroyed nubs, it is no damage for Hillbrook. Low health bars left, right, and center, but Happy Game continues to auto away. The bear mauling Mansfield, whoever he can get his hands on. It's a 2-for-2 at the moment as the Fishbonez walks right into WarningThump. That should be the kill, but the Zenith Blade kind of turns it back around. Ryan Overpower is the one who finds a kill onto the Fishbone instead. Happy Game not done yet. Tries to stop the teleport, but cannot secure the kill. DoomGoat should die because Kipkangaroo is split pushing. He'll get the kill at the tail end of the teleport. Happy Game finds the kill onto DoomGoat. And Mansfield, yes, they win this fight. They do lose their top laner eventually as Destroy Nubs rejoins the fray and gets yet another one. Chaos left, right, and center, but I think Mansfield came out on top.
I mean, that was huge for Mansfield. That's exactly what they were doing. That was a 4v5 fight that they technically won. It was such good positioning from Happy Game to play around on this Xayah. He looks so strong on this champion, able to pop the ultimate as well to escape away. As you can see, Ryan Overpower has actually picked up that BM book, as we like to say here. That Magi's Soul still has been picked up, which, I mean, he has been playing pretty safe, hasn't died too much. It's definitely viable on the Vel'Koz, and just means he's going to be running away and not really fighting those fights up close and personal. The Thornmail also on this Galio has been completed, obviously, for the Vayne. And I think that's the one thing that they really lack. Jarvan is actually really good into Olaf because you can't Ragnarok out of a Cataclysm, right? You can't get, it doesn't let you go through walls. So as long as you have CC resistance, you're still stuck in that pit, but he has way too much lifesteal. They need to have the Executioner's Calling on the Vayne. If that Executioner's Calling, this Olaf would be dead. They need this anti-healing, especially because he's building towards that Spirit Visage, and with that up and available, there's no way this Olaf's going to be killable if you don't have that Grievous Wounds to apply.
Yeah, instead, it looked like Destroy Nubs went for the QSS, so more survivability as opposed to more of an aggressive build, and I can kind of understand that. That's been 2 fights in a row where Destroy Nubs has been caught by Chain CC and brought down.
He already had the QSS available, though. He bought that earlier, and there's just too much CC that can be laid down from Mansfield with, of course, the Galio and the Leona, and because Vayne has to get in so close range, obviously it has 550 attack range, to get in and get her damage off, it's so hard.
This is a great little wombo, by the way. This is the wombo that Hillbrook wants, so completely obliterates Happy Game and Jinx's Fishbone. This should be 1, possibly 2 towers now going to Hillbrook's side. That was just textbook.
It was really poor from Mansfield though to get caught out. They have both their split pushes available and no one on the map was missing, so they knew this was a potential play that could come out of the Hillbrook side, and they just obviously weren't in tune enough to look towards it. And now this means that this next Ocean Dragon, I mean, they're looking to stay
2 minutes away though.
But they're just trying to catch that.
They should have gone Baron,
but will run away. And the Baron, is definitely the up and available objective. They do have a Vayne with Rage Blade completed, which means she's going to shred through the health bar of this big purple worm. The Silver Bolt's passive, when you apply it with the Rage Blade, applies much more quickly and pokes down the max. Well, that was max health, right?
Yeah, but like, why do they not rotate up towards Baron? Like, yes, they know Sion is down there. Best, like, worst case scenario, you get the teleport out of the Sion.
Kills are more important, Max. Kills are what matters to these kids. And they don't care about Barons, they don't care about Objective, they care about getting 24 Magi stacks, and they care about nice KDAs.
Well, you know what? It's easier to kill Sion when he can't teleport away. And it's easier to get kills when Sion doesn't teleport into your fight and mess everything up for you.
I'd say it's easy to get kills when you have the Baron, you've destroyed the entire enemy base and they have nowhere to run but to the fountain. But, you know, that's just me.
Well, I don't think they could have gotten the Baron there, but they could have gotten some teleports. That's my point.
Yeah.
Actually, they could have gotten that Baron.
They have Vayne with Rage Blade.
Yeah,
and everyone was dead.
Not the Olaf. Not the Olaf, as MAJØR still probably is going to be that major problem.
No grievous wounds, man. I mean, they got the Thornmail, but that's it. Like, and all Olaf has to do is just not hit J4. You have 800 gold. You bought the crit item. What's it called? The cloak. Just build executioners, please. Please.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation right now for Hillbrook, who they're winning these fights. Or, I mean, well, they're getting picks. They aren't really winning the fights yet, and I still feel when Mansfield finds that 5v5, Arventus is going to come up huge once more. I go back to that heroic entrance in the fight that we saw at the Dragon Pit previously that completely turned it on its head, as the lack of grievance wounds did keep MAJØR alive long enough for it to be a proper turnaround. I don't see Hillbrook being able to survive another fight going quite like that again, especially with how committed to the AD Sion Kipkangaroo is. Give him that Yovu's Ghostblade now. This is actually happening up top.
You can take the split push champs away from the player, but you can't take the split push out of the man, as Kipkangaroo proves that point. Going the Yomus, going the Titanic Hydra, going the Sunfire Cape, as well as this Dragon is up and available, and Mansfield really want it. They don't want to give that assault.
Oh, Solar Flare though gets the Sun onto DoomGoat, and that's going to be a flag and drag used defensively, but it's all for that counter engage as the ultimate disintegration way completely flips this fight on its head. A triple kill for Ryan over Power. That's a complete wash for Mansfield.
Teleport for the penner. Teleport for the penner.
Oh, I don't think they're going to do that. They're going to go ahead and secure that Ocean Dragon, but they should be going straight now to that Baron Plus as the top laners go at each other. This is something.
I mean, this is just a classic beef ball fight.
I've taken
it's a big
brick.
smelly rat versus an undead lumberjack.
I've taken a brick and I've taken another brick and I'm just sort of smashing them together. This is what I want to see though. Hillbrook going ahead. They're going to get themselves this Baron as well. And Mansfield, previously teamfight's been their forte. Not that last one.
Well, Ryan over Power has just been able to sit back on this artillery mage and pump out that artillery damage, a lifelong disintegration rate onto 3 members there. No Cataclysm was even used to lock them down into place. So much damage coming out of Vel'Koz. Once he procs that passive, he's basically doing true damage. And comboed with, of course, the MAJØR Soul Stealers now fully stacked. The penetration there as well as the Andrew's Torment that just grinds away at the health bars is kind of like a Morello's in terms of it applies that anti-healing because it just does way too much damage as it starts to burn down. And Mansfield were the ones that initiated that pick, initiated that fight, but did not come out on top. And that's where Hillbrook's comp really functions. It's that counter engage ability of the Bane to kind of say, come into me and not me coming into you.
Yes, although realistically that was the Ryan over Power fight, as everyone did get grouped up in that corridor and zap, zap.
Is it a zap? I feel like it's more of like a singeing. It's like a laser melting you, right?
It's a long zap. It's one long zap.
I don't know. Zap's like like the lightning zap, you know?
Okay, so it's a buzz.
It's a buzz.
Either way, fully stacked Soul Stealer right now for Ryan over Power and one, you know. Hey, Vel'Koz is all about that knowledge, right? So of course he's going to read all 25 chapters of that book, and with that Baron
he's actually got Morello's and Leandri's, so LS. I'm happy chappy. You don't buy both, you buy one or the other.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that. I would have liked to see the Roa actually taken.
Roa?
Not Roa, sorry, the Crystal Scepter Rallies.
Really? I would have gone for Spirit, what's it called? Not Spirit. Void Staff.
Void Staff. Yeah, Void Staff's the other one.
Void Staff, to just cut through the MR, because there's so much MR being built on the enemy team.
Last time I played Vel'Koz, I just bought 5 Void Staffs.
Wait, is Sion going for...
Sion is going for a flank play that was never going to work, so he'll go ahead and open it out.
He has a Nash's Tooth.
Oh. No, that's a Stinger. That's a Stinger.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Stinger. And that only builds into Triforce and...
Nashers.
Yeah. He's going for Triforce. He's going for Triforce.
He's going for Triforce. He is. He's got the long. Oh my goodness. Dedication.
Bro, you can take him off the Fiora, you can take him off the Camille, but he'll still build the same goddamn
He is going tons of damage. I don't think Hillbrook are going to let him get to that stage, though, as they are continuing to siege with these Baron and Power minions right now through the bot lane. Another tower is going to fall. Mansfield, they could be looking to try and make this last stand perhaps. Hillbrook completely has turned this game around, and they haven't done it with a lot of gold, actually. It's just been a couple unfortunate fights for Mansfield, and credit where credit is due to Hillbrook for taking advantage of these fights on the tail end of them.
Yeah, taking advantage of those fights is the key. And Mansfield, again, Kipkangaroo not in a carry means they're not going to win the game by the looks of it. Hillbrook have actually been playing so much better. And it's kind of been attributed to this mid and bot lane duo. Arventus has been pumping out a lot of DPS on this vein, of course, starting to scale up as well. And of course, the Vel'Koz has just gotten so big. The first time, really, they've taken advantage of Arventus in this mid lane. And Ryan Overpower being on a range carry where you can sit back. Obviously, Vel'Koz is probably more the style of mid lane as he can actually play, not so much the style well. So those close range carries there in the mid lane, and you see them taking over Mansfield jungle. Hillbrook definitely in the driver's seat now, also on soul points. The next thing, Ocean Dragon could definitely decide this game, because I think whoever gets that Ocean Soul is well and truly winning this game, either as a comeback mechanic or as a way to win the game more. But the God lead is still relatively close, despite the objective lead being ballooned in Hillbrook's favor.
And we do have 3 items now completed for Happy Game, and we've seen Happy Game's happy feet already in this match so far. So if Happy Game can stay alive for an extended period, Mansfield can win that next critical team fight. It's really an interesting situation.
And no Xe on the Vayne yet. Why? Why? But oh well, that's the way it goes. The PD has been picked up. Another BF sword means maybe the IE is the next item to come through for Iron Destroy Nubs. And then the QSS to be completed into Merc's skin at the end there. So the 80k, I mean, this is more... Mansfield have kind of started, their team fight has kind of started to fall off. They don't really have the ability to take it in the 5v5 to Hillbrook. Kipkangaroo 1 just doesn't have the build for it.
I think that's the big thing. If Kipkangaroo was like a proper tank right now, I think they probably could.
Which is funny considering he still has like 6k health there? Is that
it's actually ridiculous.
4, 5,
Dragon
6K,
has spawned right now. This is going to be a very critical Dragon fight for both these teams. Hillbrook with Dragon Soul should be able to siege out this game and eventually take it. Mansfield cannot afford to give it up, but team fights have not been going their way, especially around the Dragon Pit. They've got to pick their moment absolutely perfectly. MAJØR, though, steps forward right into the crowd control. Zap goes the raid, but it doesn't hit anyone as Ragnarok gets to the back line, but Destroy Nubs kites him successfully. The 2-man taunt is not going to do much. Hillbrook taking this fight as Happy Game is down. A double kill for Destroy Nubs. They get the Dragon. They're probably going to take the game.
Bro, don't worry about the Dragon. Just run for the Nexus. It's done and dusted as Kipkangaroo is going to try and reset and hold them out. The Soul goes over to Hillbrook, and I think this is game, match, set, done for them, as they're going to move on and make this series a lot more interesting, as Hillbrook will take that game 2-1. And now they've got this winning recipe they need to follow. I mean, I'm still not sure about the lineup. I still think you could swap it around. Arventus is a mid lane main, and DoomGoat is actually an AD carry main. Interesting, he hasn't played Jhin, which is his most played in solo.
Does it end on this push?
Yeah, they can end.
I don't know.
I mean, they're probably not quick enough, actually.
I don't think they're going to be fast enough. I mean, you have Destroy Nubs there, and he's doing a lot of damage, but the death timers are quite low, and I think they get the inhib and back off.
Baron, they should just go straight to Baron, actually, because Baron's spawning soon, and they're not going to be able to contest, I don't think. They're going to be worried about cleaning up their base for the next 20 seconds, and they do Baron in 12 seconds, roughly. 12? 13 seconds.
Oh, but here's the X factor. Kipkangaroo. And you know what? He's leading the charge. It looks like Mansfield wants this. Solar Flare's not going to find anything. Flag and drag used defensively by DoomGoat does get him out of dodge. There's about 30 seconds, I'd say, before super minions are going to get into that base. So that is a small window for Mansfield to try and force something that they are looking for. Again, I'm not sure they win this fight, but I think it's a bit of that panic mechanic. The desperation has them on the hunt. Ryan Overpower does avoid being caught by the vision. Super minions passing the middle of the rift. Time running out against Mansfield, but Baron got aggroed, and that does force Kipkangaroo back.
Yeah, it does definitely do that as Kipkangaroo. I mean, I really want to... I mean, I'm assuming Hillbrook are going to win this game. They're well and truly ahead. They've got Vayne and Vel'Koz, who are late game carries. They've scaled up. They've got a good enough front line to keep them alive. The bear, the big smelly rat, is doing very, very well. But, I mean, the one thing I love to say is they need to make sure they follow the same formula next game, right? They need to make sure they ban out Kipkangaroo's champion pool. I actually wouldn't mind putting DoomGoat back to AD carry. I'm not sure his jungle was that great, but I think they need to play around those same champions. I want to see him play Jhin. DoomGoat play Jhin, actually. That has been his most played in solo queue this season. I mean, obviously, we should probably still focus on the game at hand, because there is still a chance that Mansfield stall this game out long enough and maybe get the Elder Dragon and take it around. But
it is Hillbrook.
I really don't see a situation where they can take down.
I will say this: Hillbrook, who has had issues closing out games, if they cannot close out this game, that they don't deserve to win this event.
No.
This is their game to lose, as we see Kipkangaroo jumped upon, has to burn flash after the Unstoppable Force just kind of face tanks DoomGoat. Baron is being set up around right now, and it's actually Mansfield being proactive with the vision at this stage. Hillbrook will have to walk into them. I think they should be okay with it. DoomGoat going for that hard tank build has been surviving a lot of his engages, and it's Mansfield who probably should be looking to back away.
Yeah, that has been the case. I think the biggest story of this game too is the fact that this Jarvan has been so good into MAJÖR's Olaf. right? He has not been able to get anything in the backline, and the one time he did get in the backline, Vayne was just pop the blade of the Wrong King, just use the extra move speed to kite him out, take him down. That percent health damage is way too much on the Vayne side, as we see Ryan Overpower farming up in this mid lane, and they're kind of just waiting for this mid lane to kind of take over, but Mansfield's done a really good job of actually contesting this mid wave and knowing that as long as we maintain mid, at least even, not priority per se, but as long as we maintain that mid wave, we can definitely contest around this Baron, as now Hillbrook have Reese's control of this place, and they're going to start up the Baron.
Yeah, they might as well. One pick could have ended the game, and you do have a split push happening with Kipkangaroo at the moment on the bot side. Teleport is available. That's going to have to be used because Baron is just getting absolutely blitzed. That Vayne does way too much damage. Baron goes down. Do we see a team fight at the tail? And we see the teleport, and yeah, that is Mansfield trying to force the issue. They're going after WarningThump and DoomGoat, who's still in the pit, yet the damage is not there. Cataclysm will hold Happy Game away from the fight, but the front line of Mansfield actually nearly got to that back line, but not enough damage. Suki does go down. Here comes the Featherstorm. Happy Game's turning it back around. DoomGoat will fall. WarningThump gets on to this Xayah and should be able to maul him to death. Arventus and Kipkangaroo, the last two left alive, but so is Ryan Overpower. That is where the damage will lay, and that is a fight going in favor of Hillbrook, but is it enough to end the game? It is with teleport. It's the battle for the top laners. Mansfield trying to stay alive.
Yeah, Ryan Overpower is going to walk up to here, but the Baron might be enough to keep him alive, but Kipkangaroo keeping his side. He's been the kind of
Trinity force, the tons of damage is actually forcing WarningThump back right now, but Ryan Overpower is the one who is going to shred him, and there you see Kipkangaroo goes down. Mansfield's chances not dead yet. MAJØR as well as Fishbonez are going to be back up before this game ends.
I think they should have just ignored the Sion and just gone straight for it. I'm not sure if Sion could have killed WarningThump there if he was just focusing the tower, but will not be the case. After back off here, as the Elder Dragon up in 1 minute is going to be that next big fighting point for these two sides. Hillbrook are massively ahead, but it's what they say is when it gets up to 80k, the goal difference means nothing, but I still think Hillbrook's comp in that late game is much stronger. But if Mansfield can pull off another fight like that where they can maybe stay alive for a little bit longer, Happy Game is so low in levels actually, and that's probably the biggest reason why he's being taken down. And I actually really like the glacial, not the glacial, what's it called? The frozen mallet on the Volibear. I've never actually seen that built on him before, but it gives him so much ability to just provide those AoE slows, considering the fact that his lightning applies those auto attack damage passives.
This Elder Dragon fight can flip this game on its head should Mansfield find a way to somehow secure it. It's going to have to be a pretty crazy steal, I feel like, because right now, all of Hillbrook is in that area. Kipkangaroo is back in his own fountain with no teleport available. As, this is the pick that could end the game. Fishbonez is able to walk away, but the ultimate disintegration ray, it's no longer available.
It's down and unavailable, and this is where Mansfield are going to have to make their fight, make their stand happen. They need to make sure they get a really clean engage onto it. Ariana Destroy Nubs or Rhino.
Oh, here we go. The play is actually on to MAJØR, who's forced to put Rakan right away. They're knocking up, and they're getting everyone down. Goes the Fishbonez, but that's not the target. However, Happy Game is zoned away from the fight, and the rest of Mansfield is caught in the middle of Hillbrook. That fight goes heavily in favor of the red side. They're now going to end the game. Hillbrook, take us to game 4.
Yeah, and that's a huge team fight win finally on their side. Hillbrook get to end a game, and that was majorly down to the fact that was a fantastic cataclysm from DoomGoat that, although it wasn't aimed towards the Olaf, caught the Olaf just on the edge of it. It was one of those ones where it knocks him up with the wall, but it didn't in fact pull him back down, and that was so huge in keeping him containing that cataclysm. Other than that, he would have ran rampant over the entire backline, and that is the game for Hillbrook. That is their chance to get back in this, but it has been such a big slog, a 40-minute back and forth marathon for Hillbrook to win that game, and they've got to reset their mental, and they've still got 2 more games to win. So although it's bad for Mansfield, they have lost their opportunity to 3-0, they can still win any of the next 2 games and take this series.
Absolutely. And Hillbrook, again, yes, they win that game. They made it look so difficult.
Oh, yeah.
They always make it look so difficult, and that's why I'm still very nervous about this team moving forward. Now, we will be taking a break. It's right up there, about 5 minutes. When we return, game number 4 in this series. Again, Mansfield, they have another chance to end it before game 5. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out then.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Legion by Lenovo High School League of Legends Regional Rift based here in Queensland for Game 4 of our Grand Finals. It's currently 2-1 in favour of Mansfield, and last game was a spicy game. Hillbrook barely staying alive in a 40-minute slog, and we'll have to see if they can back it up again in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask, I feel like. Mansfield, not sure how seriously they took that game. We were sort of talking about it before, how, you know, that game 3 when you have the 2-game cushion, you can maybe have a bit of fun with it. You can run a split push AD Sion and play around that and leave the Vayne on the other side that your team is designed to counter completely alone to free farm and get 5 kills in the first 20 minutes. Hey, that's what happened that game.
It's a 2-game cushion, isn't it?
It's a 2-game cushion.
You can do what you want.
But hubris is a thing, and if Mansfield aren't careful, they can find themselves maybe slipping once more, and then Game 5, anything can happen.
I mean, but I feel like that last game was one of those games that neither side enjoyed playing at all. I think no one had fun in that last game. No matter if you won or lost, you did not have fun. But I think the biggest key that we took out of that last game is Kipkangaroo needs to be on a solo carry champion, because otherwise he'll pick a tank and play like a solo carry champion and basically just cost 50 in the game.
Which is why, you know, these bans have been so detrimental for Mansfield. Camille banned first every single game thus far. I think it's safe to say Kipkangaroo is never getting Camille. I don't think he's getting Fiora again as well. And it's keeping him on his toes. Like, you mentioned it before, and I have to agree, he needs something like that Kennen, probably in the first rotation. Otherwise, he's just going to get banned out and put in these awkward situations where the team does struggle.
Yeah, which is kind of funny considering Kipkangaroo's technically, well, I mean, other than Arventus, who's gold 3, the lowest ranked player on the team. Right. Like, he's platinum, and it kind of seems the entire team revolves around him, and it looks like Hillbrook will stick with these same 3 bans, which I like, very solid. Happy Game has pretty much looked comfortable, and only Xayah, other than that Caitlyn, that he's had up and about, of course got a pentakill on that one, so I don't think Happy Game will ever be getting that Kate. And I really want to see how they adapt this draft here from Hillbrook. Yeah,
this first pick is going to be very telling. Ashe is available, so is Shen. We've been waiting to sort of see that Shen get locked in, and it's always been hovered but never committed upon. Now could be a good time to do so, although Volibear has been even stronger, I feel like.
WarningThump has looked really good on the volley. Yes. And Shen is more, I think, you know, if you're looking a bit behind, you go to more towards that, but the volley has something he's looked quite strong on. I'm not sure why they're blinding it every game up top rather than taking something like a priority pick like this Ashe. But I like to see Ashe Leona finally locked in here for Mansfield on the red side. Of course, Hillbrook on the blue side, and they're going to be looking to take it away, and Ashe Leona is locked in. That's a very strong 2v2 instantly locked in for the Mansfield bot lane.
Could see something like that Xayah Nautilus that you were talking about before, though. It's a strong answer.
I'd rather see something like Jin Nautilus, or actually Senna TK, Senna something. Senna's really good into Ashe, has that counter. And it depends if RNL Destroy Nubs is going to go AD carry again, or if DoomGoat's going to stay in the AD carry role, or maybe RNL goes mid, Ryan goes jungle. There's so many there's a lot of flexibility that the Hillbrook middle 3 can do, as all of them can pretty much play each other's lanes, as Rakan is going to be locked in, so maybe they're going to answer with the Lovers duo, but Leona is a famous Rakan counter, like a hard Rakan counter.
This is kind of picking into a tough matchup right now for Hillbrook, and I'm getting vibes of our first game almost if they continue down this path. I don't really want to see... Well, I didn't want to see the Rakan locked in, so we've already passed that stage. I feel like we're going to have to see Xayah to kind of make that Rakan worthwhile.
Well, Jin actually, maybe too, but again, it's really hard. Maybe, I don't know what they're going to... Yeah, Vayne, because RNL is obviously going to go back to the 80 carry. It's what they worked in the first game, but Vayne into Leona Ashe is definitely not the way you want to go. Into Leona Xayah, it works, but Leona Ashe, there's way too much level 6 potential, especially when your support's a Rakan who can't do much. And this draft already with this Galio getting locked in is looking very back to Mansfield going, okay, we had a bit of a fumble in game 2, but now it is time for us to draft this teamfight comp. Happy Game is going to carry us. The one thing they do have, though, not going for them, is that Kipkangaroo is going to get likely banned out here and is going to be forced on something he's not comfortable on. I think they should put him on the Ornn instead of the Sion, because the Ornn, there's no way he can make that a split push champion. I mean, I'm sure he'll try, but he cannot make that a split push champion.
The thing that I'm also worried about as well, though, is the damage output from Mansfield at this stage, because knowing that most likely Kipkangaroo is going to be forced into another sort of losing lane matchup situation. They're going to need a lot of damage out of that jungle. MAJØR, though, has already proven he can run things like the Graves quite well. Wouldn't mind seeing that get locked in again as well.
With actually, I think you've got enough damage coming out of the Ashe, but I think MAJØR as well will play a carry jungler. I mean, so far he's played Olaf, Ekko, and the Graves there, and
I think Ekko would be really good in this comp
Ekko would be fantastic here.
Ekko would be
the Graves.
Okay, Graves is also good. The point is, it's a lot of area of effect burst right now to synergize with that Galio, with that Leona, and with that Ashe.
I mean, I don't think his Graves has looked very good at all. I think Major's Graves has probably been one of his worst performing champions. Individually, I think he hasn't done really well in the games he's played. Graves, he's still won most of his games, but he hasn't looked great. I mean, I think this game's going to be bot lane carry. I think Ashe and Leona are going to dumpster the rest of this team. As Fiddlesticks is locking, which means Ryan Overpower might be going into the jungle. DoomGoat on the Vayne and the 80 carry roll, which means I'm going to screen up in this mid lane. Xayah, baby, please. Can we see an Xayah? Xayah's really good into Galio. Really, really good into Galio.
We could see that Azir right now. You've been asking for it all night. And if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. Back against the wall, Hillbrook. This is the Hillbrook you wanted to see. This is that lineup. And here's my point. I know you're putting a lot of faith in this Mansfield bot lane right now. The issue is they don't play through bot lane. They're going to play through the top lane again. They want to play through Kipkangaroo. And if Kipkangaroo has another situation where he's going to be drawing all the attention up top, they could struggle. So the Jax is someone who can survive on his own.
I mean, Jax is just honestly, if you're going to play a carry top laner, if you're ever going to play Camille, like Jax is just like Camille and Fiora, but easier to execute, better early game, is more likely to get ahead and is stronger in the late game. Like, simpler to play, but you get, I mean, I suppose you can't min-max as much. Like, the skill cap of Fiora / Camille is much better. Like, Jax, you can only get so good, but Jax is consistently good, I think, is the key. And I think Kipkangaroo is going to enjoy being on this Jax a lot more. I like this combat in Mansfield. I think the Rakan pick is a big, big issue here for Hillbrook. Like, a huge issue.
The thing I am worried about, though, is Mansfield's macro, of all things. And I know that sounds kind of crazy, but last game showed me, hey, we're built around to play around our bot lane. No, let's play around our Sion. If they do that again, if they leave this Vayne Rakan alone for a second game in a row, they're going to lose again, and they cannot afford to do that.
But the difference is, leaving the Vayne Rakan alone, Ashe and Leona are going to be much stronger in 2v2. Like, they will be able to take.
But it wasn't a 2v2.
Sure, but even with the Fiddlesticks in 3v2, the Ashe Leona win, right? And if you focus towards topside with the Jax and Jax gets ahead, he will carry the game. It's not like you're focusing around a Thali Sion. If Major and Kipkangaroo play hard topside, I will, like, he's still going to play around. He's still going to do better.
Jinxs Fishbonez was also rotating top. If the Leona's rotating top and leaving
if you're a Jax and you get Graves and Leona in your lane, you're like, this is happy days, I'm going to get ahead. And the difference is, in the late game when the Sion's split pushing and he's hitting the tower slowly, it's going to take him, you'll trade one Baron for one tower. But if Jax is split pushing, bro, he's taking the tier 1, 2, 3 and the inhibitor while you're defeating Baron, because he just goes pew with his little passive when he stacks up that 8 things. I mean, for God's sakes, he's so good with weapons, he has to give him a lamp. Like, he was too OP, they had to give him a lamp, man.
Yeah, and polar bears are still the ultimate predator of the north.
I don't know, I feel like Jax's lamp's gonna just bonk the Volibear. He's going, hey, you got a thunder, no, but I've got a lamp. You don't understand. It's a lamp.
I think this matchup is going to be a very close one either way, because there is that X factor of Hillbrook as well on their comfort champions. We saw what DoomGoat can do on this Vayne in that previous game.
Those Arnold destroy nubs on the Vayne. It's
true. It is a different Vayne.
The one thing I will say for Hillbrook is there's way too much late game. There's not enough early game focus. I would like to see DoomGoat on Jhin or even Ezreal, right? You need to have something that's going to win early, because at the moment they have got 2 really late game hard scaling champions. But the problem is, Mansfield late game, Kipkangaroo Jack is one of the strongest late game champions, but in a team fight, Hillbrook are going to dumpster them late. Like, once Azir and Vayne get 3 items, it's over for Mansfield. They can't really fight them in the 5v5 unless they're really far ahead, or even in a 4v4 or 4v5. Unless they're super far ahead, they can't fight them. But this Jax, Kipkangaroo, he wants to be alone. He's like, this is perfect. If you guys get scaled, you guys can be fighting over Baron. I'm just going to be a bot. I'm going to be whacking my towers. I'm going to be having a fantastic time PvEing all by myself over here. That's the style he likes to play. And Jax is the perfect champion to play.
You are so excited to see this Jax on the Rift, and I'm excited.
It's better. So they just drafted, they've adapted. They haven't put him on Sion or on.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see if Hillbrook can handle it, because you do have that strong point. It's Mansfield seems to control their own destiny whenever Kipkangaroo is on a more carry-oriented top laner. I want to see if it can be beaten, and I feel Hillbrook, if they can somehow get this game late, if they can survive that mid-game split push, if they can survive sort of those mid-game fights when that level 6 power spike, when Mansfield could be looking for, honestly, they should be looking for a 4-man dive at level 6 on that bot lane.
Yeah,
100%. Sure. And if Hillbrook can somehow survive some of these plays and take it late, This series gets very interesting because, I mean, that will be 2 games in a row where Hillbrook has taken a game late and then won, hypothetically, if Hillbrook wins in that fashion.
I mean, Hillbrook tend to win late, no matter what. Like, I mean, sure, we mean them because they couldn't finish a game when they had Viger on, like, 20 kills, right? But it was 40 minutes into the game. They won the game because they got to late game. That's their strength. If the first 2 games went down in 33 minutes and then 28 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's a game where if Mansfield can end before late game, because I call League of Legends is kind of early game is 0 to 15, mid game's 15 to 30, late game's 30 plus. Right? Generally, if you go through phases, I mean, in pro, it's a bit more 0 to 10s early, 10 to 20s mid, 20 to 30s late. Yeah. But again, it varies very much so depending on Champions Farm, how it goes matchup-wise. But it's one of those things where 15 to 20 minutes, Mansfield are going to be, 15 to 25 minutes, Mansfield are going to be real strong. 25 plus, when the Azir and Vayne come online. But we're going to see how it goes in 7 seconds. We jump onto the roof for our grand final playoff. This is Hillbrook fighting to stay in it, or Mansfield fighting to take that championship out for themselves. Yeah,
this is going to be a very, very interesting match. I think in terms of draft-wise, this is almost my favorite draft from both teams thus far in terms of playing to their style. There are some things I would switch around if I...
The Rakan is the big question mark that stands out to me. If the Rakan was something like even a Karma or something that just provides disengage.
Lulu would be fun.
Yeah, I mean, self-counter picking is a bit interesting. Lulu would have been fantastic, actually.
Yeah.
Lulu, if they pick something like that, that is their style. That's what they play towards. Those are the kind of champions, especially Suki LOL likes to play. But that is all said and done. Draft is behind us. This is do or die for both these sides, because I think if it goes to Game 5, Mansfield are going to be on tilt. It's going to be real hard for them to come back from a reverse sweep from Hillbrook. But it is heating up now in the, what do we call it? The LBL HSLOL C.
The LBL HSLOL CQLD is what we call it, as we are on that river right now. Mansfield, we're grouped as 3. You're not going to find anyone this time around. Ocean Drake will be our first dragon, and I'm not really sure how much are these times where teams are actually going to prioritize it. This is the first time where I feel that opening Drake probably isn't that important for either side, and I'm wondering if that's going to affect the jungle pathing.
I think it definitely will. I think realistically, Fiddlesticks jungle isn't that strong as a jungle, like meta-wise. Probably haven't seen Ryan Overpower play it a lot, but you do want to make sure you're prioritizing towards the lane. You kind of look. Fiddlesticks more of a counter gank. You're going to wait for the Graves to go for them, but Graves is going to be very happy farming and invading, and I think there's not going to be a lot of jungle action early. I think if anything, you're going to see Happy Game and Jinx Fishbonez play very aggressively in this bottom lane because they have self-counter pick, but a 5-man stack in this brush.
Well, it's 4-man because Kipkangaroo walks away, and they're going to cast Destroy Nubs? No way. Okay, Destroy Nubs gets the ward and gets out. Still flash for flash. Oh.
I feel like even if the root lanes he doesn't. Oh, maybe if the Galio fall up. Maybe, okay. Fair enough. The flash burn there on the Azir, but in this mid lane, this is where Iron Destroy Nubs really has to prove this Azir
I do not like the fact that Destroy Nubs had to flash that.
No.
Because, yes, okay, let's play devil's advocate here, and he doesn't flash, and he gets caught and dies. He'll still be able to lane. Now without flash, he's not really going to be able to lane too well against this Galio who can push forward and harass him.
Nah, against a Galio, like Azir is a really good counter to Galio because you have constant long-range DPS. Galio, the things that Galio really hates to play into are Lucian, Azir. What else does Galio hate to play into? There's another champion too that's super good into him. Why can't I think of it? It's a pretty commonly played pick too. Anyways, Galio hates champions that can outrange him and poke. Vel'Koz is good into Galio too. That was played last game, right? It basically allows him to... The Galio can't walk up. He just gets constantly harassed and poked. And there's nothing he can really do to start fighting back against the enemy team, because Galio's whole point of laning is he's so strong and tanky that if you ever try to fight him, he beats you back. So poke is the counter to Galio, as long as your poke champs can stay safe. So stuff like Lux, Zoe, Arn is good, because if they ever get caught, they're going to get deleted instantly. Even if Azir gets caught, he has enough tools to kind of escape and get out. He has the Shroomer Shuffle, he has, of course, the wall... No, what's the wall called? It's called, oh god.
Yeah, isn't it just like the wall?
Emperor's Divide.
Emperor's Divide, yeah, that's the
what
one.
It is. Emperor's Divide as well. So like he has so many tools to push Galio away. I mean, especially if he ults Galio into tower, Galio's dead. Yeah. Right? He hasn't got the ability to get over the wall quickly. He's very tanky, but he just doesn't have enough ability to stop that. And if you can't get in range for taunt early enough, Galio really struggles, which is why stuff like Lucian is super good against him as well.
As we are on a bit of a slower pace right now, finally we see our first gank happening up top, and the stun from Kipkangaroo nearly holds WarningThump in place long enough, but won't be able to turn it into a kill. Interesting that top lane is drawing the attention initially, as bot lane does seem to be holding its own right now. Ashe's early levels doing a fair bit of work to keep DoomGoat back, yet our first proper fight might be happening around the mid lane. Flash out of Ryan Overpower barely escapes that taunt of Arventus, who gets harassed a fair bit on his way out.
Yeah, the Azir poke coming straight back onto the Galio, and you see the amount of damage that comes through once those soldiers start to stack up. And I mean, when Azir hits that level 11 point where he can get 3 soldiers on the map and get the bonus attack speed, it becomes so powerful and so hard to deal with if you're not on his team, really. Just the extra attack speed he gets in those fights is so huge. It's why it makes him one of the strongest champions. The ability to scale off 3 separate stats. That's why AD carries are so strong, if you don't know, because they scale off attack damage, crit, and attack speed. As we see, barely.
Whoa.
But
yeah, a lot of clutch escapes happening right there. No one getting caught just yet. I think this is the longest game we've had actually thus far without a first blood. Although not for lack of trying, a lot of poking, a lot of spacing, and a lot of zoning, as well as each team kind of taking this one a bit more reserved. A couple proactive plays have been made, more so by Major and the Mansfield side, yet they haven't been able to find anything as of yet.
Yeah, nothing as yet has come through in their favor. But I mean, I do think down into this bot side, they don't really need to focus jungle pressure towards them, as the 2v2 is just so strong out of Leona Ashe, especially because I've picked a Rakan into Leona, which is Leona's biggest counter pick. If we ever saw Leona before she became a meta again, was to counter Rakan. In Xayah Rakan meta, Leona Kai'Sa was the answer to it, or even Leona MF was a big answer too, because you just bullied them in lane, you're able to shove them out and MF match that mid-game team fight. The problem is you fell off, right? But into this vein, Rakan, that's definitely not the case for them, and Ashe Leona is going to be so powerful, especially level 6. Once level 6 comes through, no matter who they double their ults onto, whether it's the Rakan or the Vayne, they're getting a kill.
Can I just say real quick, kind of off topic, I really do not like that Leona skin.
Is it the barbecue skin?
Yeah, it's the
I don't mind barbecue. It's a silly sausage just coming in to get you.
That's fine. You know what? The sausage, that's fine. It's the shield I don't like. That grill shield.
Yeah.
I do not know why, but just the thought of just getting smashed in the face by a red hot grill and just like burning. Oh, I hate that. Anyways, Emperor's Divide is going to be used proactively to throw Arventus right into Ryan Overpower. It should be first blood, but it is not, as Arventus is barely able to escape.
That taunt there coming out of that fight was so crucial to stopping that last auto coming through. Is Ryan Overpower stopped the DPS because he wanted to give the kill over to his mid laner, but unfortunately meant the kill did not go to either side as WarningThump against Kipkangaroo.
Yeah, well, it's because you have backup in Major right here, but it's Kipkangaroo a bit too overeager. It looks like the Jax will escape, and now WarningThump is in a world of hurt, but there's a lot of minions. So this Mansfield has to be a bit careful. They get the first blood, they juggle the minion aggro, and they get out just fine.
Yeah, and you see Kipkangaroo on those trusty solo carries. If he did that last game on the Sion, he definitely would have gone down and died. But on the Jax there, was able to stay alive, and WarningThump falling behind the instant ninja tabbies. But against the Jax, you want Merc Treads, man. You don't want the tabbies, but I suppose it stops that grave damage coming through as well.
Yeah, it's just, extended time being stunned, unfortunately, by those counter strikes, and that's something WarningThump is now going to have to live with. A good start for Mansfield as they do get first blood, surviving a very near miss in that mid lane and able to find something up top. As expected, though, no one's really made a move just yet for this Ocean Drake until right about now, as we do see Mansfield starting to set themselves up for it, although Hillbrook is in the area, in fact, including their jungler as well, so Fishbonez needs to be a bit cautious, able to walk out unscathed this time around. Both teams could be posturing for a dragon fight.
Yeah, I mean, this early dragon is going to be really important for Mansfield to kind of stay in this game. They need to make sure they're getting every early dragon. They have that early bot lane 2v2, right? The Leona Ashe obviously has priority pretty much levels 1 through 11. And they need to make sure they're getting these early dragons. Grave as well has a jungle prio, and if they're going to stay relevant in the late game of the team fights, they need to have the soul on their side. If they don't have that soul, they're just going to get blown away by Azir Vayne. But if they do have that soul, it might keep them in contention, whether it's an Ocean, Infernal, whatever it is, it's going to help. So it's really important they go for those early dragons.
Yeah, and they should be looking to set up for it right now. They are entirely aware of where Ryan Overpower is, and they could be playing accordingly. Both top laners do have teleport, so I'll be curious to see if either of them try to make that play. I think Mansfield is going to wait for level 6 before they pull that trigger, and now would be the time they start looking for that fight. Heroic entrance and teleports available. The 4-man dive, it can happen now at any given moment.
Exactly, it's that dive down the bottom they're going to be so worried about once those ultimates are available. Of course, they're not up just yet, but Ryan Overpower is here to counter any dive if it does end up coming through, as Fishbonez very close hitting at level 6 could happen at any moment. And DoomGoat also got that ultimate available the final hour, potentially to get themselves out with extra stealth. Might help versus these big cooldowns, but...
Ooh, this could be interesting, though, because if this trade goes poorly, that means no Kipkangaroo joining the fight, and WarningThump is absolutely blitzing this Jax. Kipkangaroo having to run for his life. A very scary situation, trying to use the safety of the bushes, but here comes Destroy Nubs. This should be a kill. No! The Emperor's Divide does not connect. Kipkangaroo able to flash to safety.
I've been let down by this Xayah time and time again. That's 2 kills now that have gone begging. But obviously he hasn't been playing it enough. Maybe he should have played mid the whole split instead of playing in the jungle. Have that practice on the Xayah.
We see a bit of a push happening right now from this Mansfield side down below. They've hit level 6 right now, but Kipkangaroo a bit too low to really commit to something crazy down bot at this stage. Plus, Ryan Overpower still babysitting that bot lane. Has been sitting on that bot half of the map, it feels like, for the entirety of this game, really inhibiting Mansfield from playing to their bot lane strengths.
Yeah, exactly. Playing around that bot lane and helping them, get ahead in this mid game. It's just going to be... I'm surprised we haven't seen a dragon take yet, especially given the fact it's an ocean as well. Will help them stay in lane for a little bit longer. I really don't see why that's the case that's occurring here. I think they really need to focus more towards getting these early dragons from Mansfield side, or else it's going to be too late. And if it gets to 25 minutes when they're looking for that 4th dragon, I don't know if they're going to be able to contest it.
And again, it comes back to this issue where MAJØR has been instead more topside focused. Mansfield again is trying to play around this Jax a bit more, it feels like, as opposed to playing around their bot lane, which had that level 6 power spike. The fact that we saw MAJØR up on the top side, we saw Kipkangaroo trying to force a fight when he could have been saving that for a teleport play down bot, tells me that Mansfield, they'd rather play around the top half of the map. And yes, it does look like they're finally going to be getting this Ocean Drake right now, but even then, they could have been doing this at a much faster pace and playing a bit more to their strengths.
Yeah, exactly. It's that they need to kind of... I mean, they do have this late game insurance in the Jax too, and in a different playstyle, but I feel like when you see the enemy team has got Xayah and Vayne, you really need to make sure you're prioritizing your early game play. They should already have, the first dragon under their belt. They should be ready to set up for the second one, as the second dragon would have spawned in about 11 minutes. So a little bit behind the pace Mansfield are, in fact, a whole dragon behind, which is actually such a huge difference when you consider the scaling that's going to come through for the Xayah and for the Vayne. We see Kipkangaroo again trading aggressively into WarningThump.
Yeah, this is a fine trade because he hasn't drawn the attention of the jungle. MAJØR still is on that bot side of the map at this stage of the game. This is just Kipkangaroo being Kipkangaroo. And if you want to take a look at how these lanes are going, I mean, realistically for Mansfield, they're going just fine. Nearly a 30 CS advantage in that top lane. You've got about close to 15, 20-ish in that bot lane. So Mansfield's still playing. They just could be playing a bit more efficiently, and if we get to that late game stage and we're sort of left wondering what more could Mansfield has done, it's been these little mistakes that could come back to haunt them.
Yeah, exactly. It's the little things that could maybe help turn this game into a Game 5 showdown for both these sides. I mean, they drafted so well Mansfield, but they just haven't been able to play it out. That's kind of been the story of the second half of this series. They're drafting comps that win them games, but they just have not been executing and playing around their win cons as cleanly as they did in the first 2.
Yeah, as we wait to see what will happen again, still waiting for that bot lane to possibly pull the trigger. You've got a deep ward deep in the jungle, I should say, of Hillbrook. So if we do see something played, that's where the teleport would come, either from Kipkangaroo or from Arventus when he has teleport available in the near future. Arventus right now shoving in that mid lane probably is going to be more accessible to get down there. You even have MAJØR rotating down towards that bot side. So I think we could be seeing the play. And here it comes. Solar Flare just barely touches Suki. The condemn into the wall followed by the flash. DoomGoat actually doing a great job in kiting. An instant teleport response is going to be coming from Destroy Nubs, and here comes that re-engage. Heroic entrance does help a turn to the fight around as DoomGoat is caught in a bad place. MAJØR should be able to follow it through behind, but it's actually the volley that secures the kill for Happy Game. Late enchanted Crystal Arrow gets the catch on the Destroy Nubs, and there is the bot lane fight that Mansfield was looking for.
Yeah, that's a huge shift. WarningThump here playing against a Jax. Jax has the health lead, but missed the stun there, so didn't go through Conqueror proc as well, and that's what exactly Mansfield need to do earlier in the game. I mean, it took them long enough to happen, but the point is it still happened. Yeah. And that's, is it now a huge lead towards Happy Game here on this Ashe as the jungler takes it up.
Surprise party!
Down goes
Kangaroo's invited. Yeah, that's going to be a kill taken in response, but with no neutral objectives, either top or bot. Yeah, that was well executed. Yeah, they got 2 tower plates. like, it should have happened to secure almost that first dragon, or it should have been happened to then secure the second dragon. Like, execution, spot on.
Look, they've got 2 minutes to do it again. The cooldowns will be back up and available. Even the Galio ultimate will be back up and available by that point, so they can definitely go for that play again. But Mansfield needs to take advantage of this bot lane 2v2. I mean, they've already got a big CS lead this game, which is probably the biggest difference from last game. Orianna Destroy Nubs was good enough to kind of stay in it and get to that late game phase. He's already completed this, very close to completing his Nash's Tooth now. And I mean, once Xayah gets a Nash's Tooth, he just becomes so oppressive with that attack speed plus the additional cooldown and the AP you get on top of it. It's such a strong item for these auto-attacking mid laners, as Galio is just really struggling in it.
You know what won't be available for the next dive down bot if it happens again? The summoners for Hillbrook. So if anything, this second dive will be even easier. The best thing about the execution of that first dive from Mansfield was the fact that all of them held on to their summoners. So they could easily do this again.
Happy Game even saved his Enchanted Crystal until after. He didn't use it. Well, one, he was waiting for the Vayne cleanse to come through before he popped it. But by the time it was already done and dusted, Vayne was so mispositioned there was no point burning that ultimate on him and use it to clean up the kill onto Orianna Destroy Nubs at the end. You see those 1 kills for 3 of them down there in the bottom. And Kipkangaroo just keeps trading so aggressive into WarningThump. We just plays a little bit safe, a little bit more controlled. Interesting to see, actually, the first game that WarningThump hasn't built the Thornmail is down Mansfield at mid and jungle duo getting poked out quite heavily.
Thornmail could be coming. It could be
coming, but I don't think it is. I think not Spirit.
MAJØR is very angry. Crystal Arrow won't hit, but the Solar Flare will, and that means a nice Shurima's Shuffle / Emperor's Divide to escape will be in play, and MAJÖR's walking straight into his death. Shutdown going over to Ryan Overpower, but they're not going to let him get away with it. Yeah, you can go gold, but you still should go down. Kipkangaroo secures that kill as Destroy Nubs and Suki too low to the party. Zenith Blade goes way further than Fishbonez may have wanted, but the hunt is still on. His Happy Game runs straight past that tower to get involved. Destroy Nubs with the Sand Soldiers will zone for now. Another pick, but it comes at the cost for Mansfield.
I mean, you talked about Mansfield summoners, they're all gone now. And all burnt on the top side of the map around Kipkangaroo. That is a more Mansfield thing to get the lead, have the macro advantage, and then go, we're going to fight top. He's going to be the Jax saying, right, follow me, we're going in. This is it. We're fighting now. And they're like, look, I don't know about that, but we saw the low health bars. I want the kills. I suppose I'll go in. And Arventus is going to be very careful because he's at that classic stage where I find this happens to a lot of Galios is when you have that little bit of purple health bar, you go, oh yeah, my health bar is this big, but it's really not. That's just a little bit of magic damage shield and your health is much lower than what it should be as the second dragon is started up here by Mansfield. It looks like they either need a Cloud or Infernal Soul, which honestly are probably the 2 worst souls for this game. They either wanted Mountain or Ocean Drake when you're up against a late game team. We'll have to see what it'll be. It will be that Infernal Soul, which isn't that bad. That's a different soul all 4 games. Yeah. I like that. We've seen all 4 elements come through and come together.
Yes, the Infernal Soul will be the one Mansfield is going to be trying to rush towards. They've got themselves a nice 2K lead, so they're currently working towards that goal, and I'm happy they were still able to secure, actually, that second dragon despite having blown everything on the top side of the map. So things still going in Mansfield's way. We'll see what happens again in 5 minutes time as we are approaching that mid game right now. Mansfield should be looking to accelerate relatively soon, and I want to see them start to exert some more of their pressure.
Yeah, as we see a nice pick up. The Executioner's Callie already on to Kipkangaroo, who has kind of 3 items in development here and hasn't completed one. I'm not sure. I don't think he'll complete that Executioner's Calling, and if he does, that'll be a very interesting Jax build coming out with that extra armor penetration that he doesn't really need his DoomGoat. Caught out here, the Cleanse Burn already, and Enchanted Crystal are up and available, or will not use it to keep down the Vayne.
No, probably the right call right there. Not sure they would have had enough burst to get there before Suki could have found a counter engage, and that could have gone very poorly. Meanwhile, Kipkangaroo continuing to poke and harass WarningThump, as the WarningThump is content to go blow for blow with the minions arriving. WarningThump needs to be careful. MAJØR is in the area, again applying more pressure to the top side of the map. At this stage, a bit more acceptable considering the kill pressure should be there from that bot side just on their own. Interesting though, again, MAJØR focusing more mid and top focus as opposed for bot. Like, I can't really get away from that point because I still feel like overall I would rather see him on the bot half of the
But I suppose it's just the way they play the game, right? And at least Kipkangaroo is on something that can take advantage from it. All this Graves doing is really farming, right? He just really wants to get to those few items. I don't know why he's going lethality. You usually only go lethality if you're ahead and you're accelerating. I'd rather much see the Black Cleaver into Death's Dance build, but I suppose he's thinking, look, I'm not going to be a good late game anyway, so I might as well go for an early game blow you up build so I can have some semblance, and then if I need to, I can sell my lethality items and transition into that late game build.
I mean, I feel like he is ahead, and Mansfield does want to snowball. So it does make sense, but speaking of junglers, each of them have now arrived on the bot side of the map, but too late to do anything before the tower falls. Be curious to see if they still go for this fight, because even Arventus is roaming down, and I don't want to see too much sunken cost fallacy right here. You might as well just give up on this play. You've already succeeded, yet Mansfield, they're continuing to push on this bot side.
Well, they want the pressure for this next dragon, which is very soon. Ooh,
that is that chain CC, but the flash is heroic entrance is going to go right underneath that tower, but the tower does so much damage. Fishbonez goes down. It's 1-for-1 at the moment. Condemn keeps Arventus away from this fight. DoomGoat looking for a possible re-engage. Instead, will clear out those minions. It's 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, happy game there. Picking up another kill, 3-0 on this Ashe, and he's definitely going to be that mid-game carries. WarningThump and Kipkangaroo keep smacking each other back and forth. That execution is calling, doing work, really reducing the healing. Volibear is coming back in, but Kipkangaroo is still getting poked down super heavily, unable to complete a single item on this Jax just yet. Is really hurting him. I think once he starts getting those completed items coming through, this top lane matchup is going to be heavily in favor of Kip, and taking him 3 games, but I think he's finally learned how to play against this Volibear top.
Yeah, well, he's just already gotten that first big one. It will be the Trinity Force, and that's going to be a major shift in the top lane dynamic, as Jax will be able to go blow for blow. Mid lane, we're starting to see Destroy Nubs come online. You can see that harass on the Galio, keeping him stuck underneath that tower. A lot to play for right now. The most important thing, again, is going to be that Infernal Drake, I feel, in about a minute and a half. Mansfield, if they want to win this game, they're going to need to probably get 4 dragons in a row, so I expect them to fight for this one in about, well, 90 seconds.
Yeah, and I think the fight goes heavily in their favor. This is where their strongest part of their comp is. Xayah is still waiting to scale. Vayne only obviously on 1 item, so isn't ready to go in just yet. And Suki lol doesn't have the exhaust available to really reduce much of the damage. The cleanse is almost back up again for DoomGoat. That's the advantage of taking cleanse on the AD carry. It's such a low cooldown that you kind of have it up every fight, and especially the amount of CC that's on this Mansfield side. Again, Vayne really struggles into Galio because of the close range, can get CC'd quite easily. I mean, now they're going to start to rotate around, get these champions in the side lanes. I think Xayah is happy to sit mid, and Vayne is obviously very happy in a side lane. The Runan's Hurricane also completed on this Ashe means the DPS damage coming out of that Ashe is going to be super big with the range's focus only being escalated even more, but the extra bolts coming out of that Runan's Hurricane.
I also want to point out something, which is, I mean, it's a little bit off topic, but credit where credit is due, and I want to give credit where I can. MAJØR having a very strong game on this Graves right now. Very 100% kill participation, actually.
100% kill participation, has the Umbral Glaive well, so still building a bit supportive in that jungle. That's probably the best lethality item. If he was a Duskblade or a Youngmiz, I would have been a little bit upset with him, but going for that first supportive lethality item, I can definitely support here, and we'll maybe see the what's the other one called? The Knight's Edge coming in next. As WarningThump and Kipkangaroo have kind of had a very series where they've just been, it's a very top lane series. They've both been just smacking each other. Yeah, they've been having fun fighting with each other, but as this is happening, it does look as if Dragon is getting started and pulled out by the rest of the Mansfield team, as Arventus sort of acts as the bodyguard in the tri-bush right there, but it is Ryan's overpower from over the wall that they need to be careful of. He's going for the party, but he cannot steal the Dragon away, and now caught in a terrible place. He will go down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to connect onto Destroy Nubs, who's not able to flash to safety. 2 kills picked up, as well as the Dragon fight happening up top as well, but no one should die here. I feel like Kip is just like, doesn't care what's going on the rest of the map, but he's just going to fight and fight and fight. As finally the Thornmail has actually been picked up for the Volibear, so Jax damage himself isn't going to be that great. I want to see Blade of the Ruin King on this Jax. Blade of the Ruin King Jax is so overpowered, but will not be picked up as this Baron is going to be started up and probably taken down, because it's kind of way too early for them to even think they would go for this play. But Mansfield, I love it. It's so smart, knowing that, look, we're going to rotate around, we're going to take this Baron. Obviously, they've had enough of that. One game was enough of a cushion for them to make, and they're just all missing it, because it's a perfect time to reset too. So it's such a fantastic Baron steal away from Mansfield, and this early in the game, that's going to make a huge impact. There's going to be a big gold swing into Mansfield for everyone. I mean, if I get to that 15k ahead mark, that's when the game's well and truly over versus a scaling team. 10k for normal teams, because the Xayah and the Vayne are still there, it is that much higher limit. My favorite part about that Baron take was Kipkangaroo still playing the top lane exactly as normal. Like, it was just that. Still fighting. It wasn't like, oh, my team's on Baron I'm going to go help them, or I'm going to back off just in case they come to answer Baron. Like, Cordy's like, no, I'm still going to smack you with my lamp, man. Dude, that was brilliant. That was a brilliant play. He's I've been playing a lot of Among Us recently, and that's how you play imposter, all right? You play it cool and as normal, while the rest of the team is, getting those kills, securing, I guess, those objectives. Mansfield in control of this game, and this has actually been their cleanest game, I feel like, thus far. I'd have to say it's definitely been one of the cleanest games Mansfield has played this series. A few kills going back and forth, and they're going to be set up for that Soul, which is in 3 minutes, which is when Hillbrook start to come back online. I think, honestly, the Vayne gap is very evident between the first game and this game. I mean, also the bot lane duo from Mansfield is much stronger. It actually works as a duo. Yeah. It's not were they playing the last game?
Oh, here comes the party, and it's just all 3 members with the fear. The follow-up is here for the quickening, and DoomGoat is now online, gets himself a few kills. Heroic entrance way too little too late. As you can see, those silver bolts stack against this Galio, barely able to get behind that tower. That is the turnaround Hillbrook was looking for.
Yeah, and the Baron buff off 3 members is now eliminated, and that's huge. This mid lane tower is going to go down. The Dragon's spawning in 2 minutes, so it's not enough to deny Soul. And, I mean, that's the team fight that Hillbrook need to find if they're going to turn this around, because around that Infernal Soul, if they get that too early, it's going to be way too difficult to come through. Kipkangaroo with this Baron buff is trying to keep this tower up and alive, but will not be the case. His 2 towers get instantly taken back by Hillbrook, and that is starting to turn this game around.
Remember that 8k gold lead? Well, it's now back down to 2. A big fight going in Hillbrook's favor, and now they've got to quickly reset and sort of use this gold, because if we're going by current items, they are still behind, and they've only got 2 minutes to get back, buy up, and get ready for this next dragon. So Mansfield, they're going to do what they can to delay these backs, keep the advantage in their favor, and they might even catch Ryan overpower, because the Crystal Arrow will connect, the follow-up damage will come through, and having no jungler might inhibit Hillbrook's chances to steal this dragon.
The dragon's still 2 minutes away, though. It's not like it's up in the next second where it's spawning on the way back, but they've still got more time before this Soul is that important. But Mansfield definitely in the driver's seat for this Soul. That was a bit of a slip up, but the Baron is still on the 2 split pushes, so it's not the end of the world. Volibear up on the top side all by himself, having a nice time as Max gets ready for this big team fight. He's going to have to yell and scream at the top of his lungs as Kipkangaroo loves doing his split pushing. He's got the Graves here to shadow him as well, and they're going to slowly charge down this mid lane as Mansfield. All they got to do is play around this Soul. Right, that's their win con right now. They don't actually care about getting towers and pushing objectives. For sure, with Baron, it's a nice substitute, but they are looking to take down this dragon. As that was kind of nice as the Baron wore off, so the cannon could walk into tower and take aggro at the right time. That was nice.
Everything's coming up Mansfield right now, as they will be rotating to this dragon. Kipkangaroo has teleport available, but they're going to try and get a speedy reset in before this goes down. They have time, 47 seconds. They will get back, but they're going to be walking into Hillbrook as a result. They still have that gold lead. It's about 3k right now. If we're going to go off of backs and buys as well, they should be relatively fine.
I mean, Ashe has 3 items, right? And that's the big difference. Vayne does have a Rage Blade, which is kind of Vayne's big breaking point, but against an Ashe with 3 items, I'm not sure if the 80 carry, the scaling difference is that big. I think the Vayne needs 1 more item, whether it's the, I mean, she goes for IE or PD or whatever it is to finish off that 3rd item slot for that Vayne, I think is the real difference maker. Azir as well doesn't have a 2nd item yet. The Morello doesn't come through, which he really needs all the unread.
Volley will slow the Vayne, but Mansfield don't want to commit. Solar Flare to use as defensively as Mansfield tries to escape. Fishbone's now quite low. DestroyNump's going to set up the Sand Shoulders around the bush.
4v5. Kipkangaroo's pushing and down that side lane as always, but looks like he's going to start rotating.
Yeah, he's going to try to get to this Dragon Pit in time. Hillbrook do have control over it, and Mansfield, if they're going to win this fight, this could be the fight for the tournament. If they get this and that Dragon Soul, they're biding their time. They're waiting for the Jacks to arrive, but the Dragon's already below half. Here comes the pinch. Here comes the collapse. Where's the Crystal Arrow? It's too late to get the Dragon, but they can still try to find the H. Zenith's Blade does not really connect, but DestroyNump's has found the support. The Kangaroo is stuck in that Dragon Pit until Mansfield arrives to make the save. However, the Emperor's Defiant pins Mansfield to the wall, and Hillbrook will take this fight. A triple. No, make it a quadra for DestroyNump's as Hillbrook are coming back into this game.
And that was such a poor fight by Mansfield. I mean, the reset was really what cost them that game. It was mismanagement of reset timings. They should have reset first, then gone and pushed wave. Obviously, I think it was a little bit greedy as Happy Game wanted that IE and was a little bit of gold off, which is why they delayed that reset. But they were walking into Hillbrook, and Kipkangaroo wasn't there until later. And when he was there, it was too late. Too little too late, sorry, as Azir now picks up 4 kills, goes from 0 and 2 to 4 and 2. 300 gold bounty on that Azir, and that's what we want to see. The late game scaling coming in from Hillbrook, and now this next dragon that Mansfield is going to pick up is going to have to be one they sneak. They can't win 5v5s anymore. It's at that point where Vayne and Azir, well, I mean, not so much the Vayne, but the Azir there is just way too big to fight in these choke points. The Emperor's Divide is way too crucial. He's level 16 is approaching for the Azir, which is so late that he's not going to be much that they can really contest against him, as now DoomGoat picks up that red buff. And Mansfield now know they have to play through the split push, they have to play around this Baron, they have to play around this Dragon Soul, because they're not going to beat him in a 5v5, and that's kind of where this mark comes. If they were just on that first Dragon a little bit earlier, instead of taking it at 10, they took it at 4, they'd already have that Ocean or Dragon Soul.
Exactly. You have to go back to sort of that like 5 to 10 minute mark where Mansfield put their priority on the top half of the map and not at that level 6 power spike, which they should have been playing through. And it's starting to come back to hurt them right now. Hillbrook, to their credit, they didn't overextend at any time. So many times we've seen teams throughout this tournament play a late game comp and kind of pull that trigger too early. It's almost like in strategy games, in card games, you know, when you have that win con, you wait till that last possible moment. If you're playing something like Control, right? You're playing late game, you're playing to draw it out. You wait till that last possible moment. That Infernal Soul fight was that last possible moment, but that was going to be Hillbrook's best chance, and they won that fight. They won it cleanly. Now they should be controlling the tempo of this game.
Yeah, exactly. They should be looking to take over this game and really control. As you see, Azira's actually picked up a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. So, I mean, he's got kind of two... I actually reckons he probably should sell that Oblivion Orb and go instead for the Liandry's. I think Liandry's plus Rylai's is going to do a little bit more damage.
This could be a big pick for Mansfield as they do find Destroy Nubs in the mid lane. It is the power of the Ashe Galio. If you're caught out of position, you are done. And with Baron on the Rift right now, Hillbrook has to be careful. Zenith Blade does connect onto Ryan Overpower. If they lose to the jungle, that is a definite Baron going to be going to this Mansfield side. Yes, the jungler goes down, but Arventus and Fishbonez, they're going to rotate right on back for this Baron. It should get secured. Kipkangaroo doing what the Kangaroo does. He gets a split push tower, and Mansfield, they may have lost that dragon fight, but they're back in this game.
Yeah, of course. You know, it was one fight that they had gone the other way, and it's not the point where Hillbrook are so strong he can just run at them and muscle them 5v5, but it is now that 30-minute mark where they are really, really strong. But this Jax is also a late game scaler as well, and potentially it comes back as well. Looks like he will be going for the Blade of the Ruin King third, which is that really core item. Usually you see it first on those dueling type top laners, but of course, Kipkangaroo, as he does, isn't the conventional play, doesn't do things as he should, and still somehow manages to keep it going for themselves. As the Baron is now picked up, so I think they should reset, put a 4-1 in, play around this Dragon Soul, because this Baron is going to be their key to getting it. And if they can't get this Dragon, I don't think they get another Dragon for the rest of the series, unless they sneak on away while Hillbrook's on Baron.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the ideal time to get it, right? You use the Baron, you push in the waves, you rotate back and get the Dragon. This is what Mansfield needs to do, and I do trust this team enough. They've done some other things in the past. They could do it again. Hillbrook, they're going to be forced to take a fight that they probably do not want, but if they do not take this fight, they will not be able to get to that late game where their team can turn it around. I think a lot of pressure is going to be on the use of these ultimates. In particular, that, you know, it's going to be the Emperor's Divine. Yeah. That's been the make or break ability, I feel like, in these team fights thus far. It's going to be on Destroy Nubs. He is going to be one to watch. The other one, Suki. The Quickening is also going to be very, very vital in drawing as much aggro and possibly splitting up Mansfield as much as possible should the wall not necessarily be used, or to draw everyone into the wall. These are the two abilities.
I love this Dragon controller coming out of Mansfield here, being able to just take control of the jungle and choke them out. This is the thing that made us, you know, pretty much, well, I'd say fall in love, but really enjoy Mansfield's playstyle, where they play just the way we should. When you're a coach and you look at these games and you go, it's so nice. I mean, they didn't take the early Dragon. That's the one thing as a coach, I go, you know, should have been on Dragons earlier. But at the end of the day, they just have such control over this Dragon pit that now Hillsbrook know that all the Mansfields here, they have to walk into them. Galio here is on the flank as well, and could be looking for a really, there's a beautiful flank by Kipkangaroo as well on the top side that they don't know about. And this is looking disastrous for Hillbrook if they walk straight into the Mansfield trap.
Yeah, they've got to take their time. They're really grouped up right now, and Mansfield is as split as possible, but it does look like they did spot Kipkangaroo up above, and that's causing the hesitation. Dragon, though, still going to be that goal. Teleport is available for Kipkangaroo. He should be trying to get the mid lane, I feel like, actually going back in favor for his side, because the mid lane's actually pushing in.
But both side lanes are in Mansfield's favor, and Hillbrook will have to answer those at some point.
Yeah, eventually something's going to have to break right now, because neither team really wants to kind of delay this for too long. Mansfield probably a bit more beneficial. Yeah, Baron buff's nearly running out, so Hillbrook, just by standing there, kind of is making Mansfield sort of question what to do in this game on a razor's edge right now. I like the flank attempt, though, coming from the Mansfield side.
Just pop the Solar Flare and go in. Just drop the Solar Flare on that brush.
Well, here we go. They're going to walk straight in. It's a three-man taunt coming out of Arventus, and the Emperor's Divide is used to try and keep Kipkangaroo alive, but he'll just flash over and get to Destroy Nubs. DoomGoat, though, is kiting and gets a kill on the Jax. WarningThump should go down, but the front line from Mansfield is gone as well, and here comes destroying Nubs. He is tearing everyone apart. Shurima shuffle to the back line. Get rid of that AD carry. Get rid of the mid laner as well. This is destroying Nubs' game. Taunt is going to try to buy time. Maybe even get Suki on the tail end and then goes golden. He nearly gets destroying Nubs back. Health bar so low, but one last shuffle gives Hillbrook the ace, and he's going to solo that dragon.
Yeah, I mean, got the three. Once you get the three warriors, you have so much.
Is he going to solo? Oh my god!
The E as well. The E shield coming through and help securing it. So one more dragon will be delayed to Mansfield. Those 5 minutes might be the crucial 5. I mean, that's one thing where Mansfield really, they did the right setup in the jungle, but they didn't push the lanes. They had Baron. You have to use Baron to get your objective. I said Baron was the key to that solo. They didn't use it correctly. They should have been pushing lanes more often, and they kind of pigeonholed themselves into that kind of standoff where Hillsbrook had position on the mid lane, so there was nothing that Mansfield could do to go and save their mid lane priority at that point. They kind of had to stand there and wait for Hillbrook to either make a mistake, and they went for their plan. They could have won that team fight, but Arventus didn't use his ultimate. Oh, actually, it wasn't available. There you go. Yeah. I was saying because Kipkangaroo had a beautiful flank into the bot lane. It was able to kill DoomGoat, but couldn't get to the Azir quick enough. And it was one of those situations where if he was able to get into the Azir, it would have been so much more difficult for them to win that team fight. And I was like, oh, Kipkangaroo's in the backline. Aventus just ults here and completely eliminates the Azir while the rest of the team picks up that dragon, but was not the case as the Baron. Yeah. Going to be the next focus for these two sides is going to be Baron Dragon, Baron Dragon, Baron Dragon. But Hillbrook are making this game late. There's 6 minutes left until Hillbrook. You know, I don't think Hillbrook have lost a game that's gone longer than 40 minutes. Yeah. So it's one of those situations where Mansfield definitely in the driver's seat this game and well and truly should have won this game. They should have won this game already. They have misplayed and they've made mistakes, and it's only going to get harder and harder. Kipkangaroo, though, maybe this shining light in the side. And Death's Dance picked up, in fact, no Blade of the Ruin King on this Jax, which kind of baffles me, but that is Kipkangaroo himself going for only carry items. I mean, Blade of the Ruin King is a carry item too, but I don't know. Doing what he does best, pushing these side lanes. And even though Mansfield aren't really stronger, really, realistically, 5v5, 4v4, 3v3, no matter what, but are just somehow pushing through this entire jungle and still in control of the map, interestingly enough, even though Hillbrook are the team that has the priority in the potential.
It's that pick potential. And I think Hillbrook got caught by one too many picks where they're still always going to be cautious of what Mansfield can do. And if Hillbrook loses even one member in sort of a bad pick situation, Mansfield can use that. But same thing can be said for Mansfield as Arventus gets caught, and that is a big shutdown. Hillbrook now looking perhaps to push some advantages for the first time in this game in a long time. They could be looking to be the aggressor now against Mansfield.
Honestly, I think Hillbrook's like being behind. Like, I actually feel like because their players, when they're ahead, they do nothing. Right? They don't.
Oh, they might get it. Ooh, okay.
No. Yeah. Kipkangaroo is level 18. I suppose it is 35 minutes into this game, and he has 305 CS. So that top laner is, that top laner is really their shining light, right? If they're going to win, it's going to be Kipkangaroo, and I feel like that's kind of been the story of this series. It's live or die by the sword that is Kipkangaroo.
Yeah, that has been it. And, well, now Kipkangaroo, he doesn't have a sword. He has a lamp that you were talking about before, and he's got to put it to use, be it in those side lanes or a crazy flank in the team fight.
He's running down mid right now.
Hey, you know what? That's a good solar flare. It hits too, but Ryan overpowered, still gets through, gets all of the fears he needs, and the follow-through is there. Hillbrook completely blitz Mansfield, and this should be looking towards Baron, but Kipkangaroo is still going to try to split push. You can see the damage, but he doesn't want to stick around. Scared of the Volibear. He'll back away. Baron should go to Hillbrook.
He needs the Blade of the Ruin King to chunk through the Volibear's health. If he doesn't have, if he has Bork, he just balks the Volibear and kills him there. But you see how quickly this Baron goes down. Of course, 3 soldiers give Iron Nubs that extra attack speed. DoomGoat as well with that Rage Blade sucks that main passive up even quicker. And Baron Nashor goes over to Hillbrook, and it looks like we could be heading to a game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's looking so good for Hillbrook right now. The defense held strong. They had to survive that early and mid-game storm. The storm, it showed up a little bit late. And thus, they got to that eye of the hurricane ever so quick. And now they're just going to stick with it and maybe throw it back towards that Mansfield side because they've got the Baron. They should be looking to push and possibly find that game-ending team fight.
Oh, he had the recurve bow in his inventory and he sold it for a sword. Why? Why, Kip? Why? Just build a Bork, please. Honestly, I think if Kip doesn't build Bork, Mansfield lose. They can't win unless he has Bork.
Yeah.
As dumb as that, it's just Mansfield again, this game was theirs. They had it won, and they've just let it slip away. And that's kind of been the story of the last game and two, and just being unable to find that win. And that's kind of a theme, I suppose, with every Hillbrook game. It's the game is there to be won, but they just don't take it. And Hillbrook kind of just go, yeah, look, we're not going to win the game. We're just going to try not to lose it, and then eventually we'll just somehow it happens. I don't know how we win, but we just do.
I've been saying it since the start of today. Hillbrook are so tough to get rid of, and they could do this. They could take this to that game 5. Now, we're not there yet, and Mansfield just needs to win one fight or get one pick, and it is all over for Hillbrook, but instead it is Hillbrook fighting the picks as they get Fishbonez on the flank attempt. Heroic entrance in the back line might disrupt things, but the DoomGoat is picking off people left, right, and center. 2 more kills for Hillbrook, each on this Vayne, and now they can push with this Baron.
Yeah, and see, in the base, though, Kipkangaroo smashing away the inhibitor tower.
Oh, Condemn against the wall. That's another one gone, but yeah, Kipkangaroo, he's still going for that split push. He's still trying to keep Hillbrook off balance.
Here's the thing, if he had bulk, the Volibear would be dead. Oh, well, I mean, I can't, I feel like it's the only thing I can talk about because it's the only thing that would really change that matchup, but he's not going to do it, so that's just the way it goes, I suppose, here. Mansfield just kind of been taken over. That next Infernal Dragon goes over, so now Hillbrook are also on Soul Point, and I think that Infernal Draw is well and truly theirs as long as the Elder that comes after that, and I think Hillbrook are going to win this game because Mansfield have just had that early game comp. They had the game to win, but they have just simply let it slip away, and now Mansfield with DoomGoat, Ryan overpower, and Suka will look to push down Arventus here, trying to make something happen with Kipkangaroo, but will not be the case. As in the mid lane, Orianna destroying Nubs is on this Azir, is starting to scale up and get stronger and stronger. Fully built on that mid laner is he is 344 CS, is very, very strong there. Already has all 5 items completed, and the only thing that can really add to it is maybe selling the Morellos, but again, I don't know why you want to do that because it gives the healing reduction. Maybe a death cap instead of Morellos is the only thing I can really, so maybe get rid of your boots.
Yeah, it's tough to correctly itemize this late into a game. Obviously, one wrong item can be the difference between winning and losing at times. It does feel as if Hillbrook are now in control of this one, but the fights are still happening on their side of the jungle, and it's still sort of that situation where if they lose just even one of these, they can lose the game. Not to mention that top inhibitor is gone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the top inhibitor is good, which means Mansfield do have map pressure, and Kipkangaroo is going to be he's going to continuously harass this bottom inhibitor, and he needs bulk, man. I mean, you got GA, but get bulk, please get bulk, please. And I don't think he's going to get it. I don't think it's not going to happen. But no. I think
you've got to let it go, Mitch.
I can't let it go.
You've got to let it go.
This player, it hurts me.
You've got to let it go as we continue on through the mid lane right now. Mansfield, again, keeping those waves moving towards the blue side of the rift. Kipkangaroo rotating back towards that bot side. He wants to get rid of that bot side inhibitor. Baron spawning in 2 minutes. It would be nice for Mansfield to really have complete lane control by the time Mr. Nasher appears for, I believe this would be the 3rd time this game.
Yeah, 3rd time the Baron Nasher will be up and available, given Mansfield took it on spawn at 20 minutes, but couldn't make much out of it, and it's so hard.
Oh, this is the fight that Hillbrook wants. Mansfield walks straight into the end of the game, spring the trap, get the kills. 3 members already gone. Kipkangaroo, he's running back to where he is comfortable most. That is a side lane. Leona's going to go ahead and back, but at the tail end of that fight, we should be seeing Hillbrook looking to try and end or at least get something.
I don't think there's not much on the map. That's the problem. There was a bit of a fight for nothing. There was no reason to fight there. There wasn't anything on the map they can maybe do as Kip tries to make something happen but gets feared and has to run the other way.
There's in the base.
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to just try to push and try to get something, but there's nothing on the map to get. The next thing that's
pressure.
Yeah, but this is lane pressure. They're getting lane pressure mid, right? They're trying to look for that mid tower, and I suppose WarningThump has kind of been the guardian of the base this entire game. Just on the big bear, like, yo, you shall not pass, is doing a Ganondorf impression as, wow, look at them instantly destroying those towers. I mean, the attack speed on these 2 champions is insane, as Kipkangaroo is just like, I'm PV tower, man. Player versus tower, that's my main objective. He's happy in life when he's sitting there hitting a tower.
Yeah, it's the go play. It is the play right now for Mansfield, and I mean, this is the play that was going to have to be if they got into late game. It was going to have to be through Kipkangaroo in these side lanes to do enough to sort of break Hillbrook up. I'm not sure why Mansfield was moving as 5 through the bot side jungle in that situation. That might be the misstep that cost Mansfield this game eventually, like the straw that breaks the camel's back, one would think. But they're all back right now. Baron spawning on this rift. Another opportunity, perhaps. Kipkangaroo does have teleport available. Should be looking to pressure those side lanes. However, they're going to have to do it quickly because Hillbrook, they control the Baron area.
Yeah, they do. They have complete control. I mean, Mansfield can't contest. Really, what Mansfield are going to do is kind of poke away, maybe look for a steal, and just hope Kip in a side lane can do enough. But without Blade of the Ruin King, you just can't fight the Volibear, and then he can't do anything in the side lane. The side laning is basically irrelevant. But that's what they need to do. They need to sit here and poke and just kind of posture and keep Hillbrook engaged so they can't 2v1 the Kipkangaroo in the side lane.
I mean, that's got to be the play. I think the big thing, though, that Mansfield, I don't know if they're playing around or not, the fact that there's no teleport available on Volibear. So actually, if they were to start Baron, they would have the numbers advantage there, and they could look for the 5v4 fight, and that could be a way for Mansfield to sort of get control back.
I think, but even in a 4v5, like Xayah's way too strong. What do you say? Oh, I sold the Ludens for a death count. No, that's fair enough. You don't need the extra. The cooldown reduction could be kind of important, but I suppose if you have the
one shot. Well, instead they're making a play for the dragon instead, so no one's going for Baron. Dragon sold the more important objective, and you can see a little bit of a peek over the wall right there. Dragon's going to be spawning, and everyone is here. This is the fight that probably will determine the game, as if either team does go down, both bases are exposed. Dragon secured by Mansfield to get the soul, and you also have Kipkangaroo split pushing down below, but they're just getting blitzed in the ensuing fight, or are they? Happy Game able to kite, gets one, looking for the second. The flank up above not going to work, but Happy Game forces two members to go golden. He should be able to get both with a time volley. DoomGoat loses the trade, but will go down. WarningThump gets the kill, but look at Kipkangaroo. He's alone in the base. He's taking inhibitors at what cost? He now has to survive a 2v1 situation to keep his team alive.
That was actually huge from Mansfield. They secure the soul there, which means they're going to have some semblance in this late game. It's not going to be as good, right? You could still see in that team fight, Hillbrook still won. He's going, that's all he's going. PB Tower, man, he's going for the end of the game, which I think very silly, but he's a very tanky boy. He has the GA available as well. Oh, Azir's in the enemy base, kind of take it to base.
He's teleporting. He's teleporting. He's going for the 1v1 as Kipkangaroo tries to end the game. He's going to take a second tower. He's going to go for the Nexus, but the GA will pop, and I don't think he survives the Volibear attack. Meanwhile, you have Destroy Nubs completely laying waste, or is he going to? He gets the stun. No, it's not in time. God smack. The slit push, the base race. Destroy Nubs gets the win.
And that was an exciting game 4 to take us to game 5. Get those silver scrapes ready, baby. It's a 2-2 in the Queensland High School League of Legends Regional Rift Finals, and what a crazy fight between these two sides. We're going to game 5, baby. Hillsbrook are still in it, and it could be that 3-2 sweep that you predicted right at the start. Wow, what a game between these two sides.
I can't believe the ending of that one. The teleport from Destroy Nubs, the big brain play. It looked like Jax was going to get it. If Kipkangaroo gets that Nexus, he is the hero. The Jax pick is worth it, and you can't talk about Blade of the Ruin King ever again. However, too little, too late.
All I'm saying is if you had more attack speed, those towers would have gone down faster, and it would have made a difference in that game, man. And item builds are so important, but it doesn't matter now. That game's done and dusted. It's over. We're going to move on to game 5 in 5 minutes time. This will be the final game you'll see on this site for the rest of the year. I don't think we have any more.
Yeah, this is it. One more game.
One more game. That's it. We're
One
done
more
for the
game.
whole year.
5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Game 5, baby. Here we are for the final of the Legion Battle Lenovo High School Regional Rift Queensland League of Champions. We don't really know or care, but it's down to the final game. Hillbrook have won the last two. Mansfield came out of the gates hot early on in the 2-2, and man, it's heated up so much I'm getting rid of this goddamn jacket because it is time to go to Game 5 to see who is going to take out the Regional Rift between the North and South. It's really getting close down towards the end here.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see, a Game 5 situation, or at least what I wanted to see. And hey, you know, I have called it. I said Hillbrook 3-1 at the start, but very good chance we could go the distance. We've now gone that distance. Hillbrook, one of the toughest teams to take out historically in Queensland High School League of Legends. Well, now they have a chance to pull off what... Honestly, yeah, it is a bit of an upset if they are to win this series. But momentum is on their side. The late game, constantly on their side. And honestly, some of these drafts have been not necessarily on their side, but how they play the drafts have been on their side. Mansfield, their like desire and sort of their go-to to play around the top side in the early game, not been paying out for them. This is their last chance to maybe make some key adjustments, get themselves through an early game if we have another late game comp out of Hillbrook, and maybe salvage this series because it's now do or die for both sides.
It is. Like, Mansfield need to get off tilt, and I think... That last game is just such a frustrating one if you're either side. I mean, Hillbrook just held on they waited and waited and waited, but Mansfield, man, they had that early game draft. Like, you think about all the different little things. If they got the Dragon on spawn at 4 minutes, they would have got the Soul like before the Mansfield was Hillbrook even contest. You know, if Jax built Bork, for goodness sakes, they would have won the split.
Okay, you're not allowed to say Bork anymore. No more Bork. No more.
Jax built Blade of the Ruined King.
Oh my gosh.
Or even build toward a Cutlass, it would have made such a huge difference because of the percent max health damage that item comes with it. I mean, I'm surprised I haven't nerfed that item, to be fair, but we will be shortly getting into Champion Select for our final game. I mean, I didn't think it would come down to this. I thought this would be a 3-0 wham bam. Thank you.
I'm not surprised.
But that's not the case. It's classic high school League of Legends. These frustrating 40-minute games where either side could take it right until those nexuses explode. And that's what we had in the last game. Both of those open nexuses going down slowly and slowly. But in fact, it was the Xayah that won the split push, of course, with the 3 soldier. That extra attack speed really helped him. Volibear barely keeping it alive. And
yeah, that base race was super exciting. You almost wish that was the Game 5 situation, but we could be seeing something even better as we will be jumping to Champion Select in just a few moments. This is going to be our final showdown between these two teams. The winner goes ahead. They win the entire tournament. It had to come down to that game number 5. And as you mentioned before going to break, this is actually going to be our last game on stream here. We will hopefully be back next year. I tend to...
we don't know. We should be back next year.
Be back here. If everything goes according to plan, we will be back next year. But this is going to be that last match. And I think, you know, for Mansfield... It would be a big shame to let this one slip through a reverse sweep for Hillbrook. Oh my goodness, if they take this one, it will go down, I think, in Queensland history. You know, let's go Australia history.
Australian high school history.
You will learn and read about it in textbooks either way. We are into our final picks and bans. This is it.
I mean, when we don't want to see, obviously, the bans have been pretty much set since Game 2. We're not giving... I mean, I don't know. I think maybe Mansfield could swap some things up because they've had the same bans all the way through the series, and I think maybe banning out the Vayne and banning out the Xayah could maybe change things up. I think letting Suki Lol onto Morgana is, you know, kind of one of the bans they've held, and there's that Vayne getting taken away. So no matter who pilots it, either RNL Destroy Nubs or DoomGoat isn't going to get to play that champion. Again, Kipkangaroo not being allowed the Camille, not being allowed the Fiora, and the Caitlyn is not being allowed through the Happy game. I think, you know, last game it was quite good from Mansfield, but they needed a little bit more of early game aggression. I think Arventus has been the biggest difference this series. I think if they get a good mid laner that can play against a Galio really, really effectively, that's where Mansfield really tend to fall down. Or if they don't have that Galio in the mid lane, he's played 3 Galio games, 1 Orianna game, and the only one that they've, well, I mean, the Orianna game and that second Galio game they lost because they didn't have a good matchup in the mid lane. So it's going to really depend how this series goes. I mean, for this last game, I think Hillbrook have just been the master of just frustration. I think they just grind you out and they just make you
play late
pull
game.
your hair away.
That was a late game team comp that they got to late game. I don't think that was frustrating at all for Hillbrook. I think they come out of that being, you know what, we played the exact game we wanted to do. And we got to where we needed to be, and then they started getting picks and fights, and it was boom, boom, boom. That was actually, like, from when they hit their power spike, when they waited until that last possible moment to pull the trigger right before Mansfield got that Dragon Soul initially, like the 4th Dragon, they were actually playing very well, and that was some of the best late game of Hillbrook we've seen. Now, We've seen the Hecarim banned 4 games in a row, actually. It finally does get through, and it's going to that Mansfield side.
Yeah, well, the Mansfield side wanted that Hecarim ever since the start. They banned it. No, sorry. The Hecarim's been banned against Iron Destroy Nubs. They just went, you know what? If you can't beat him, join him. We're going to get the Bane man. We're going to first pick the Hecarim. And I actually don't mind Hecarim because I think Major's Graves hasn't been... I mean, he played decent KDA last game, but I feel like it hasn't been as impactful as him on other champions. I think... what was the game he played? The Olaf game. He played Graves, then he played
Kha'Zix. He's played Graves, Kha'Zix.
No, Kha'Zix was Arventus Destroy Nubs. In the first game, it was Kha'Zix versus Graves.
Right.
The second game was
Ashe. Ashe Volibear.
Ashe Volibear.
Ashe
Bear and Ice Archer on one side. I like this out of Hillbrook. I mean, DoomGoat hasn't really functioned. I mean, when they've had Vayne, they've won.
Yes.
Vayne's been that main deciding character and it's banned out, and so because of that, I think that late game option instantly goes away. The Leona will be picked away, and we'll have to see if they pair it maybe. I mean, what was it? Leona Vayne was the matchup. Actually.
Yeah. I don't think Mansfield is going to be playing Vayne. That doesn't seem to be in their wheelhouse. I'm curious where they will go with their AD carry pick. Xayah has been their go-to, but
I'm not a fan of that lane. I think something like Jin or
yeah, they're going to go on the Galio.
I don't know what else they're going to pick, but the Galio will be picked up once again here for Arventus, or maybe not. The Orianna locked in, not going towards that champion once again. And I think this could be very risky if Hillbrook looks to go for an aggressive pick into this Orianna. Maybe even a Zed coming out of Iron Destroy Nubs, his most played in solo queue, could be a potential swap into the mid lane for him.
Yeah, it could be. Again, Hillbrook has that flexible abilities, but they're going to go back to what got them to the grand final to begin with. It is the Veigar, and there's that late game insurance that you were looking for.
Yeah, that's something that Hillbrook need to have, that late game insurance, and Ryan overpower piloting it probably isn't the way you'd usually expect this team to play through, but that is what worked for them in that third game that got them the first kind of start of this reverse sweep, of course. I mean, the biggest thing is when you starting to get reverse sweep is really resetting that mental. Is, you know, that first game, you have that mentality of, oh, it doesn't matter if we lose, it doesn't really matter, as the Jax joins the ban list there as well. So Kipkangaroo, the only really other champion I think he can play is the Kennen, effectively, but the set's been banned out every time in the second set too, so maybe that set could finally be let through, and I think that's a Kipkangaroo champion if I've ever seen one, but we'll have to see what these final bans are. Rakan is taken away. I mean,
that's a good thing. Look, if you are on Hillbrook right now, the fact that you're eating a Rakan ban probably makes you happy. They're going to get rid of that Xayah away, so Set is available for Kipkangaroo, Kennen is available for Kipkangaroo. This is the first time I feel like Kip is thinking, hey, I have options for the first time all day.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kip hasn't really played the set at all. It's more been Major taking that set into the jungle, so maybe Hecarim top. We want to spice something up here. But obviously into that Volibear that WarningThump has piloted every game this series? Has it been every game? Or maybe first game?
He didn't have the Volibear.
First game he did play Volibear.
No.
What did he play first game then? I'm pretty sure it was the Volibear actually. Because we were saying Shen was good into Fiora, and I think he ended up playing Volley.
No, he played Malphite.
Malphite, that's right. Malphite in the first game, and Skarner being picked up here by whoever decides to go into the jungle, whether it be Ryan overpowered, DoomGoat, or Iron Destroy Nubs. All three players, of course, play that jungle role. So
I like
very
the
effective jungler. I mean, very good, especially into Hecarim.
Yes, especially into Hecarim, and especially when you have layered crowd control as well. The ability to go in and get picks and then secure them and just take them away.
This is a Game 5 TSM specialty right here. The Skarner jungle coming out. Happy game on that Ezreal Leona again, lane that you've kind of been begging for.
The C9 special.
The C9 special, the Leona loss as Teemo hovered here. Of course, Jinxs Fisher like to hold of the scenes, the Teemo, the poisonous champions there before locking in what we'll see, assumably Kipkangaroo pilot. And I'm already not really liking this draft out of Mansfield.
Yeah, it seems a bit scattered. I mean, it should be a bit divey and whoa.
Hecarim top, Gragas jungle.
So it will be Kipkangaroo on the Hecarim top.
Which I don't like Gragas jungle here because you don't have anything to set up for it. If it was maybe like a Yasuo mid or even Yasuo AD carry, it could potentially work as a support. But this is the worst draft Mansfield put together all series, I think.
I mean, you've never been a fan of the Ezreal. I do like the Ezreal Leona lane. I think Ezreal Leona lane is low-key stronger than
Ooh, that's spicy.
Oh my goodness. Hillbrook, they have thrown away a lot of their late game strategy, and now it's kind of turned into a mid-ish game strategy with that take right there.
They've still got Veigar for late game, and they've got actually, assuming Veigar goes Glacial, they've got a lot of slows on their side.
But then they also have the later team. So here's the thing about Hillbrook. It's not like a late game.
Top.
Ooh, Kipkangaroo on the Gragas. This is new. into the Volibear.
I didn't know Gragas top was viable, but I mean, we'll have to see it played out here by the Mansfield. I understand if you're gonna go an AP top laner with disengage, you want to go Kennen.
No, see what he's gonna do is he's gonna go Death Stance. He's gonna go Trinity Force. He's gonna go.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's Sunfire Cape.
Split push Gragas.
Split push Gragas. Now, you know what? This is actually interesting because we are finally going to see Kipkangaroo go for a build that is not a split push build.
We don't know. Okay, we don't know.
I am saying I am putting my reputation on the line right here. Kipkangaroo is not going to go for a split push build on this Gragas. He is going to be playing around this team. Like, this is Mansfield. They have a brawly team fight early mid-game comp. The thing is, Hillbrook, they didn't all in on late. They also can brawl mid-game. So that means that turning point, I feel, is going to happen a lot sooner in this game than it has in previous games. And that's going to be more emphasis on Mansfield to be aggressive and try to take this game over as fast as possible.
Yeah, and that's kind of what Mansfield have always opted for. I do like this Hecarim jungle. I think MAJØR is going to be the main carry here for Mansfield. If they're going to win, they're going to win through this jungle, which, again, I don't know if that's the way they want to play. I mean, they have got very good, decent ball delivery, but with DoomGoat playing that Skarner jungle, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually get in, because if Hecarim ever goes for that Onslaught of Shadows, the suppression is going to counter out their unstoppableness, and it's going to pull him away. Ryan Overpower is going to have the ability to sit in that mid lane there and set up the Veigar cages, and that's going to be such a big thing for these mid-game fights. Is although Veigar probably doesn't scale right until later in the game, Ryan's been very good at picking up kills on this Veigar, and once you lock that cage up, you can even get the suppression, pull them inside the baby cage, so you can either quote-unquote layer the CC, even though you're not really layering a CC because it's a cage. But if you're suppressed on Skarner, you get pulled in, Ashe Arrow, Veigar cage, there's so much pick potential and so much zoning control on this Hillbrook side.
And then comes the execute out of the pike, and you can't miss a target that's being held still, in theory.
Look, I've seen it happen before.
I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen so many times. But hey, that is the fun of League of Legends. This is our final game, so you better hope that everyone is happy with their champions. I'm super excited to see this Gragas into the Volibear in the top lane. I think Kipkangaroo has been very spicy so far this tournament. I'm hoping still, though, Mansfield does play around their bot side. Level 6 power spike, pretty strong still, even on this Mansfield side, but also is that level 3 power spike with the Jinx, with the Leona Ezreal in the bot side.
Yeah, exactly. With the Leona Ezreal in the bot side, I mean, they're going to have that ability to poke out early on, have a safe pushing lane too. That's the one thing that they really, one thing Ezreal relies on, but I still think, like, I don't know. I'm not sure how Pyke goes into Ez, especially because Ezreal has the ability to play safe, and it kind of seems like Mansfield have almost opted for a late game-ish comp, even though they really haven't, right? Like they have not got a late game comp at all. They've got a comp that I think they actually really spike at 35 minutes. I mean, Kipkangaroo is the only pick out of that comp that I just go. It's just the Gragas pick seems like it's just completely useless, and there's not a situation where it's really going to be that great. I mean, it has very good disengage, but you've already got Orianna, Hecarim, and the Ezreal, which is fine disengage anyways. They've got a good opportunity to escape from the pick that is Hillbrook, and I don't think Mansfield have a lot of tools to actually propel them forward. I suppose they've got the Leona ultimate, which has got something to go in them, but I feel like if they're not all behind this Leona engage, and it's really going to rely on happpy getting ahead on this Ezreal, so he can do out a lot of DPS. Otherwise, the damage there is looking a little bit lacking for Mansfield. It's
still going to be hard, I feel, for Hillbrook to necessarily get kills and get those picks, and that was a big way of Hillbrook came back in before. The one thing that I see Mansfield that's actually I'm looking at thinking that might come back to hurt them is almost their lack of wave clear. Yeah. Because they're always going to be on the back foot, it feels like, especially when we start to group up.
I mean, that's a decent wave clear. Like, Ezreal wave clear's not bad with Frozen, Gauntlet. Orianna wave clear's pretty decent.
Compared, though, to what Hillbrook?
Yeah, I mean, but you don't need to have better wave clear. You have enough wave clear to sustain. Wave clear's important for Baron and supers that are pushing into the base. That's why you need wave clear. That's why stuff like Jin's not that great. Or you got static shift, I suppose, on Jin to kind of aid that wave clear. But that is where the core issue comes for Mansfield this game. And that could potentially be an issue, especially if they got Baron and supers. I don't know if they got enough damage to shred through those waves quick enough. But if it gets to that stage where you got Baron supers coming into your base, I think you're pretty much done and dusted anyways. So it's going to be very interesting. I think all eyes are going to be up on this top side on Kipkangaroo, which they kind of have been all series with this Mansfield squad. And it is going to be that ability to transform this Gragas pick, which is something that's got all of us scratching our heads here.
I think he's going hard
see
AP.
What he can do.
I think he's going hard AP.
Yeah, probably.
I think he's going to be going hard AP, and he's going to be looking for like one-shotting backlines. I think that's going to be his go. He's actually going to be an aggressive Gragas and not a disengaged Gragas, and really trying to play around those flanks. A Gragas flank does disrupt Hillbrook if executed correctly. If they can find those windows to get to the Veigar, get to the Ashe, that pretty much kills Hillbrook's team fight, and Gragas can be played as that kind of assassin. So, I mean, it's not typically who you'd expect meta-wise. He's not who you'd consider
I don't know why
ideal.
you wouldn't go Kennen over Gragas here. You know, I see no situation where I mean, you can maybe use it for a pick, right? If you ult the Veigar away from the rest of his team, you know, if you ult behind him, push him out like a lease-in kick almost, could potentially look for something. But again, you haven't got that CC follow-up. The Gragas and Orianna on the same team is really interesting, especially with Hecarim too, because Hecarim and Gragas kind of push everyone away. But Orianna wants to have everything together so she can kind of...
So does Ezreal.
Nice
Ezreal also wants everyone
together. So I think the supportive champs in this composition don't really synergize with the carries, and I think that's going to be a core identity crisis here for Mansfield. It's been the first draft where I think they've lost. I think all 4 games, Mansfield are the favourite team coming in based off just purely champion select. But again, this game is where anything can happen. It's game 5. This is a final game for both these sides. Nerves are on high alert here. And
I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing.
Exactly. And so we're going to have to see who is going to take out the regional rift for the Queensland High School League of Legends kids.
Yeah, it's a game 5 and pretty standard start right now. Obviously, Skarner's passive is going to make things a little bit interesting as people look to gain control of those zones. That one on the top half looking to be grabbed by Kipkangaroo, while the bot half actually it's not really contested just yet. Hillbrook, I think, will eventually push down and take it though once they realize that Mansfield isn't making a move there. Sort of a later start right there for DoomGoat. He did go for the ward back and get the sweeper, but his ward was placed very defensively, so already fearful of invades coming from MAJØR and Mansfield.
Yeah, those invades can definitely be important. I mean, honestly, I think Skarner is better in the invade. You never want to fight Skarner around a spiral. No. The amount of attack speed he gets is ridiculous, and even he gets a bit of armor too, I think, or resistance is, I think, when he's on that spire. The movement speed as well is so crucial. And now when they changed the spires to buff Skarner, I think, I don't know when it was, but they moved the spires halfway through this year, I think, so that he actually gets the buff at all 3 camps on both sides of the jungle, where he only used to get it on 2. So on top side, he used to have Gromp and Blue, and on the other side, he used to have Wolves and Raptors. But now, not Wolves and Raptors, Red and Raptors, but now all 3 camps on both sides are within that spire range. So Skarner has good invade potential, good dueling potential when he's fighting in his jungle.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one will play out around this Skarner. First Skarner we've seen on stream, I feel like, this entire tournament. Same with the first Gragas we've seen in terms of this entire tournament. And Pyke already being put to use. Nice little hook right there on the happy game. Follow through damage. Initial poke goes to Hillbrook's side.
Yeah, that initial early poke is what exactly needs to come down for Hillbrook if they want to get ahead in this game. I mean, they've got the early bottle lane advantage. I think Pyke, Ashe, although it's not the best lane synergy, I mean, I suppose I'm only saying that because I just got tilted by a Pyke 4 games ago in solo queue because he kind of just ran it down, but that's all right. We'll have to see how I mean, it's such a strong lane early on. If Pyke lands one of those bone skewers, he's going to be... Could it trend to the slow of Ashe? I mean, the slow of Pyke's Q enough is already enough to kind of dump out that damage. And once Ashe gets that Blade of the Ruin King... I'm assuming, she gets Blade of the Ruin King this game for sure, because Hecarim's really poor into Ashe, actually. Like, really, really poor. As Hecarim loses so much damage. If the Blade of the Ruin King comes down onto the Hecarim as he's charging through his ultimate, he's going to have about 700 movement speed. That Blade of the Ruin King is going to cut his movement speed down to 400, but the percentage of damage loss is still going to be coming off that 700, so he's going to be losing so much damage and movement speed if that Blade of the Ruin King comes through for the Ashe.
Arventus jumped upon, but it doesn't look like the stun cage was going to connect. Actually, it did. Cleanse already used by Arventus, but DoomGoat's not done. He's fighting through because down below, MAJØR did make himself known. Another gank down bot, but this time it's Hillbrook turning it back around. Arventus trying to actually get to the scene, but it's also to run away from DoomGoat, who is so hungry for this kill. MAJÖR's going to try to zone him back. Down comes another cage, and it hits a lot of people. Arventus should die. First blood going to DoomGoat, and Hillbrook want more. Defensive arcane shift by Happy Game over the wall. Hillbrook do strike with first blood.
I mean, honestly, I think there's more of that to come. Hillbrook have got that early game advantage and the late game advantage, and the mid game is really the only place they're going to make their stand, but I don't think Mansfield are ever going to get a lead, and I'm really, really worried if I'm Mansfield fan right now. Hillbrooks are looking like they're coming right back into this series, right back into this game, and honestly, this could be one of those games where we're going to see a complete turnaround where Hillbrook are going to stomp Mansfield. We haven't really ever gotten a best of 5 go all the distance before, and I mean, it's already looking kind of bad with that first blood going straight over to the DoomGoat in the jungle.
Every kill, every swing of momentum just feels that much more critical when it is for the tournament. Zenithblade going to connect on to Suki, but that's okay. Destroy Nubs, he wants to take this fight. Jinxs' Fishbonez so low, tries to get out alive, but I believe the chase will be on. Mystic Shot not going to connect. Those Ashe arrows, they're slowing in Suki, who gets the kill, and Hillbrook now up 2-0.
Yeah, it's that ability to look after that first pick, and Hillbrook up early on. MAJØR going to make a play on the top side, but isn't going to come through as WarningThump.
Yeah, Flash still available for WarningThump, and it does get used, but way too late. He will go down. Kipkangaroo does get one on this Gragas, and that's what Mansfield needs to get going. You're losing bot, take the lead up top.
Yeah, exactly. Losing bot, you take the lead on top, and that is what needs to happen. That active early play from MAJØR coming on the other side of the map means that's going to give him some semblance of going. Of course, Kipkangaroo up top on the Gragas with that phase rush.
Yeah, as we do continue along right now. So nothing too out of the ordinary, I suppose. Hillbrook playing around bot side, Mansfield playing around top side, but with Hillbrook probably going to be more of that early game aggressor, getting an Infernal Drake. That means they could possibly accelerate this early game as more fighting happening down below. Zenithblade going to connect to that back line, but that's just area for a stun. Very fortunate for Fishbonez, able to sidestep it. This wave is going to keep pushing right now, and I want to see DoomGoat actually make a play for this dragon soon.
Yeah, so much slows coming down from the Hillbrook bottom lane. This is such a dominating Ashe and Pyke performance. But yeah, this Infernal Dragon is going to be early on. It's very important that Mansfield kind of stop Hillbrook from getting his early dragons, because they have that late game insurance in the Veigar, and they have the early game in this Ashe Pyke lane. And Mansfield just in draft, they need to have some kind of big semblance, some big team fight kind of try and turn this away, because otherwise it's going to be so hard for them to get any sort of semblance of lead.
Yes, the bot side does continue to shove. Teleport already being used by Happy Game, so that's a pretty critical summoner gone. I do see DoomGoat around that Infernal Drake, and I'm also seeing MAJØR reset, so I really... Oh, okay, no, MAJØR didn't commit to the reset. All right. Actually, could be seeing a bit of posturing around this dragon. Looks like MAJÖR's going to go for a gank up top and go straight into the event horizon. Going to go ahead and barrel on through it, though. Rhino overpower very low. No flash available. Should get run down underneath the tower, but at what cost? Because from behind, here is DoomGoat as well as that Hillbrook bot lane. Shockwave pulls everyone together, but Arventus will still go down 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, good rotation up here by the bot lane from Hillbrook to come and get into this lane. The Ashe Pyke duo roaming up to this mid lane, getting those early kills, and that's exactly what Suki is going to want to do a little bit later when Ashe is self-sustainable. Is one of Pyke's biggest strengths is the ability to roam so quickly with Mobies or Swifties in this case, plus the deep water dive, giving him so much movement speed to run through in stealth straight to that mid lane and kind of hit this Arventus with everything he's got. And honestly, I'm not sure if the mid lane matchup, was this the game to kind of ditch the Galio and go for the Orianna instead? I think very difficult for the Orianna to function against the Veigar, as they both kind of want to play the lane quite similarly, but Veigar just has more damage, more crit, more ability to cage, and it's so difficult for both these sides to, it's so difficult for Mansfield to make anything happen against this Hillbrook side, who is so good at pretty much turtling from minute one.
Exactly, but I don't think Hillbrook is going to continue to turtle in this game. A big buy that I just noticed right now has been those movie boots on Suki, and I'm expecting to see this Pyke actually start roaming sooner than later. You've already got level 6 right now on Ryan Overpower, and that means Arventus has to play so careful, because any sort of gank, anytime being caught at the event horizon, can lead into layered CC. A bit of a fight happening around this dragon pit right now, as it looked like Jinxs' Fishbone thought he caught DoomGoat, but the roam from both bot and mid is going to go ahead and sort of slam against this Leona support. It will go down, kill secured by Destroy Nubs. Mansfield can only sit back and watch.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. And honestly, if Hillbrook do upset this series, which they have done so far, it's a big kind of nod towards that rank really doesn't matter. Like, Mansfield are platinum in every role except for mid lane, of course, with the Hillbrook are the complete opposite, where, their highest ranked player is platinum 4, and it's just, you see Hillbrook working together as a team. They have their identity that they've stuck to from day one, and that's kind of been the thing, the ethos, I suppose, we've always had here with our winners. They always play their own style. KG4 winning the original championship, had their style of they play around their top laner. Again, McGregor, who took it out this year, have that alternate style. As Happy Game is looking outnumbered 2-1, has that arcane shift, is able to get away. But
yeah, and here comes the counter engage.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, you do have Hecarim kind of beelining towards there right now, and Suki did stick around, but it looks like MAJØR actually pulled off and sort of hesitated, so there will be time for this bot lane to escape. To continue on with your point, though, and this is the thing I've been saying, there's been a lot of upsets during this event, and hold this thought as in goes MAJØR, but they're unable to find the catch on the Suki.
Yeah, unable to find that as Arventus for Nubs on the Ashe this time.
What?
That was a good arcane. It was arcane shift animation or flash animation.
Yeah, it was the arcane. Yeah, with the flash animation to disguise where the true shot barrage was going to be coming from. Didn't really work this time around as WarningThump looking to go all in against Kipkangaroo. Why? Because DoomGoat is here and there is nowhere for this Gragas to escape to. That's going to be a very unfortunate fat man as another kill is secured by this Hillbrook side.
Yeah, that's a good gank up on that top side. Kipkangaroo going down there on this Gragas, who he has picked so graciously into this top lane. It's such an odd pick, but I mean, Mansfield are behind, Hillbrook are ahead, and Hillbrook have that better late game. It's kind of one of those situations where it's completely outdrafted in every regard.
Oh no, Major's been spotted, and Ryan Overpower should be able to one-tap this jungle away. And thank you very much for leashing it for us. We'll go ahead and take this Infernal Drake as well. Eventually, no, they're going to let it reset. Okay, I guess it was the posturing. They were surrounded.
Yeah, Leona and Ezreal were coming up, and if Leona gets a decent solo fair into 3 members there, it really
level 5
makes. Oh, sorry, no, level 5.
Yep, should have gone for it. They had the level advantage.
I still feel like with them on both sides, a big shockwave lands. It's one of those situations where they maybe could have done it, but low on resources were the two as well.
Well, instead you get the 100% play, which is, you know, let's get Flash out of the Orianna with a nice timely gank. Flash for Flash, but I do feel that benefits the Veigar.
DoomGoat here as well to maybe look for. I suppose actually the steal would have been available too for Mansfield. Of course, Ezreal does more. Like burst damage.
Eye is dropped though in this mid lane. Let's get this guy accelerated. Oh my gosh! Enchanted Crystal Arrow almost hits Arventus. Shockwave only gets 1, and it's Ryan Overpower who will walk out to safety. That said, that's a very hungry Hecarim as Major does get the kill on the tail end, but can he escape? Of course he can. It's Hecarim. He's a speedy boy. So Mansfield get one back.
That movement speed in the Hecarim, of course, converting straight into AD. That's exactly what he wants. But again, Hecarim, I think the later this game goes, is going to have a really hard time because of the amount of slows and movement speed reductions that are available on the Hillbrook side. Of course, Veigar Cage Stun is going to stop your movement speed in its track. Glacial Veigar means he's going to get down that, once he gets the Hex down GLP. And of course, the Spooky Ghosts are going to chase them down in the jungle and really reduce the movement speed. Of course, Bork as well going to steal that away for the Ashe's side. But man, I think, yeah, Mansfield are just, like, they just need to get ahead. They need to be the one that's 10 kills to 0 up in this game, and I just can't see it happening because they just don't have enough tools. They really don't have the tools to do so. And Hillbrook are just, they play their style. They sit back and they play, right, we're going to sit here, we're going to get this game to 35 minutes, and then we're just going to mystically win with the champions we pick in draft. And this is what they've done the last 2 games. What they'll do again today is Kipkangaroo, who's been struggling against this Volibear all goddamn day. Yeah,
meanwhile, though, in the bot lane, Major has arrived and Destroy Nubs not going to get out of that one in one piece. So Mansfield, they're starting to fight back. They're starting to find their picks, and it's coming from their map positioning and sort of taking advantage of whenever Hillbrook overextends. We knew Suki was going to be looking for roams. The moment he starts to roam, Mansfield is there. So that is a good kill going their way. Top going a bit back and forth as well. Hillbrook might actually attempt a Dragon Steal here as Top continues to fight. Kipkangaroo has going all in on this one, but so is Hillbrook down below. The cage goes around the dragon, but does not catch Major. Meanwhile, Suki does keep Happy Game zone from the fight as the rest of the team works on Jinxs' Fishbone in the Dragon Pit. Major has to escape, does go down, but takes one member with him. That was Suki. Another big event horizon gets 2 stuns, and that will be Hillbrook winning the fight. Or will it? Happy Game from behind tries to steal the dragon, is unable to do so. So Hillbrook get the fight. They get the dragon, and Happy Game, he'll fall as well. Give that kill to Destroy Nubs as Hillbrook takes control of this game.
But all I'm saying is that has been the most fought over first dragon I've ever seen in League of Legends. It's a first Infernal Dragon. It gives you literally like 2% damage or 3%. No. I don't know, whatever it is, it's so insignificant to put that much focus on it, and I suppose it was one of those things where Hillbrook have the early game advantage and Mansfield desperately need the Dragons to start stacking up in their favor if they want to have a chance in this game, but I feel like it's one of those situations where it's just way too hard for them to really do anything. And again, Hillbrook up in the kills, up in the objectives, up in gold as well, and Major here is going to be, I mean, the main carry, but there are so many counters to this Hecarim pick that honestly, Mansfield, I just think it's one of those games where it's just a ticking time bomb. Is maybe something can happen here on Arventus.
Oh, that's a nice little.
There's no one else with the pike. He's all by himself.
Yeah, that's all right. It's a pike. He's just going to be poking and annoying, and the rest of the team is starting to arrive. More importantly, though, so is one Fishbonez, who I have to be a little bit careful right now. This has actually been our bloodiest game thus far, and of course, it's going to happen in Game 5. Right? Yeah. We're going to have our bloody game in Game 5. We're going to have our scrappy, brawly game in Game 5, and typically, I feel like this would be benefiting Mansfield, but for the first time ever, it's kind of Hillbrook who sort of wants to do this early.
They haven't picked scrappy fighty champions. They picked the let's sit back and let's relax and poke and chill kind of champions, not the this is the game where you pull out the lethality side on, man. It's not the game.
Yeah, exactly. Well, instead you kind of get the hard AP Gragas as a bit of poke happening down below. It's just been an interesting sort of change in dynamic out of Mansfield, and MAJØR still gets done. But
ult for Cage, man.
Yeah, ult for Cage. I think that's a good trade that Ryan Overpower will want.
I mean, this Veigar 4-2 and 4 already has started getting very, very fed down in CS versus Arventus in the 1v1, but I mean, I think you're happy to take that loss as a Veigar. Again, this baby Cage has been doing so much as it locks them down the event horizon, so crucial to controlling the zone, controlling the speed, and with the amount of slows that's going to be coming out of this pick as well, it's so hard for them to really do anything.
Suki has just been constantly looking for picks and constantly looking for harasses. Arventus again slowed in the cage just as DoomGoat arrives, but it's not even needed. The pure damage out of this level 10 Veigar, enough to secure that solo kill, and mid lane is sort of a lost cause at this stage for Mansfield.
Yeah, 1000 AP one-shots coming at you. I mean, I'm expecting him to pick up the book soon, pick up the classic book of BM. He's going to read those pages a little master
in game 5 of our grand final.
I mean, why not, right? You said it's a scrappy one, so there's going to be a lot of fightings. And if he stays safe and puts his slows out, he's going to get lots of assists. It's going to stack up that big old book real quick.
As we do continue along right now, the next sort of neutral objective is going to be that Rift Herald spawning in about 40 seconds. I still feel like top lane is almost being left on an island. That's unfortunate for Mansfield. If you're going to be going for like this harder AP Gragas build, I think you'd want him around for some of these brawls, but that's never been Kipkangaroo's style. I think he's going for the hard AP to try and duel this Volibear, but the first buy Spirit Visage kind of puts an end to that already.
I mean, WarningThump has actually been one of the big, I wouldn't say MVPs, but like, he's just been so consistent against Kipkangaroo. He's Silver 1 playing against a Platinum 4 player, and he's been pretty much, I mean, if not winning top lane, like losing very, very gracefully. Probably the most graceful losing I've ever seen out of a play. He just goes, look, pick me volley. I'm not going to hard smash him, but I'm going to sit here. I'm going to collect my CS. I'm going to get nice and tanky. I'm going to use my ultimate in fights to get nice and big and tank out for everyone. He's been doing such a good job. I cannot state enough how good WarningThump has been this series.
Look, we're a UQ tournament. UQ has a top laner. I see similarities. As we continue along right now with Destroy Nubs, kind of, look, okay, Clint, UQ's OCS top laner, one of the best losing top laners in the OCS.
Yeah.
And that was a compliment. I'm saying he is playing at a similar level.
You should have explained the context a bit more, because it's just like...
Yeah, no, that is the context. When I think of top laners who can lose gracefully, I always go towards UQ's top laner with Clint. And Clint had a good year this year. Meanwhile, though, down in this bot lane again, it is just constant shoving, it seems like, coming out of Hillbrook, and that could be leaving them exposed to a gank, but they seem to suss it out always at the right moment, backing away just as MAJØR makes his way down towards that side.
I mean, look at this mid jungle duo. You can see the difference already. I mean, this I think Xayah is going to be really scary. I mean, he's going for Triforce, to a bit of a shout out to Captain Flowers, maybe, is what it's doing too. But interesting to see this build coming out of the Xayah, going for something a little bit more aggressive. I was expecting the Righteous Glory to come out of Xayah, of course. It gives you that extra movement speed when you're running towards the enemy team, and that is exactly what DoomGoat wants to do on this little... So is it a scorpion? Yeah, a little crystal scorpion. They look to set up for this next dragon. Maybe we'll see as much fighting around this Ocean Dragon as we did that first Infernals. The Spire is now picked up, but Ezreal has reset. Leona's going back too, so this one will go quickly over to Hillbrook, and this red side is looking like this game is all theirs. Yeah,
we might not be seeing that mid game if things continue as they were, but I will say this, throughout the series, nothing has continued as they were. It seems like every time we get around that 25-minute mark, the script just gets flipped on its head and teams start to turn around. And Mansfield, yeah, they're down 6 kills, but they're still only down 2k gold. So they're still within striking distance if we're going to go by gold differential. Yes, the team comp might make it hard, but they're doing enough to stay relevant. They've only lost 1 tower, which has been the mid tower. Yeah, that sucks, but they're still in this game, and we can't really call it over just yet. Hillbrook, yes, they're in control. This is the team that struggled when in control early throughout the entirety of the season.
But the thing they do have is, sure, they're in control early and they can make mistakes mid-game and not end the game, but their thing hasn't been, you know, we're losing because we're in control. It's we haven't been closing out because we're in control. But this is one of their games where it doesn't matter how long it takes them to close out. Vega has infinite scaling, baby. This game goes for 3 hours long. He just has more and more AP while everyone else caps out those 6 items plus the potions is up in the top lane. Kipkangaroo getting 2v1.
Yeah, that explosive casket not doing too much except to try to help in this game. And by time MAJØR gets to the back line and gets to Ryan overpower, Flash not going to save you this time as a big shutdown goes to the spooky ghost horse. MAJØR now going to try and turn things around, but WarningThump's looking to get the kill on Kipkangaroo. It will not be the case that time. Down below, however, the fighting does continue as DoomGoat found himself a happy game and turns that into a kill. Now, Jinxs and Fishbonez not going to be able to get out of this one alive, so 2 kills in top for 2 kills down in bot.
Oh, you say that, but we don't know the case of Flash on the top of the shrooms. He's still stuck under tower, but there we go. Finally goes down to the Skana, and this tower should fall as well. That was a very stressful end there for Hillbrook.
Chilling smite kill. That was a chilling smite kill right there out of DoomGoat.
7 chills down their spine as DoomGoat pick. I mean, he is going for Triforce, so he does need a bit of gold, I suppose, to kind of start stacking up. I mean, I'm assuming it's Triforce. I don't know what else you're going for with a Stinger plus a Sheen. It's very Captain Flowers. That's all I'm saying. It's very Captain Flowers.
You know what? Captain Flowers is probably the most famous Garner player.
It would have to be, right? Who else?
Yeah, exactly. So why not emulate him? 3-0-6 on this Garner right now. A dominant performance, but 6-2-1 by MAJØR. Both junglers trying to take this game over in favor of their side. Again, Mansfield, they're playing top. Hillbrook playing bot. They're each playing to decide where they are most comfortable, but if we're going to be looking at who is going to have more of a late game effect, I'm still leaning towards Destroy Nubs and Suki.
Yeah, because realistically, if you think about it, right, if the top lane falls behind, like the Volibear's fine. The Volibear is happy behind. He doesn't care. That's what WarningThump's job this entire series has been. Don't lose too hard. You can still lose, just don't lose too hard. Don't get smashed. Don't go 0-10 in lane. And it's kind of a situation where, honestly, I think if it was going bad in lane phase, not that it ever has, but if it was going really bad, he would sit under tower and just wait for the gold to accrue, and would just sit there and nothing else would really happen too much as we see fighting across the map. Look at Ashe already completed those 2 items, those crucial items. It looks like he's instantly going for another attack, but I'm not going for the...
I like the lane swap from Hillbrook as well, showing that Ashe onto the top side right when the Baron is coming up. So they've already won the bot side, 2 towers down. There's going to be so much pressure there as soon as WarningThump moves down there. They are controlling the map. That stun might save the life of Kipkangaroo, but it will not be the case, as instead Gragas goes down. 4 members piling on through for Hillbrook. Even the 5th is in the area, and Hillbrook, for the first time it feels like this season, they're looking to accelerate a game. They're making proactive plays. They're looking to end this tournament.
Yeah, they're making proactive plays, and they're actually coming off. They're really well calculated. That was a nice safe dive. They didn't go too early. They didn't rush it. They stayed calm and controlled, and this Baron could be almost theirs right now. I think they can do it now with all 5 members around. Ezreal down on the bot side. There's nobody can test. MAJØR here on the Hecarim is the most fed member, but all the champions on Hillbrook's side are designed to counter Hecarim.
Yes.
Ashe is probably one of the, I wouldn't say one of the hardest, but a very hard counter to Hecarim. Veigar is very good as well. But Hecarim, a big horse he's running here. All 5 members just stand inside the little cage.
Getting another tower.
As another tower goes down here, for Mansfield. And that's a big objective. Like the gold lead starting to balloon to their favor. 4,000 gold in their favor. And they had the late game team comp. I think, honestly, this has been a massive blunder from Mansfield in draft. And you're seeing it play out now on the Rift.
But here's another thing I want to emphasize, because you were tired of talking about this before, and I've been hinting at it throughout this tournament, and that's why this win, or potential win right now for Hillbrook, is so exciting. The solo queue ranks and, ranks from whatever value put on those have been in Mansfield's favor. But throughout this tournament, as again, I will have to hold my thought right now as it looks to be another pick happening. Destroy Nubs gets jumped upon, and that's the big kill that Kipkangaroo was looking for. But here comes the re-engage from Hillbrook. Here comes the red side playing as a team, or at least until the flank comes through, but is immediately stopped by DoomGoat. He will give his life to save his team, but that dragon might go over. Will he escape? Yes, because of the chilling smite. So Mansfield do get a couple kills back. Oh no, you do not want that, Suki. You get right on out, but you were spotted by that MAJØR who is looking for the kill. The safety cage is there. Mansfield should get this dragon.
Yeah, the dragon should go. It was a bit of a mistake there, a bit of window shopping from Hillbrook. Weren't far enough away to back off. But if you were to finish your thought about the ranks, I'll fill it in for you here. The ranks have always been in favor of Mansfield. The macro, the brain, you go, oh yeah, Mansfield are 100% in favor. But this game, it's looked like a complete hit. Hillbrook looked like the challenger team that's coming down, and the Hillbrook look like the ones that we know we are better. We're going to play controlled and slow, and we're going to win this game. But that Triforce is now finally completed for the Skana there, and Hecarim looking towards a Death Dance as his second item, the jungle item, and not even had a second of thought.
I know what's happened. MAJØR and Kipkangaroo have switched build paths.
They have. That's the mistake there.
Yep, there's the issue. We found the issue. Baron being started by Hillbrook. And there is no vision around. Now, Mansfield should be able to suss this out when no one sort of arrives in lanes, but it could be too little too late. They are blitzing this thing down, and Hillbrook, despite losing a fight, continue to be proactive. And even if Mansfield step forward, how are they getting past this Veigar and this Ashe? They're not going to even try. Baron secured for Hillbrook.
Yeah, 4-second backs as well, so they will be able to get nice and quickly. So net first, early dragon being second this series. The flash Kipkangaroo keeps him alive.
But the hook from Suki does connect. Explosive Casket used to try and buy some space, and he'll jump over the wall to safety. Mansfield has rotated around, and it does look like Hillbrook will pull away. Don't want to overextend. Don't want to force a fight when you have a Baron buff on your side.
Yeah, and this game has been so crucial for Hillbrook. They're trying to stay away. The Baron is available. They need to reset, spend their gold, look to get into their lanes. And I mean, this is so... If you're a Mansfield fan, this is so heartbreaking considering the first 2 games were such dominating performances. They look so strong. Even in the 4th game, they were so in control, and the game came down to 2 open Nexus. If that Nexus goes down, that would have been the end of the series, but Hillbrook stayed alive, stayed in it. RNL Destroy Nubs in particular has been a shining light for them this series. His Xayah was the carry in that 4th game. He's Vayne, the carry in that 3rd game. But this game, the rest of his team is stepping up. Ryan Overpower here on the Veigar, putting the work in. Same as DoomGoat in the jungle. And RNL Destroy Nubs on this Ashe isn't doing too shabby either. No. Already got to complete right on this Ezreal, who has gone for Triforce, not even the Iceborne Golem. The defensive is going all out damage because he knows he needs to put this team on his back if he's going to come back into it. Hecarim is huge, but Hecarim, as I said, is so hard to play into this slow and the cage that's coming out of Veigar.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for Mansfield, but they are staying close. This gold lead, it's been slowly creeping in Hillbrook's favor, but it hasn't ballooned just yet. 25 minutes into this game, all the tier 1 and tier 2 towers are gone. For Hillbrook, they got to find a way to crack the base. They still got Baron for about 5 more seconds, so the Baron... It didn't get them as much as I think they would have liked because they really weren't keen on pressing the issue.
They should have another minute, right? What's Baron?
Oh, sorry, I was looking at red buff.
Yeah.
If I was looking at red buff, yeah, no, they still have Baron for a bit. Okay, that's good. So now they should be able to now be using this Baron. Yeah, I'm crazy. Just I make loud noises. You go yay. As this is continuing, though, Hillbrook, they are now starting to kind of set up a bit of a 1-3-1, actually, with Veigar working the bot side lane and the rest of the team kind of working mid or top. And it doesn't look like Mansfield really are finding any avenues to sort of force a fight.
Yeah, it's really hard for them Mansfield to really do it. I mean, even if they force a fight, I don't think they win. Like, the blue side's just too far behind. They really are. I think Hillbrook here are just so far in the driving seat, and it's one of these games where they're just going to slowly breed out, and you're going to see an execution of a magnifique, per se, as we see Kipkangaroo even down a level to WarningThump. And, I mean, this Volibear has, as I said, it's been so hard to deal with. The Kipkangaroo hasn't figured out this matchup at all.
As, Arventus possibly getting jumped upon right now, but we'll have to fall back and play a bit safer. Here is the play, and it's going to be happening against WarningThump, who will just jump to safety, yet the major follow-through will be there. Keep your eyes on a re-engage or another take, possibly down below. Nope, the Crystal Arrow gets sent up top, but by forcing the sidestep, it looks like WarningThump will escape, and now that might expose the middle of this map, because here comes the bot lane. DoomGoat goes ahead and grabs Fishbonez, and the damage is there from Suki to help secure the kill. Support gone for Mansfield. The base might be getting cracked open. Mansfield, they need to find a way to sort of circle around. They need to find a way to stop Hillbrook's attack, but they've got their eyes set on inhibitors in Mansfield. They're too scared to step forward.
And this Skarner has been so huge from DoomGoat as maybe Major look for something, and on the bot side, Ryan Overpower showing that split push off.
Blast forward into Shockwave, but the damage is thrown right back, and that is a huge solo kill by Arventus, but it's not in time to save the pressure from mid. Inhibitor does go down. Here comes Kipkangaroo, tries to get to that backline. Major, though, finds a way on to destroy Nubs, who flashes over the wall to safety. Kipkangaroo has to walk out, but the two still stuck on the wrong side, get caught by a lot of damage out of this Orianna. One will flash to safety. DoomGoat will probably go down as Kipkangaroo secures that on the tail, and here is Major winning a major fight for his side, a double kill to Happy Game, and Mansfield is not done yet.
Yeah, that Manamune just completed for the Ezreal, so it has that extra spike of damage coming through. This game looked well and set for Hillbrook, but Mansfield at the last second, where they needed to make their stand, they did. They came back, they aced the Hillbrook side, and now they have to try and force their way back in this game. Supers are coming through at 27 minutes. The Dragon is up and available. Mansfield are going to go and take that one away, so they're going to even up the Dragon count. So Dragon Soul probably not going to be a factor in this game, as they're going to try barreling down the mid lane of Hillbrook and starting to get some towers of their own.
Okay, but here is a big thing right now. I mentioned before, all the towers are now gone. There's a lot of towers on the Hillbrook side. That is easily, that gold difference still on the table right now. And if Mansfield can find a way to sort of take down these last bricks, we're back at an even game in terms of gold.
Yeah.
This game can then go either way. Mansfield, this is when they were going to be at their peak, that sort of mid-game moment. You said 25 to 35 minutes. We're here right now. If Mansfield is going to win this tournament, they need to start getting a bit more proactive, and they can't let themselves kind of get pushed around and shoved around. They did a good job with that first fight. They need to find another opportunity just like that.
They need to find that opportunity, and Hillbrook need to make sure they're not overstepping like they did. I think they got a little bit too excited. I think they tried to go for the end a little bit too early, but they need to remember to wait. Play calm, play controlled, take a breath, and just relax and slow down, and just wait for your Veigar to scale. Your Veigar is going to start scaling, so is your Skarner. Your Skarner's going to be better. Your Ashe as well is going to have a better late game.
I mean, Ashe is already in a very strong spot.
I mean, that's the thing. I think they need to make sure they're negating MAJØR. MAJØR is the only, well, not the only, but one of the biggest issues. Ezreal as well, happy game. If he lands these Qs, they're going to be doing quite big chunks across the other side, but I don't think they're going to get to use Ezreal properly, and they aren't really going to get to poke before objectives because they're just not in control. Right? So I think they really need to make sure they're saving the bulk for this.
Oh, this could be a big pick. This could be a huge pick. If they lose the Veigar, they lose the Baron, and down he goes. Mansfield get a major kill onto the mid laner of Hillbrook.
Yeah, 50 seconds on that fight, and that's going to be the key cooldown we're going to watch as Hillbrook now in the 5v4 are the ones in the first game in this series.
Suki gets the stun, and that should get the support out alive. Baron completely in control of Mansfield, but with that middle inhibitor down, and with DoomGoat continuing to shove in that mid lane, it is causing some hesitation in Mansfield. They are eventually going for it. Hillbrook, do they contest? Do they try to fight? Do they force something? They have so many choices. The wrong choice costs you the tournament. It looks like they're going to go ahead and try and push into the Baron. Suki cannot get that hook, but it's still a 4v4. True Shot Barrage kind of pokes it. There's a lot of damage to this fight, but they're still looking for this fight. Zen's Blade only hits onto Fishbonez. On the back end, MAJØR is unstoppable. He's taking down Destroy Nubs. The damage from Hillbrook is gone. Mansfield will win this fight. They get 4 kills as just at the tail end, DoomGoat is able to escape. Yet Ryan Overpower is back up, and he is beelining towards that Baron.
Yeah, he's looking. DoomGoat here is going to look to shove in mid lane once again, and maybe look for some towers. But I think they need to reset. This Baron is definitely Mansfield's side. There's nothing that Hillbrook can do outside of a miracle play here by Ryan Overpower. Maybe he looks for the one shot.
Oh, he's got to be so careful. But there are low health bars in that Baron pit. Keep your eye on like Fishbonez. Barely got out alive. Baron does reset, and the Baron doesn't go down. Meanwhile, down below, DoomGoat has successfully rotated to the bot side. He's keeping it alive. Here comes the ultimate out of this Hecarim, gets stunned in place, but still should be able to cut down Ryan Overpower. MAJØR is now godlike, and this Hecarim is taking the game back for Mansfield.
Yeah, and that all comes down to the Blade of the Ruin King. It's kind of the item of this.
No!
If the Ashe keeps that cooldown for the Hecarim, she cuts his damage in what? 70. Reduces his damage by 75%. Reduces movement speed and damage by 74% because of the multiplicative nature of that stat reduction given to Hecarim is DoomGoat just getting out alive, and this has definitely swung the game back towards Mansfield's favor. I mean, Hillbrook are still up 1,000 gold, and they still have a Veigar. They still have the late game scaling. I think Ryan Overpower has been picked off what 3 times in a row.
3 times in a row.
It really shouldn't have been. I think this is Hillbrook have kind of gone, oh wow, we're in control. We're accelerating this game. We're going to win soon. We've got the inhibitor down. All we got to do is just take the Baron, but we're so strong they can't do anything to us. And I think they're a little bit overconfident, a little bit too cocky, and they've been punished here by Mansfield. And now 11-2, this Hecarim is going to be very hard to deal with, and this is really anyone's game, even though it looks on paper to be Hillbrook's game. But that's the thing. That's the nature of Game 5 in these series. Is anything can happen. As that True Shot Barrage comes through to check that Baron up once again, and Mansfield trying to stay alive in this game. They're definitely on the back foot. Hillbrook definitely now the favourites to take out this game, but they need to make something happen. The Mansfield side to ensure they're not going to get outscaled.
Yeah, this game is on a knife's edge once again. This second Baron has been causing some drama thus far, specifically for Hillbrook side. But hey, they're going right back at it, and they're starting this one up. Now, there is vision, but everyone on Mansfield is on the bot side. It's all about how fast can this Baron go down. Will they get there in time? Kipkangaroo will be the first Mansfield member there, and it doesn't look like they're even going to contest it. They just give Baron over for free, and that is a big misstep for Mansfield.
That was a really nice macro play by Hillbrook. They realized that the rest of the team was on the bottom side setting up for that dragon. They had that control there. They saw them and they went, right, let's go, let's get this Baron now. We have an opportunity, we can take it, and when they did, and that was excellently executed.
But they got to be careful not to throw it away with the bad fight.
They have to be really careful not to throw away their lead. Now they need to get into their lanes, use the Baron first, and then come to this dragon. If they come to it straight away, it's going to be the same issue that really cost them, cost Mansfield the second game.
It is.
It was fourth game, sorry.
Yeah, fourth game. Yeah,
I'm in second win.
But no, they're starting up that dragon, and this is a fight that I don't think Hillbrook necessarily wants. They want to sort of play to their lane. True Shot Barrage go straight through the middle, but they still will get the dragon. Too little, too late from Mansfield as they give the dragon over. I don't think Mansfield realize how close they are actually in this game.
Yeah, they can actually take this. I mean, you don't want to be fighting into a Vega. That's the thing, right? No. In a situation like that, Hillbrook are perfectly set up where the second they see them come around the corner, they just drop the baby cage. Then they can't move really through the river passage anymore. That dragon goes down instantly. Ashe has Blade of the Ruined King. Ashe has Arrow as well to kind of keep them away, keep them at distance. And I think Hillbrook's team fight is one of the ones where they need Mansfield to come to them. But the beauty of this competition, the beauty of the game for Hillbrook's favor is if they don't come to them, it's so difficult to come back. As we look at that, a triple-digit wards, a vision score, which is something you really never ever see. But Suki lol putting those try-hard pants on the Pyke. She's been banned out of every other champion she plays, and she's still displaying the pool goes deeper and deeper. As this Pyke is ready to go.
I am actually super impressed by that 107 vision score right now, especially on a
109.
109, yeah. Wait, is it?
I mean, especially Umbral Glaive with just instant shot ward, so you can actually accelerate it super high.
Okay, so that's what's happening right now, yeah.
I mean, these are only vision control too, to be fair.
True. I mean, hey, it's pretty good to see, and those are the vision scores that you want to see out of a Pyke right now. So I'm incredibly impressed by that. Major, though, is looking for that pick, but immediately gets caught by DoomGoat. One in ultimate, but the enchanted crystal arrow misses him. The shockwave gets two. Here comes Mansfield straight through the center. They're getting to the back line of Hillbrook. Ryan Overpower has to get that burst, but he doesn't have the kill. Suki gets one, but does not get any more than that. Mansfield wins a huge fight. Give the Penta back to Happy Game. Mansfield take this one over.
The second one, they're TPing mid. They're going to go for the end of the 40-second cooldowns, and Mansfield could maybe take it back in their favor. Happy Game and Major there. I don't think they've got enough time to end the game. There's one tap available. Ryan Overpower will be up in 35 seconds. Orianna Destroy-Nubs up in 24. Maybe Mansfield can take this away from Hillbrook as they work so hard to get into this position. Kipkangaroo going under the tower now. This is exciting.
This is the death timers.
This is game 5, baby. This is game
5, and those death timers are quite long. 10 more seconds till Destroy-Nubs up. 11 for Suki. But the big thing is, it's only going to be 4 of them, and no, they can't do it. They're going to play it safe. They're going to fall back. That 25 to 35 minute mark, it's now over. Mansfield, they used it to fight back into this game. They used it to take down that middle inhibitor. Now, they have to find one more fight to close it out. Next fight, realistically, determines this tournament.
I mean, it's looking that way as both. I mean, this Hillbrook looks so in control. They're still ahead in gold. That's the amazing thing. They've been up in gold this entire team. I mean, 800 gold at this stage of the game is so insignificant. It's a what's it called?
We're dead even.
We're basically even at this point, and another pentacle going over to Happy Game. I mean, there's a massive influx of gold into that Ezreal's pockets. He's going to be now in the 4 times where he really starts to spike. This is where Ezreal loves to be. This is where most of his damage comes out. The Death Dance and the QSS are available, so this is going to be a very rare opportunity for Happy Game to go down. He's no longer a target for this Skarner. I mean, Orianna is really the main match there. The Shockwave has been so crucial in these last fights, and Major on this Hecarim, despite the fact that literally the entirety of Hillbrook comp works against this Hecarim, he's been still able to accrue a massive lead and really been a key member. And you can see why it was banned out every other game.
Yeah, this was the game Hecarim got through. This is what Hillbrook was afraid of, and it's coming back to bite him when they let it get through.
The funniest thing was Mansfield on the building it out every game because Orianna Destroy-Nubs has been a god on Hecarim so far throughout this tournament. And they went, right, we're not going to ban the Hecarim out, but
pick onto Fishbonez, and that damage is there. This Fishbonez is gone. Don't use your ultimates. That was not necessary, Suki, but it is on a relatively short cooldown. Either way, the execute will be gone, but it was used to take out a support. Now, what does Hillbrook do with the man advantage?
This is really crucial. What they do in these next 30 seconds, realistically, as a flash comes out from both Happy Game.
Oh, and Kipkangaroo connects on the Happy Game. Immediate cleanse, and he gets out, but the slow is there. That is a key ability gone from Happy Game. There are still tools to be used to catch him. The big one will be that cage out of Ryan Overpower. The event horizon, if it catches Happy Game, this game is happily possibly over. Yet Hillbrook do not want to overextend. They back out after taking the inhibitor.
There's no QSS available for a few seconds, but the Skarner ultimate is about to come back up. If DoomGoat can flash and get suppression onto Happy Game, that will be the teamfight win for Hillbrook. But I don't know if they're going to fight before that QSS is back up again.
No, they're
the Dragon
resetting.
Is spawning soon, but I think that QSS is on a low enough cooldown that Mercurial Scimitar will be up before this Dragon
it's a fake
which is
reset.
Sold for Hillbrook too, but it's a fake recall.
It's a reset. They got the pick. No, not quite. It's a good defensive escape right there coming out of Kipkangaroo. Sorry, I just punched my microphone. Look, it's a tense game right now. now. And this dragon fight, this could be the dragon fight for the tournament. Mansfield, they're trying to set themselves around. They're trying to find avenues to possibly, you know, get that flank, get that correct way in. The explosive cascade from Kipkangaroo can definitely turn this one on its head. Yet, everyone aware that one wrong misstep costs you everything. Flash available for Happy Game, no flash available for Destroy Nubs. If Ashe gets caught, that's game over potentially as we continue to sort of stand off as Dragon gets onto the rip.
A few seconds left.
What was that explosive casket?
I was into
Gragas ult is gone. There's no explosive casket. There's no disengage. Mansfield can't take this fight.
I mean, they definitely still can. I don't know.
The Major's going. Major's going in, but is immediately caught once again by DoomGoat. Yes, the Solar Flare on the back line. Health gets the kill on Ryan Overpower, and that is so much damage done. Shockwave only hits one, as Arventus does get run down by DoomGoat, but that means DoomGoat isn't helping the rest of the team. Major is running rampant on the back line of Hillbrook. They get 3 for 2. That also means no Dragon Soul yet for the Hillbrook side.
And that means this Dragon Soul point is going to go straight back over to Mansfield. 38 minutes into this game is where Hillbrook is supposed to come online, and it really, Ryan Overpower had such a big lead. They had such a strong position Hillbrook had, but that inability to play clean in end games is costing him and come back to bite him here once again. Mansfield's still behind on gold, but with these big gold timers, they're going to walk straight to the Baron and take it away.
Yeah, but you still have DoomGoat available. It can turn into a 50-50 situation. No smite on Major. Smite available for DoomGoat. Smite advantage is on Hillbrook's side despite it being a 3v2. If this steal attempt is going to work out, I'm leaning towards Hillbrook, but I don't think they're aware that Smite's not like on cooldown right now. He instead is playing for the mid play, and they might be conceding this Baron, and I'm not sure that is the right call. If we're going to see the steal, it's going to come right now, and it's not going to be the case.
I don't think they had Gragas Bell too. He would have just altered the Scanner away, so there was no way they could have gotten it. The Baron does go over. Not even Major that secures it, and now Mansfield have the Baron. They have the soul that is up for the taking. They have turned this game around. They have pulled a Hillbrook out on Hillsbrook, stayed in the game, turtled as hard as they could, and it is now, I say, back in their favor once again, but Hillsbrook still have the scaling on their side. They still have the items coming through.
They have the gold lead.
They have the gold lead, man. They have the gold lead still, but at this point, gold does not matter as both these sides fighting back and forth.
They might.
Yeah, ultimate's gone now for Major, but on such a low cooldown, it will be up straight away. Level 18 on everybody except
plus 3 Cloud Drakes. Yeah, ultimate definitely will be back very, very shortly.
Yeah, and Hecarim loves that Cloud Solar, I think. It's so big for his damage.
Yeah, I mean, that is really the perfect soul, right, for Mansfield. That's exactly what they wanted, and it's been used very effectively thus far. The only thing working against Mansfield right now in terms of map pressure is that inhibitor being down. It is sort of kind of stopping them from really spreading themselves out as much as they would like. As you can see them sort of whittling away. Interesting that we're not seeing the Baron buff animation actually up on the Mansfield side.
It's gone, right? It's expired, isn't it?
Already? No, wait, no, Hillbrook got it.
Oh, that's right, yeah, Hillbrook. No, wait, what? Oh, the WarningThump got it, that's right. Wait, what? We do.
Whoa!
Actually, I remember seeing the Volibear had slain it come up, and I was like, oh, it must have been taken by the top lane, but how did we miss that?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, flame us, Twitch chat. Flame us all you like. We did a dumb. Anyway, so Hillbrook with that Baron steal has completely turned this narrative around.
Oh god, that was never mind. Hillbrook's still in control as a
Oh my goodness.
We're like, yeah, Mansfield ready to go. Oh, so much happening.
Apologies to WarningThump.
Yeah, well,
who probably got the Baron steal of the tournament.
We just missed it completely.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, moving on though. More importantly though, this game is on the verge of ending right now as we still see some more siege coming in middle. It's actually all happening down below. Hillbrook, take another tower. One more could possibly end this game. Look at the speed coming out of Destroy Nubs right now. These buildings stand no chance. Explosive Casket does not connect, and that's another big ultimate gone. But with 3 Cloud Drakes, it won't be gone for too long. Down goes that second inhibitor. Major trying to find the fight again, immediately gets grabbed, but this time the chance CC is there, and the follow from Mansfield won't get back in time. DoomGoat continuing to act at the front line as in goes Fishbonez, but he's not going to save the team. Hillbrook gets 2. They're nearly there. The enchanting the and Kipkangaroo will secure a 3rd kill. Hillbrook has 3. Hillbrook has this tournament.
This is the fight that all it came down to. There is a Ventus and Happy Game left alive, but I don't think they can defend the 2v5.
They're going to try. They are going to try.
They have to try, right? This is the last game of these
Barrage is used to clear out minions, but it's not going to be enough. Down goes the cage. It's used for zoning, And Hillbrook proving ranks do not matter. This entire tournament, teams that have been lower ranked have been fighting back and making comebacks because of their team play, because of their improvements, because they work together. And this is on display right here, right now. Hillbrook are our champions.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. And a big shout out to Iron Destroy Nubs too. I mean, in that last game probably wasn't the key carry. I mean, you have to give it to WarningThump, right?
Yeah.
With that Baron steal away, or maybe
goodness.
DoomGoat played incredibly on that Sky Knight final game. But over this series, Iron Destroy Nubs time and time again has done so good. They were down 0-2. He pulled out the Vayne, he pulled out the Xayah, and has just completely put his team back into this game. Hillbrook take out the regional Rift and are, I mean, I suppose now the best team in Queensland. And they came third and last, but they didn't get that chance to fight in the grand final versus McGregor. They never got to face off against them. And there you go. Hillbrook finally get to be champions. And again, Mansfield falling to Hillsbrook in the final game of a best of series.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal stuff out of Hillbrook. Again, this team was always so tough to take down. Time and time again, they fought and they fought and they fought, and they kept things interesting. They get their victory at the end of it all. And I mean, the reverse sweep. What more could you ask for?
It was a fantastic best of 5, and man, what a win Hillbrook take out. But unfortunately for us here over from the UQU Esports, this is the end of 2020 Esports, high school in particular, coming at you from this stream. So make sure next year you're tuned in and excited. And if you are from a different school that hasn't been involved before, make sure you get involved in high school Esports. There will be sign-up links for next year. We have to look towards 2021. But
you know what's going to happen, right?
What's that?
The Savage Play of the Week, Legion by Double. It's going to be that Baron steal. It's going to be the Baron steal. No, but
I mean, there's been 2 pentas in this series from Happy Game. It could be. It's a penta keyboard. We don't know.
We do not know. Either way, though, that you are correct. That does end it for us here. It's been another great season, another great tournament. One last time, I want to throw out some thank yous. First to everyone behind the scenes. You know, everyone in that studio right over there off screen who are probably, you know, yelling at us, but they're in sort of a soundproof room and we miss that. So whatever. It's fine. A big thank you as well to all the schools who participated. Obviously, it's a lot of fun being able to cast your games. We certainly enjoyed it. To all of you in the Twitch chat who is watching along, I mean, you know what? Thank you to you guys as well. I'm sure you have a lot to say as that one did progress, but you know what? As long as you keep it, you know, friendly, you're our friends as well.
Of course, thank you, of course, to Legion by Lenovo for their continuous appreciation and sponsorship of this event. And of course, our entire 2020 season here at UQ. We really appreciate them. Without them, none of this could have been possible. Of course, thanks to Tennille as well, or Wombats, who's organized all of this behind the scenes with Jed. And of course, those two bring those events. And I mean, what a year 2020 has been. Without no trials, had coronavirus in the middle of it too. We continue to push through. And of course, congratulations to all these schools. Unfortunately, no live finals this year, but hopefully next year, everything will be back to better. In 2021 will be another year. And I mean, congratulations to Hillbrook. Congratulations, or commiserations, I suppose, towards Mansfield. And congratulations to every school that competed, as Max said. And thank you guys for getting involved, because of course, without you, we wouldn't have anything to play. So everyone who's put it a lot behind this this event this year, and it's been very hard, and it's been fantastic to get this final culmination. And make sure next year around March, you're tuning back in at twitch.tv/UQ Esports. I mean, we might have something planned later. We don't know.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Anything can happen at any given moment. So be sure to follow UQU Esports. One last time, that has been Mitch Replays Anderson. I have been Max Formal Von Neumann. Thank you all so much, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Good night.